Hello my dears, this video is available thanks to your support. This funny. The story begins with a young man lying unconscious. Faint memories of a girl calling his name flash through his mind. Xiaofei. A young man watches from a third-person perspective as he is hit by a car, and doctors in the ward try to save his life. He lies on the operating table. Nioi. A moment later, the boy screams loudly and opens his eyes. The voice congratulates Xiaofei, because he has become the owner of the all-powerful system. The young guy frantically looks around, trying to understand where he is now. With this system, even death itself has no power over the guy. The young man does not understand what kind of voice it is, but since this system is omnipotent, can it bring him back to life? But, as it turns out, it's not that simple. In order to return to life, the guy needs to collect 10,000 points. Since the guy is a new user, the voice will lend him points. The protagonist immediately agrees to this, because he is ready to grab the last rays of life until the end. It was a good offer. He will earn these points in a year. A moment later, the boy's heartbeat begins to pick up again. The monitors show his restored pulse. But if our hero does not pay off the debt of 10,000 points within a year, then death awaits him without the possibility of revival. The main character promises that he will return all the points, all of them, to the last one. Life is much more important to him. He must return it, at any cost. A few seconds later, a sign appears above the young man's head, showing his debt of 10,000 points. At this time, a joyful doctor runs out of the hospital room, shouting that a miracle has just happened. The surgeon was very surprised and happy. When Xiaofei was first taken to the hospital, he showed no signs of life, but now all his indicators are normal. Hearing this, the young girl immediately wanted to go to Xiaofei and check on him, but the doctor said it was too early. Later, the nurse would take her to the guy. Luckily, the main character managed to survive. He was very grateful to the system, so he immediately asked how he could get back 10,000 points. With our hero's IQ, this may pose some difficulties, since the boy gets points when he brags. To put it simply, the main character collects points when he shows off. He will die if he does not brag. The voice calmly confirms these words, and Xiaofei spits out the drink in surprise. This way he will definitely die. A young man wipes his mouth after a drink as a voice announces that he has a newbie's guide to the system. The guy is confronted by a guide. The world of bragging is divided into 3 levels. Low level, bragging about strength; middle level, posing; high level, incomparable showing off. Xiaofei gets up from his hospital bed, thinking that the system is not very good. He starts to stretch, and the nurses are surprised, because he was hit by a car. A moment later, a reminder sign for newcomers appears above our hero's head. It's time to show off. This reminder makes our hero think, as he tries to figure out how best to brag. After a couple of seconds, he couldn't think of anything better to say to the nurses than that they were just scratches. There was pathos and show-off in his voice. Immediately after this, the system notified that the boy received 2 points because he bragged to 2 people. A moment later, the system happily informs the protagonist that he has now joined the ranks of the world of bragging. The voice wishes the participant good luck. After some time, the main character comes out into the hospital corridor, and some red-haired girl throws herself into his arms and he calms her down so that she doesn't cry. The boy gently strokes her head and hugs her. The young man calms her down and asks her not to cry, because everything is fine with him now. The young boy wipes the hot tears from her cheeks and eyes, and with these movements the girl gradually calms down. A moment later, the girl cheers up and wipes away her tears. She won't cry anymore. Doctors come into the room to check on Xiaofei. Since the patient has already recovered, the doctors will not keep him in the hospital and are ready to discharge him. He needs to pay the hospital expenses, 13,000 yuan. Xiaofei is confused because he does not understand why the doctor demands such a large sum. The system has new template phrases that he can use. The boy starts making excuses. He would pay for the treatment, but why shouldn't the doctors demand compensation from the person who hit him? For this he gets 3 points. In this case, the young man needs to find the perpetrator as quickly as possible. Otherwise he will be forced to pay for the treatment himself. The boys were calmly talking with the doctor in the ward, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by someone's loud and impudent steps. A policeman entered the room, followed by 2 men in black business suits. They both wore sunglasses. The red-haired girl immediately attracted the attention and interest of one of the men, because she is very beautiful. But the main character, as soon as he heard this, immediately stood up for the girl and insulted the guy, calling him a rooster. The man clearly didn't expect this. He said that he had hit him with his car, so he and the guys had come to settle the matter. Xiaofei had to sign this paper. The man says he will pay for the treatment, and the boy has to pay 200 yuan for the food. Xiaofei gets very angry when he hears this, but the stranger doesn't take his words seriously. It seems that Xiaofei just wants to take his money, and it's his own fault that this happened. This makes the main character furious and he throws all the papers around. He almost died because of this scumbag. The scumbag continues to stand his ground and blames the guy, saying that he jumped under the car himself and is now just trying to get money out of him. The bastard is too confident, and our hero won't be able to get more money if he keeps pushing him. Xiaofei doesn't even have enough money to press charges. After hearing all this, the boy is incredibly disappointed and angry, because he was slandered. He holds back his emotions and clenches his fist tighter. Realizing that there is no point in engaging in dialogue with this scumbag, he turns to the police officer and asks to provide the CCTV footage. The policeman suggests settling the matter peacefully, because even if the guy wins the case, he will spend more money than he can get. The man says he will pay for the hospital bills and the boy only has to pay 200 yuan for the food, but Xiaofei objects and says he has the money. But as before, rich men do not take the words of the young guy seriously. It's good when you have money. The bald man thought that Xiaofei was hinting that he wanted more money. In that case, could they help the poor man? A moment later, the man hands the boy a check for 2 million yuan, but in return wants to have fun with his girlfriend. The main character is stunned. He doesn't react in any way and just remains silent, trying to digest the information he has received. But a moment later, our hero quickly snatches a large check from the hands of the thug. Does he really agree to such a deal? The red-haired girl is very worried when she sees that the guy took the check. She's afraid that he is ready to give her to these scoundrels for money. The man already thought that the guy agreed to such conditions, but Xiaofei hugged the girl and proudly replied that he did not need money. Our hero acted cool enough in front of 5 people, so he got 50 points, because for the first time he acted without a template. Now he has 105 points. A moment later, the main character begins to completely insult and humiliate this scoundrel, saying that he doesn't need this check for free. The man doesn't take the guy's threats of beating him seriously. He yells at the ragamuffin that he remembered him and now he's in trouble. The scumbag threatens the main character that they will gladly take advantage of his girlfriend, and if he has a relative, then they too. But first, the young guy will personally watch this scoundrel frolicking with his girlfriend. Our hero is ready to strike and swing, but his fist is stopped by someone's strong palm. It was the same bald man who defended the scoundrel. The main character does not give up and still tries with all his might to free his hand, but it seems to be going very poorly. A moment later, a notification comes into the system offering to acquire basic Wing Chun skills for 100 points. It's a good offer, and the guy spends 100 points. Thanks to this skill, the young boy became much stronger and was able to free his hand from the man's strong grip. And a moment later, he made a swing with his free hand, pointing it straight at this scumbag. Now he'll take his strength away. Our hero's fist hits the bastard right in the face, and the man flies back from such force. He clearly didn't expect to get such a ragamuffin. But the main character justifies himself and says that he was just defending himself. This makes the girl laugh, while the man bleeds out in rage. The bald man gets nervous when he sees the blood coming from his master's nose. The scumbag doesn't care about that right now, he's too angry. A moment later, the 2 scoundrels turn around and quickly head for the exit to leave the room in disgrace. The policeman warns the boy and tells him to be careful, because he is just a student. The main character smiles and briefly thanks the law enforcement officer. After this, the man hands our hero a folder containing all the information about the accident. Xiaofei happily takes it for future use. Finally, the guys left the hospital. The guy is very furious with the words of that scoundrel, but the girl says not to pay attention. The guy agrees with the girl's words. Now he needs to go back to university, and he has no time to talk. When our hero is about to leave, he sees 3 policemen in front of him, who are watching him closely. The police put handcuffs on him and detain him for fraud. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't believe that the scumbag had already managed to complain to the police. The girl wants to help Xiaofei, but the police are blocking the way. She knows that the guy is not a swindler, and so, after some time, the guys arrived at the police station. There is a policeman sitting at the table who is shouting menacingly at the main character, accusing him of brazenly extorting money. Our hero sits opposite and feels quite calm. He wonders if they have any evidence that he is a fraud. The man says that if Xiaofei confesses, they will try to hush it up, but if he continues, they will contact his university. But it seems our hero is not going to admit to something he did not do. He asks to look into his honest eyes. He really is not lying. The policeman is very angry with the impudent boy. He tells him to sit here for 2 days and think about his behavior. And a moment later, the man turns around and leaves the room. There are many ways to expose a guy. The system notifies the guy that he gets 5 points for trolling a police officer. But our hero does not despair and plays over in his head the words of the policeman he met earlier. A moment later, the young guy remembers that he has evidence that the traffic cop gave him. The main character immediately decides to open this folder and see what information about the accident is contained there. And the young man is beside himself with joy when he realizes that there is video from surveillance cameras inside. But soon he is plunged into sadness again, because he remembers that the police confiscated his smartphone. The system can help the guy. To view the content and upload it to the network, you need to put the card between your eyebrows. The main character obediently follows all the instructions of the system, because this is his only way out. After he did this, something seemed to really start to happen. The young man immediately opened his eyes. And as soon as the boy opened his eyes, he saw a huge white screen in front of him, in the corner of which was a folder. Xiaofei didn't hesitate and immediately decided to open the folder to see the contents. When he opened it, he saw many more folders with videos inside. The young man looked at them carefully, but could not understand why there were so many of them. When our hero dared to open one of the folders, he saw an image of a car number stained with blood. The young boy decided to watch other videos, and in each of them he saw people covered in blood who had been hit by a car. What he saw made his blood run cold. The main character was very angry and determined. A moment later, the system asked if the guy was going to post these videos online. When the protagonist answered, his voice didn't even waver. He was going to do it. The young man was going to post absolutely all of these horrible videos online and open people's eyes to the truth. At this time, the head of the department named Ding Chuan turns to Dayun and asks if he detained the student named Zhou Xiaofei. The boy looks up and sees his boss. Yes, it was him. The man is angry at the guy for shutting down the student without evidence, putting pressure on him. The guy tries to justify himself by saying that Xiaofei talked too much, but Ding Chuan doesn't listen and fires him. Hearing this, Dayun jumps up and wants to go after the boss to try to explain everything, but someone's hand grabs the guy by the shoulder and doesn't let him run away. It was his colleague at work. He suggested that the guy take a look at what was written about him on the internet. The boy immediately became interested, and he picked up the phone, after which he went online. When he scrolled through some of the sites, he realized with horror that the truth had come out. It was terrible. In the pictures, he saw the very man for whom he had detained Xiaofei. The boy dropped the phone from his hands and was stunned. He couldn't believe it was true. At this time, the head of the police station hurries to our hero, who was detained without evidence. The protagonist sits quietly and waits for events to develop. He has already posted all the videos on the internet. After some time, Ding Chuan enters the room and introduces himself as the head of the department. The man bows to the young man and sincerely apologizes, saying that he has already been fired. Xiaofei doesn't blame the man for anything. He just asks for his wallet and phone back. That's the end of the complaints. Immediately after our hero got his things back, he headed for the exit and was released. But as soon as the young guy left the building, he caught the gaze of that same fired employee. It was Dayun. He looked at the protagonist with undisguised anger and contempt, gritting his teeth. But our hero is not afraid of this scoundrel at all. He insults him and looks at him menacingly in response. A moment later, the young man gets another point from the system for putting the loser in his place. When Dayun hears insults directed at him, he becomes even more enraged, threatening our hero. Xiaofei silently watched the loser leave. The guy didn't answer him anymore. A moment later, the young man is distracted by the fact that a girl who was very worried about him throws herself into his arms. Our hero is embarrassed by such care and attention from the girl. He apologizes for making her worry. After a couple of seconds, the couple in love is interrupted by a man standing nearby. The girl moves away from the main character and says that this is her father. The main character is actually very happy to meet the girl's father, and a smile appears on his face. The man sincerely thanks our hero for saving Nana and offers to have dinner together in the evening, but now the man has urgent matters to attend to. Xiaofei notices a man getting into a very respectable car, an Audi RB. Such a car costs more than 2 million. This explains why Nana's father was cold towards him all this time and looked down on him. The main character is worried that Nana's father didn't like him. After all, if this is true, it will greatly affect his self-esteem. But the girl reassures him. It's normal. They met for the first time. Xiaofei is the one who stole his daughter's heart. Our hero is inspired by these words, because no one will forbid or interfere with this, even if it is God himself. The green-haired girl felt very awkward when our hero talked to himself, although he did not understand what was going on. The red-haired girl was slightly embarrassed by what her boyfriend had just said. It was extremely awkward. The young boy began to justify himself by saying that he was just joking, and then changed the subject and asked what her father did. It seems that after these words, our hero's girlfriend felt somehow uncomfortable, and she asked if Xiaofei knew about the Ho family. The protagonist was stunned when he heard the mention of one of the 3 largest families in Zhonghai. The young boy was very disappointed, because this was the end. These 3 families controlled 90% of the finances in Zhonghai, and he was definitely no match for them. But the voice told the guy to be more optimistic, because he has an all-powerful system, which means for him it's just a tiny family. The protagonist will die if he stops showing off. Xiaofei is shocked by these words and doesn't know what to say. Since our hero needs money, the green-haired girl agrees to give him a skill that will make him rich, but in exchange he will give her 500 points. Hearing this, the young lad gets inspired and asks to give him this skill for free, on credit, and he will definitely return the glasses later. But unfortunately, 10,000 points is the debt limit, and if he borrows more, he will die. The protagonist knew about this, but it seemed he didn't want to pay attention to it, and this made his task extremely difficult. The girl was determined. She took the boy by the hand and promised that she would never leave him. Having heard about this, our hero calmed down a little, because he clearly saw his girlfriend's warm attitude towards him. The girl approached the guy and gently kissed him on the cheek as a sign of support. After that, she ran away, saying that she had things to do. Meanwhile, a not very pleasant situation was happening at the local hospital. Police officers enter the room of the beaten man. Wang Fei is suspected of colluding with the officer and attempting to fatally run over Xiao Fei. A moment later, the policeman hands the thug a statement against him and invites him into the courtroom. The scoundrel takes the statement and reads it. After that, he goes into a rage, saying that he is not afraid of anything. But a few seconds later, the mother enters the room. She apologizes and says that her son is mentally unstable now and gives a psychiatrist's certificate. The police officer reads the testimony carefully and expresses sincere regret. Immediately after the police left, the woman began asking her son who dared to do this to him. In fact, it was an ordinary poor student named Xiao Fei. The woman was serious about dealing with him. Some time passed, and our hero was thinking about what gift to buy for dinner at Nana's house. But the guy's main problem was that he didn't know where to get money for a gift. He needed to think of something urgently. The main character was going about his business, but suddenly noticed a crowd of people who were furiously discussing something and calling someone a swindler. As it turned out, the attention of passers-by was attracted by an elderly man who apparently fell and could not get up. He begged people to help him up. The old man, with tears in his eyes, begged at least someone to help him. He swore on everyone that this was not a scam. He really couldn't get up. But even such a heartbreaking speech of the gray-haired man did not make anyone believe it. Everyone was indifferent to his misfortune. All the passers-by were completely indifferent to the grandfather's misfortune, all except Xiao Fei. The main character volunteered to help the poor guy and extended his hand. The guy went down to him and decided to help him get up while everyone was watching. Everyone around was shocked by the courage of this unknown guy. Isn't he afraid that he will be deceived and that this is a swindler? When the boy noticed that all eyes were on him, he decided to take advantage of this and boast that he helps 18 old people every day. Xiao Fei is very surprised that the system considered this as bragging, because he really wanted to help the old man. The guy expects to get money thanks to the skill that the system gave him, but first he needs to solve the upcoming problem. The old man started screaming loudly, and there were tears of anger in his eyes. He couldn't let the bastard escape after he had knocked him down. A moment later, the gray-haired man grabbed our hero's pants and pulled them down, showing everyone his underwear. The young boy clearly didn't expect this, and many thoughts flashed through his head. All the passers-by immediately turned away, not wanting to look at the unfamiliar guy's underwear. It seems that Xiao Fei was really deceived. A moment later, a guy runs up to the old man, who apparently was his son. He immediately worried about his father. This strange old man grabs the main character by the hand and drags him to the police station to write a report. After some time, the two scammers brought the young boy to the police station. The officer did not understand the purpose for which our hero came here again, even though he had only recently left this building. The boy doesn't have a time to say a word before these two swindlers start yelling at him and accusing him of all sorts of sins. But our hero is not going to give up and sit back while they slander him. He explains that he was simply trying to help an old man who had fallen on the side of the road. It's too difficult to investigate such a case. The old man and his son accuse the guy of pushing the grandfather to the side of the road and demand compensation. Xiao Fei asks the system for help. He wants it to find the street cameras in the area and show the moment the old man fell to the ground. The system would be happy to help the poor boy, but this service is not free. It costs 50 points. When the protagonist hears about this, he immediately becomes sad. Two swindlers continue to put pressure on him. The officer suggests simply paying the scammers, but he is not going to give in. He has evidence, and he suggests that they confess to the scam themselves. But the scammers, of course, did not believe Xiao Fei and thought that he was simply threatening them. They only began to tease and imitate him. A guy makes a terrible son if he can't even solve his own money problem when two swindlers are trying to cheat him. Since these scumbags are not going to compromise, the guy decides to take the situation into his own hands. The young man addressed everyone present and attracted their attention by saying that he would now give them all the necessary evidence. Absolutely everyone present in the room turned their gaze to our hero, who was ready to provide all the necessary evidence. The young boy is proud of himself when he thinks that truth has finally triumphed. But suddenly he hears loud screams and groans, and when the young man turns around to see what's going on, He sees 18+ content on the screen, and all eyes are on the screen. The two scammers are happy to see this and think they can get away with it because the guy has no evidence. Xiaofei felt extremely awkward because he had pressed the wrong button. It turned out that he had forgotten to close the video last night. Soon, the young boy solved the problem, and videos quickly appeared on the screen of how he actually helped this old cheater. The scammers were horrified and stunned by the video they saw on the screen. They did not understand how the student got it. The police were also confused, because they didn't know where the student could have gotten such a video, because even they hadn't seen it. Now the main character began to mock these loser swindlers who tried so hard, but in the end fell face down in the dirt. The main character was about to leave when he suddenly heard loud screams and turned around. It was that same old man screaming. A moment later, the gray-haired man collapsed to the floor and began to convulse and clutch his heart. The young lad did not focus on this and left these swindlers to the police, after which he headed for the exit. Finally, our hero was able to leave the police station peacefully. Today, he visited the police station twice and got hit by a car. Nowadays, a guy can win in the stock market or antique hunting. He can make it. But can a guy find out the number that will win the lottery? When our hero realized that this was impossible, he decided to take up antique appraisal. There is a large antique trading market in Zhonghai. Immediately after this, the main character decides not to delay and goes to the right place to earn some money. The choice of things is overwhelming. Xiaofei can not only earn money, but also buy cool gifts for her future parents. But even so, antiques are still expensive. A young guy decides to try his luck. The system is fully functional, and Xiaofei can use the luck card to increase his luck level for a period of time. 100 points per minute, 1,000 points per hour, 10,000 points per day. That's how much a fortune card costs. The main character is completely horrified and stupefied when he hears such exorbitant prices, but the system does not force him to buy it. The young lad clutches his head because he doesn't understand what to do in such a situation. Who even came up with this system? Our hero falls into thought and decides to buy a card for 1 minute. The boy painfully says goodbye to his glasses in exchange for the card. The main character accepts the card, but gets upset because he thinks that the card doesn't work and asks to return his 100 points. Suddenly, a stranger approached Xiaofei. He did it quietly so that no one would notice. A moment later, the man handed Xiaofei an extraordinary cup made of obsidian. Its market price is 1 million. The main character is immediately inspired when he realizes that the luck card does work after all. The stranger agrees to give the young man a discount, since they are the same age, and offers to sell the cup for 1,000 yuan. But Xiaofei is here to buy fake antiques for his home, so he doesn't intend to spend that much money on a fake. Moments later, the young men begin to haggle. Xiaofei knocks the price down to 400 yuan, but the stranger won't agree to anything less than 800. Our hero does not give up and continues bargaining, agreeing to buy the cup for 500, but the seller will not give it up for less than 700. But after just a moment, the seller gives in to the guy's persistence and agrees to sell the cup for only 600 yuan. The main character sadly takes his money out of his wallet and sadly hands it to the seller. The stranger bought the item for 450 yuan, but sold it to Xiaofei because he was very honest with him. The young boy decides to use the luck card to the last and asks the seller to give him another discount. Our hero continues to put pressure on the boy and smiles sweetly to bring the price down a little more, and asks him to return his money. Eventually, the seller caves in to our hero's insistence and gives him some money. And as soon as the guys disperse, they call each other idiots, because it seems like everyone got some benefit from this. After Xiaofei got what he wanted, he decided not to waste time and went straight to the auction house. A young boy goes to an auction house. It is a huge multi-story building, almost entirely filled with glass. When the main character came into the room, he was met by a blonde girl. She asked why the guy came here. Xiaofei wants to sell a tea bowl, but to do so, he first needs to have the item appraised by professionals. After some time, the guys go deeper into the building and the guy enters a huge spacious room. The main character immediately notices the beauty of the girl whose office they entered. The girl introduces herself as the manager of this company. Her name is Xu Lu, and she asks what exactly he wants to put up for auction. The main character hands the girl this thing and says that he wants to put the obsidian bowl up for auction. But suddenly, someone's mocking voice is heard from behind. A man approaches him and does not believe that this is a real obsidian bowl. The girl reassures Xiaofei that it is normal for appraisers to suspect fakes because there is currently only one such bowl. The man who just came up to me is sure that this cup is a fake. If he is wrong, he is willing to eat his own shit. There was clearly a less than friendly atmosphere between the strangers, and the female manager tried her best to calm them down. A moment later, the boys begin to carefully examine the obsidian bowl and check whether it is a fake or not. The protagonist examines the bowl with a flashlight. All eyes are drawn to the obsidian bowl, and soon it begins to glow. The girl manager is shocked and stupefied when she sees that the obsidian bowl begins to glow, which means that it is real. The mustachioed man is in complete shock because he cannot believe his eyes. He does not understand how this is possible. The young lad remembers that this old man promised to eat his own shit if he lost, but he only gets angrier. A moment later, the mustachioed man places some kind of machine on the table, with which he wants to conduct another test. And after a couple of seconds, the man puts this obsidian bowl into the machine and turns it on. The bowl is really real. The man feels depressed, and the girl manager, meanwhile, apologizes for what happened. As an apology, they will take only half of the auction fee from him. Xiaofei says it's okay, and he's always willing to accept an apology. Considering the appraiser is old, he won't watch him eat his own shit. Suddenly, a new notification comes into the system about a guy who behaved coolly in front of 2 people and got 30 points. The estimated price of such a bowl is 1 million yuan, but the guy does not have enough money to list the lot, so he wants to sell the bowl right now. The girl is not against it and offers to sign a contract. After that, the manager needs Xiaofei's bank account number to transfer 1 million. The main character was beaming with happiness and was sincerely grateful for this, and handed the girl his details. After some time, our hero went out into the corridor and approached a huge panoramic window. A wonderful view of the night city opened up. Now the young lad is too happy and can't contain his emotions, because now he is fabulously rich and he needs to get ready for dinner. And so, soon the young lad was ready for dinner. He bought himself a luxurious evening suit and a gift for the girl's parents. Nana's parents like jade, so he bought jade pendants that cost 100,000 yuan. This will definitely make them accept Xiaofei. A moment later, the protagonist looked up and was taken aback by what he saw. It was incredible. In front of him, our hero sees a huge mansion, to which a small bridge leads. Everything around is glittering and sparkling. At first glance, it became clear that Nana's parents were very rich. A few seconds later, the young man sees a girl running towards him. The red-haired girl immediately rushed into her boyfriend's arms, and he hugged her tightly to his chest, showing love and care. At this time, it was a beautiful and magical night outside. A bright crescent moon and starry sky illuminated the city. The girl took the main character by the hand and led him to show his parents' possessions. If he were the same as before, he would have been stunned by such possessions. One day he will buy himself such a house, and then he will be ashamed of what he envied before. The guy changed after the accident. The young girl is very happy that the main character has changed and seems to feel much better now than before. The young couple continues to wander around the huge mansion, and after some time they enter a room where Nana's parents are already located. Our hero entered the room and bowed before his girlfriend's parents, showing them his respect. The man is very happy to see Xiaofei. Unlike Nana's mother, it seems that the young boy did not impress her much. The main character hopes to please his girlfriend's parents, so he says that he has prepared a gift in honor of their meeting. The woman opens the box and sees in it a rather nice decoration, which is well made. The mother was very disappointed in our hero, because she thought that he spent Nana's money in order to preserve his own dignity. The man is also very disappointed in the young man, because he thinks that he bought these 2 pendants for an exorbitant price with their daughter's money. But the girl immediately stood up for her beloved and began to defend him, because she did not give him money for a gift. The woman thinks that this is not his money, because with such poor parents he would not be able to afford such luxurious gifts. She assumes that his parents will demand the money back immediately after Nana's parents approve of their relationship. But Xiaofei won't allow anyone to insult his parents, so he asks the woman to take those horrible words back. But the self-confident woman was not going to renounce her words, because she was 100% sure of them. The woman had already seen many people like Xiaofei, and they all just wanted to climb the social ladder. After these words, the main character became furious. The guy stood up and started yelling at the woman, because she doesn't dare to humiliate the dignity of other people, only if she has money. Xiaofei furiously explains that he just won 1 million at the antique market. The system gives him points for bragging. Nana looked at the young man in front of her with admiration. She couldn't tell if this was the Xiaofei she knew. Once Nana's mother heard about this, she seemed to be slightly interested in where the guy spent the remaining 900,000 yuan. But what if he shows the woman these 900,000? In that case, the woman will call him daddy. In this case, the woman sets a condition. If the main character does not show her the money right now, she will throw him out of the house. But Nana almost immediately stands up for her boyfriend, openly telling her parents that she doesn't like this idea. But the woman doesn't seem to see any problem with this. Why doesn't the daughter want Xiaofei to brag to them? The main character looks at his girlfriend with love and gratitude, reassuring her that everything will be fine with him. Nana calms down when she sees that her boyfriend is completely calm. Our hero agrees to show his aunt these 900,000 yuan. But before showing such a large sum, the young man sets a condition. The woman will no longer interfere in their relationship. A self-confident woman agrees to such a condition because she thinks that she is completely right and the guy does not have that kind of money. And just a moment later, the main character takes out his phone and opens a bank account, showing the girl's parents the money. As soon as a married couple sees such a huge figure, they are shocked and do not understand where an ordinary student got so much money from. The young man had long since explained to them that whether to believe it or not was strictly their personal right. 900,000 is a lot for an ordinary person. But as it turned out, for their family, it is quite a small amount. Nana's father sets a condition. If the guy cannot earn as much money as their family has in total in 2 years, then he will break off relations with their daughter. The girl joins in because it's not fair. Grandpa spent decades on this, which means it can't be achieved in just 2 years. A moment later, the man confesses that the young master of the Chen family in Chenzhou fell in love with Nana at first sight. If the girl is ready to marry him, his family will give 1 billion as a dowry. All their assets amount to the same amount. The main character is horrified by how cruel the girl's father is. In fact, he simply sells his daughter for 1 billion. Xiaofei risked his life for Nana, so the man gives him a chance. If the guy comes back in 2 years with money, he will approve their marriage. The main character thinks seriously, because earning 1 billion yuan in a year is not a joke, but a real challenge. But after a moment, the young guy agrees to this deal without hesitation. He loves the girl too much. A young girl cries when she hears words of agreement from her boyfriend. She is also madly in love with him, but she understands that it is difficult. The guy calms the girl down and suggests that her father reduce the amount, for example, to 100 million yuan. In order not to offend the Chen family, the man sends his daughter to study abroad for 2 years. The young couple is stunned when they hear the terrible news that they will not be able to see each other for 2 years. Our hero thinks carefully and realizes that this is indeed the right decision in order not to offend the Chen family. In the end, the main character makes a difficult decision. He agrees to everything for the sake of his love. Initially, the man set the bar so high because he thought the guy would give in, but now he sees his serious intentions. Sometime after the end of dinner, our hero and Nana forgive each other, and he goes home. He wants to get the fortune card again, but to increase the difficulty and enjoyment of the game, the card can only be exchanged once every 2 months. But I heard such disappointing news. The main characters start shouting and cursing at the system. There's no point in blaming the system. Once a guy has accepted it, he must play by the rules and not complain. Some time passed. The boy is very happy to see his friend and immediately invites him to have dinner on the student street. The boy invited the girl and she will come with her roommates, so he must come with a friend. Our hero breaks down. They say he is tired. Some guy with glasses said that he was a man of few words and often insulted people as soon as they opened their mouths, so he wouldn't go with them. Another guy responds and says he really wants to go, but there will be 4 girls there, and if only 2 of them don't come, it will be pretty weird. A moment later, the guy jumps up and embraces his friends. This good guy is called Voltaire. The guy begs the protagonist to go with them because they need a third person. The future of Xiaofei's friend depends on it, so he agrees. Hearing the words of agreement, the boy immediately becomes inspired. Now they need to hurry so as not to be late. After some time, the guys go to the right place. When they arrive, they immediately see girls who are already eagerly awaiting them. The boy asks Chen Chen what she will eat. At this time, our hero's thoughts are occupied only with Nana. Suddenly, the young guy turns around because he hears loud laughter and cheetah conversations. Someone is discussing the girls who are with them. These were some guys who clearly did not inspire confidence. They seemed to be drunk. There were nasty smiles on their faces. One of them dreams of having these girls to himself. Does he really want to sleep with 4 of them at once? A nasty man looks at girls like they're a piece of meat and boasts that after a night with him they won't be able to stand up straight. The girl realized that he was talking about her and her friends, and this immediately caused discontent. She called this scoundrel trash. But this scumbag seemed to hear the girl's comment about him and loudly slammed his palm on the table. The scumbag immediately began to raise his voice at the defenseless girl, and she quickly regretted her words. The student began to defend his friend, saying that the man had misunderstood and that she had meant the trash that was lying on the ground. But the scumbag, it seemed, wasn't even going to listen to the guy's pathetic excuses, and a moment later he slapped him. The bastard was acting very aggressively and wanted to hit the guy again, but Xiaofei intervened and called him trash again. When the main character said this, he did not feel a drop of fear. The guy behaved confidently. Everyone around immediately turns around and looks at Xiaofei, but the guy doesn't seem to care. A fat man approaches our hero and asks him again if he heard correctly about the insult. But the main character adds that he called not only this fat scumbag trash, but also all his friends. The system gives the guy 14 points for this bragging, since he attracted the attention of 14 people. Xiaofei's friend, who is still lying on the ground in pain, asks the big guy to forgive his friend and not do anything bad. But the thug doesn't care at all. A moment later, he grabs a glass bottle and swings it at Xiaofei. The fat man was very angry, because he couldn't allow some student to humiliate him like that in front of passers-by. Friends shouted at our hero to be careful, because this big guy was clearly dangerous and capable of causing harm. The young boy watches his opponent's every move carefully. He's extremely concentrated. And just a moment later, our hero gets ahead of the curve and strikes first, which hits the bastard right in the Adam's apple. As soon as his friends see that their brother is being attacked, they decide not to stand aside and stand up for him. All these thugs pounce on our hero in a crowd and prepare to teach him a lesson, but he deftly dodges and attacks them. The young lad is doing quite well in fending off all the attacks of his pathetic opponents, but one of the scoundrels treacherously strikes Xiaofei from behind, smashing a glass bottle on his head. The main character did not expect such a vile blow, so he fell into a stupor. It was quite painful. Blood was flowing from his head. Since they want to kill the main character, they might as well try to do it. And just a moment later, all the hooligans pounce on our hero, preparing to deal countless blows. He always held back his anger when he saw such scum bullying students, but now he wouldn't let the bullies continue to do so. If he has this system, then why wouldn't he use it to protect his classmates? The leader of these thugs is still trying to recover from such a strong blow to the throat. A moment later, the bastard shook himself off and was ready to deliver another blow to our hero from behind. But the young boy was not going to watch his friend being beaten and stood up to protect him, covering him with his body. Because of this heroic act, the bottle pierces Xiaofei's friend in the stomach, and the guy stabs him. Xiaofei immediately ran to his friend to help him because he was seriously injured. Voltaire, meanwhile, calls an ambulance. After some time, the police arrive at the scene and are ready to help citizens. Police officers quickly arrived at the scene and saw a young boy bleeding. Just now, these hooligans were causing trouble in the store, and this kid just taught them a lesson. But how did he defeat so many people? Police Captain Yushui has invited our hero for questioning. He is not against it, but first his friend needs to be taken to the hospital. The main character is shocked that the police care more about a simple fight than a person's life. But the policewoman doesn't understand why the main character is so determined. The law is the law. Especially since the guy cares so much about his friends, he shouldn't have gotten into a fight. It's his own fault. But Xiaofei starts to get aggressive towards the police, because they are not doing their job well if they allow ordinary people to be intimidated on the street. The system awards the boy 300 points for bragging in a risky situation for him. After that, Xiaofei is taken to the police station. Some time passed, and the main character already received first aid. His head is bandaged. Xiaofei entered the room. His friends were there, and they were very worried about what the policewoman had told him. In fact, the girl simply took the testimony. The doctor said that their friend was fine and the operation was successful. The main character began to frantically apologize to his wounded friend, because he felt a strong burden of guilt. If they start apologizing again, the guy will do the same thing. First, the wounded man needs to rest. Thus the night flew by, which was filled with adventures. Morning came. An insistent knock was heard at the door. Voltaire bursts into the room and wakes our hero up because he has bad news. Xiaofei has just been expelled. The young guy immediately jumps up after such news. He does not understand why the university made such a decision. It turns out that this is all because of a fight that happened outside the university. The guys blame themselves a lot for this. But the boy immediately gets indignant, because they were all there, which means they all need to be punished. He suggests going to the principal. Our hero decides to go to the principal himself. Why does the university expel him if the police admit that it was a case of self-defense? After some time, the main character goes to the director's office and knocks on the door to enter. When the young lad entered the office, he said hello and immediately got down to business. Why was he expelled? The mustachioed man turned around and looked at the student who had just entered. After that, a smirk played on his lips. The man says that students don't dare to fight outside the university. It seems that the principal is targeting Xiaofei. The principal doesn't care that it was self-defense. As a student at his university, he had to follow all the rules and not ruin the reputation of the university. By his logic, our hero should have been beaten to death, but remained a good and decent student? But the nasty director is absolutely adamant. If the young student does not come out now, the man will call security. Then the main character's gaze catches on the monitor. He wants the system to help him find something useful on the computer. The system agrees to do this, and a moment later deducts 50 points from his account for the service. And just a moment later, our main character received the necessary information that could help him. If the director does not cancel his expulsion and does not apologize, he may say goodbye to his job as director. But the man does not want to listen to the student and immediately calls the security, who grabs the defenseless student, but he mentions the Singhai hotel room. As soon as the man heard this, his face took on a grimace of horror. It seemed to make him nervous. He ordered the guards to leave the office immediately. He urgently needed to talk to the young boy. After this, The director immediately closes the door to the office to ensure the privacy of the conversation and asks how Xiao Fei Yu knows this. Xiao Fei is confident that the director will not dare to kick him out now. As it turns out, he is having fun with someone. In fact, the director is doing this because the guy crossed the path of young Master Wang Feng and his mother. They will not back down. The boy promises not to say anything if the director cancels the order for his expulsion and apologizes, admitting his mistake. If the man doesn't do this, our hero cannot guarantee that everything will be okay with the director. The protagonist proudly leaves the office, leaving behind a devastated director who has clearly lost. The mustachioed man is completely at a loss. All his plans are ruined, and the student now has incriminating evidence. After some time, the lesson begins. There is a lot of noise in the classroom, because everyone is talking and whispering about it. Our hero's classmates look at him closely and discuss the recent events that happened to the guy. The green-eyed boy does not understand how it happened that everything is okay with the main character, and now he is sitting in class. The blonde explains to his classmate that the director canceled the order to expel him and apologized. Some of the guys even admire how cool he acted in front of the principal, and for this, Xiao Fei gets points in the system. The guy's actions were successful, so the system decided that rumors were spreading well. The number of people discussing is 19. The guy gets 200 points. But now the protagonist doesn't have to worry about the glasses. He has another problem. Wang Feng wants to disgrace him, and this needs to be prevented. It turns out that the system even has a tool that can bring bad luck to a person. It seems that this can help Xiao Fei. The young man is deep in thought when a huge screen appears in front of him with various materials that can help him. The young boy stares at the screen, trying to absorb each folder and what is in it. The system is very interested in whether the main character likes what he sees now. It's all her doing. Our hero is really amazed by this, because there are many things here that he sees for the first time. The best way here is yin and yang, but there is one but. The guy currently doesn't have enough points to use this tool, and the system suggests using a one-time skill card. The protagonist opens the skill card folder to look at the skill cards. There are a lot of them. There are plenty of cards here that can help the main character. A luck card, a power card, a spiritual card. The guy quickly looks around here and eventually finds the right card, the card of failure. You just need to think about the name and appearance of the person, clicking on this card. It is valid for an hour and is worth 100 points. The protagonist carefully remembers what that scumbag looks like. He plays those memories in his head. And just a moment later, a young and determined boy acquires this card. The system notifies that the target has already received bad luck. At this time, Wang Feng is sleeping soundly in his crib. He is groping for his phone to check the time. But in an attempt to check the time, the young man burns himself on his phone because it gets very hot. And because the phone got too hot, it exploded a moment later, making a loud noise and raising smoke. Thick smoke filled the entire room. Wang Feng's hair was clearly messed up, looking like an untidy nest. Since the boy burned his hand after this, he decided to take some soap and dip his hand in water to feel less pain. But as soon as the young man took the bright pink soap in his hand, it slipped and fell right onto the floor. The red-haired boy turned around to see where the soap had fallen and pick it up. But instead he only stepped on it. A loud cry of pain was heard in the house, to which a woman, Wang Feng's mother, immediately came running. Her son was already lying on the floor and sobbing in pain. He was screaming and asking his mother to call an ambulance quickly because literally everything hurt. Shortly after this incident, an ambulance arrived. They quickly ran into the house and put the unfortunate man on a gurney. The red-haired boy was completely wrapped in bandages, and only his eyes were visible. The doctors were about to carry him to the car. And as soon as the doctors took hold of the gurney, one of the doctors stepped on the very same soap that had caused Wang Feng to fall earlier. And just a moment later, the man slipped and naturally lost his balance, dropping the gurney. A loud scream and crash was heard in the house, indicating that everything seemed to have gone completely wrong. A moment later, both the doctors and the young man were lying on the floor. Everyone had suffered because of that stupid soap. The woman was very worried about the condition of her beloved son, so she screamed in horror, seeing how much pain he was in. Meanwhile, the main character sits in the office and pretends to read a book, although, in fact, he covers his phone with it. The boy monitors the news and sees information that young Master Wang suffered a concussion and a broken nose due to an accident. The system reminds that the bad luck card will soon expire and all the target's bad luck will end. The kid is very proud of himself. This card works 100% on the person he used it on. This card will not work in only one case. If the goal that our hero has in mind has an amulet or some kind of talisman. Xiao Fei wants to get some books about opening an antique shop. He wants to use the money to open his own antique shop. The system offers him to buy all the knowledge about buying and selling antiques for a small price, just 100 points. The main character agrees without hesitation or doubt, and just a moment later the system deducts 100 points from his account. Immediately after this, the young lad receives a full set of books with information on how to make money, how to run an antique business, and how to deal with clients. Our hero is very inspired by what he just received. Now he has many opportunities. The system jokingly asks Xiaofei if he can create a nation if she gives him a dozen women. The system can do everything. Nothing is impossible for it. Then the main character jokingly says that he is waiting for his dozen women. Meanwhile, Wang Feng is in a terrible state. They were finally able to take the boy to the hospital and provide him with assistance. The young man is covered in bandages and the doctor is giving him an IV. His mother is very worried. Wang Feng has a slight concussion and a broken bridge of his nose, but he is fine now. The doctor recommends going to a plastic surgeon in Korea because his face has deteriorated. The woman sees that her beloved son is in great pain. As soon as the doctor leaves the room, the woman reaches for her phone in her pocket. When she took out her phone, she saw an incoming call from Yao Xingguo and didn't understand what he wanted. It was the university director calling to say that he couldn't expel Xiaofei because he had dirt on the man. The woman is very angry at the man and calls him a loser. Suddenly, a man enters the room and says that he feels a lot of negative energy here. The woman turns around and sees a strange man with a strange look. He senses that someone has had bad luck today. The woman calls the stranger a fraud and tells him to get out of here, otherwise her bodyguards will do it. But the man is going to prove that he is not a swindler and says that the woman's father died at an early age and her husband died in middle age. She also has a sister, Tenshin. The mustachioed man looks closely at the woman in an attempt to prove his honesty. The man then continues his story about Tenshin's sister when she was a child. The woman does not understand how the man knows about this. The mustachioed stranger continues to say that the woman has a very difficult fate. With each word he proves that he is not a fraud. And it's not just about the father. The bandaged boy watches the stranger closely, but doesn't understand anything. A moment later, the woman bows and apologizes for not believing the man. He is a Taoist master. The mustachioed man is very happy that he has finally won the woman's trust. He introduces himself as Genshama Taoist. The woman asks the master to relieve her son from such suffering and problems. She is ready to pay any amount for this because it is not a problem. A moment later, the master takes out a special amulet made by a Taoist. As long as this amulet is on Wang Feng, the evil spirit will dissipate. Hearing such encouraging words, the woman immediately hung the amulet around her son's neck, but he did not want it, because the amulet was too ugly. Since this Taoist master is so all-powerful and says that there is negative energy in the guy, can he see where it comes from? Master said that Wang Feng had seriously offended someone yesterday, but he had something that could point out the name of the person who did it. The young boy and his mother are shocked when they realize that the culprit of their troubles is Xiaofei. The woman takes out a check for a large sum of money and asks the master to accept a gift for being able to help them. It is a check for 1 million yuan. Since Mrs. Wang was sincere with the man, he hands her an amulet that will protect the mother and son from any attack. If one day the amulet burns out on its own, it means that the amulet has become unusable due to a powerful blow. In this case, you will need to call a master. The woman bows low to the mustachioed man because she is sincerely grateful to him for his help. Without him, they would not have managed. The nasty boy got furious when he found out that all his troubles were because of that poor student. He wants to punish him for everything. His mother will help him. First, he needs to find Uncle Blue. He's beaten up a lot of people and they never got good endings. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his friends were in the cafeteria, and a voice was heard from the speakers, which announced that Xiaofei would not be expelled, and the director apologized. As soon as this news was announced, everyone present in the dining room began to gossip about our hero. Everyone was discussing what happened. The director himself decided to apologize to Xiaofei. Everyone around did nothing but discuss the young lad. The director himself apologized to him, so this guy has a lot of courage. The guys admire the student because he beat up 10 thugs last night all by himself. This makes the guy feel a little awkward. While everyone is talking about Xiaofei, his friends are wondering how he fights so well, since he never talked about it before. Yesterday a guy was hit on the head with a bottle, and today he is already sitting and acting as if nothing happened and all the wounds have already healed. Our hero justifies himself by saying that those hooligans must have just been skinny, and the wound wasn't that serious. It's all thanks to the system. It turns out that now the guy can recover until he dies or gets seriously injured. If our hero has enough points, the system will do everything to ensure that he does not die. In order to survive, you need to play hard. The system did not take away points because this was the first injury of the main character, and he was cured automatically. This is one of the gifts for beginners. From next time, treatment of minor injuries will cost 100 points, and serious ones, 1,000. And if our hero doesn't have enough points, he's in trouble. Then she'll restart the system and start all over again. But he's just a normal person. How can he get hurt so easily? The thing that can hurt the guy the most is lightning. Suddenly, the guy is pulled out of his thoughts by the clatter of heels. A girl approaches him and says the proverb about the toad and the swan. But the main character couldn't even imagine what kind of girl approached him. He insults her for her makeup. As it turned out, this girl was Nana's cousin, and she asked our hero not to bother her sister anymore. This bitch looked at the young boy with self-confidence and said angrily that this poor wretch was not worthy of her sister. The main character was in complete shock when he found out that the girl standing in front of him was Nana's cousin. The girl has already been sent to study abroad in Japan so that she will become smart and leave him. He has no chance. The young lad is about to lose his temper. For Nana's sake, he is trying to control himself. But if the bitch doesn't leave right now, it will be bad. But the impudent girl is not going to back down. She only continues to add fuel to the fire and insult the boy. And just a moment later, our hero loses self-control and hits the girl in the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Everyone present was in complete shock at what the main character had just done. How could he raise his hand against her? The bitch grabbed her cheek and was furious. If our hero dares to hit her again, he will definitely be in trouble. After these words, he gives her another slap. The girl can continue to swear if she wants him to hit her again. Now she knows that Xiaofei is a good fighter. Everyone around was completely horrified when they saw that Xiaofei actually dared to raise his hand against Mulili. Finally, someone has come along who can cure this self-confident girl's bitchiness. Everyone is talking about the boy. The slaps were successful, and the system rated the boy's actions at 215 points. The boy was able to earn points. Suddenly, someone burst into the dining room and shouted loudly. Everyone present in the dining room turned to look at the people who entered. 3 karate guys burst into the dining room, looking for the one who dared to touch Lily. The guys were furious. As it turned out, the president of the school taekwondo club, Lee Young-chan, burst into the cafeteria. He and his friends were looking for the girl's offender. Xiaofei is in trouble because this guy has a black belt in karate. Rumor has it that our hero can fight. But can he beat Lee Young-chan? All the guys looked attentively at the guys who burst into the dining room and disturbed their peaceful lunch. The main character was concerned about the question. Can his Wing Chun art compare with this black belt, and which of them will be stronger? Chinese martial arts will not be inferior to Taekwondo. Xiaofei alone will definitely not be able to compare with this big guy. The main character assumed that the creators of the system are Chinese. But the girl says that the guy better take care of himself, because his enemy is at the highest level. Now the boy has only 2 ways to solve the problem. He can use the zero delivery card. Voltaire suggests that his friends simply run away, and then call the school's education department to sort this out. A moment later, a girl bursts into the dining room, still crying. She rushes to the guy and points at the one who hit her. As soon as the boy saw the man who had offended Lily, he immediately headed towards him to teach him a lesson. The protagonist was very serious. He asked if his opponent had the courage to fight him in the ring. Our hero called the guy Li Ka-chan, and simply mangled his last name. When he realized this, he immediately attacked with his fists. The black-haired boy hadn't even managed to strike yet, but the main character had already started screaming furiously, and he didn't understand what was going on. The young boy collapsed on the dining room floor and began to thrash about in agony, pretending to be in pain. He clutched his chest and screamed loudly. His opponent is very annoyed at the circus Xiaofei has created, because he hasn't even hit him yet. All eyes are on them. A moment later, several police officers, who had already been called earlier, enter the dining room. At this time, our hero continues to roll on the floor and scream furiously, but as soon as he sees the captain, he stops. The young man immediately throws himself at the captain's feet and tells him that this girl wanted to call the police and arrest him, and this guy and his friends wanted to beat him up. The black-haired boy was furious that the main character had so brazenly slandered him in front of everyone, but the girl tried her best to prove otherwise and told the police captain to look at her battered face. The police officer looked awkwardly at the beaten girl and realized that she now looked very much like a pig. The guy is innocent! The girl burst into the dining room and started yelling at him, and then even asked him to hit her. But Lily denies every word he says and goes out of her way to prove she's right. She didn't ask to be hit. The protagonist is happy to help, but he does not do such favors. The boy is completely innocent. Xiaofei continues the legend that the girl hit herself in the face twice, after which she called the police and her boyfriend. The bitch starts screaming very loudly at our hero, and the most terrible words that exist fly towards the guy. The girl turns to the guys who were in the cafeteria the whole time and must have seen everything, but they deny it. Lily is furious when she realizes that absolutely everyone here is against her alone. The police captain is in thought. She must think carefully and understand what to do. The policewoman looks at the disgruntled girl and asks her name. It seems she has already made up her mind. There are no witnesses, so it will be difficult to prove anything. Lily suddenly remembers that there is a CCTV camera behind the cafeteria. Everyone present began to look at each other and visibly tensed up when they heard about the surveillance camera. But it seems our hero didn't care about that at all. He told the system to delete the video from the cameras. The system agrees to do this for 50 points without any problems, and a moment later writes off this amount from the guy's account. A couple of minutes later, one of the police officers brings a tablet with video camera recordings to the captain. The girl sits down at the table and prepares to watch the video. A crowd of worried students has gathered around her. But apparently nothing happens, and everyone present looks at each other in confusion. A moment later, the girl hands the video to Lily and tells her to see for herself what's there. Lily doesn't understand where the video of Xiaofei beating her went. The captain asks not to bother the police with such trifles anymore. Our hero was here all the time, so he couldn't delete the video. They are police officers, not the mothers of the educational committee. The policewoman was about to leave when suddenly the main character called out to her and made her turn around. The boy complained about Lily's boyfriend because he tried to beat him up. He has a black belt in Taekwondo. That's already in the police department. All the students pick up on the young boy's words and say that they also saw the boy beating Xiaofei. A moment later, the captain asks Li Young-chan to come with them, as he is suspected of deliberately attacking. But the black-haired boy swears that he didn't hit the student. He was just angry with him, that's all. Li Young-chan is taken away, and Captain Yu, meanwhile, calls our hero to go to the police station with her. Some time passed, and the guys were already at the police station. A black-haired boy sits at the table and tries his best to prove his innocence. But after a moment, the policewoman's patience leaves her, and she loudly slams her tablet on the table. Based on the CCTV footage, the guy is lying. The video shows Xiaofei and Li Yongchan falling to the ground, which is solid evidence. The captain asks Xiaofei how he wants to resolve this issue. For example, the culprit can pay him with money or something else. Xiaofei sets a condition. Li Youngchan must record an apology video and distribute it on the school website. Then the issue will be resolved. But the police captain is not entirely thrilled with the idea, as apologizing in person is one thing, but recording it on video is quite another. Is it too much to ask for a public apology after beating her? Can Xiaofei then hit the girl in the chest and apologize? After these words, the young lad turns his gaze to the police captain's curvaceous form. Seeing such an attractive picture, the main character becomes embarrassed and his whole face instantly turns red, while blood gushes from his nose. The policewoman notices where the boy's gaze is directed, so she coughs slightly to distract him from it. Captain Yu doesn't like this idea, so she says that a simple apology in person will be enough. But Li Youngchan isn't going to apologize because he didn't do anything. In fact, it was Xiaofei who hit his girlfriend, and he won't apologize to him. In this case, the main character demands compensation in the amount of $20,000 from the black-haired guy. The black-haired boy is horrified when he hears such a huge amount. A simple student does not have such a huge amount of money. Therefore, swallowing his pride and swallowing his anger, the guy decides to apologize because there are simply no other options. But Xiaofei doesn't leave the police station right away because he's afraid that Li Youngchan will beat him up. Hearing this, Captain Yu takes the day off to look after the boy. The protagonist awkwardly admits that he hasn't had lunch yet. The girl is surprised because they took him to the police station right during lunch. Then, the young boy, without a twinge of conscience, asks Captain Yu to buy him lunch. She has to do this because she didn't let him eat properly in the cafeteria and dragged him to the station to take a statement. After some time, the guys left the police station and decided to go have a snack to satisfy their hunger. The boy looks closely at Captain Yu and assumes that she was involved in martial arts, because she looks quite good. Xiaofei crashes into her back as the girl stops abruptly. She sees a huge crowd of hooligans in front of her, who have come for our hero. These scoundrels had weapons with them, even bats. The main character didn't understand what they wanted from him. The three huge men looked very unfriendly. An evil grin stretched across their faces. These thugs immediately noticed Captain Yu and thought that this pretty lady was our hero's girlfriend. The young boy ordered the girl to run away. He himself could deal with these hooligans, but the girl doesn't seem to be running away. She's from the city police, and no matter what their complaints are, their actions are illegal. She warned the bandits one last time. If they don't get away now, they'll regret it. No one takes her seriously. The scoundrel didn't wait long, and moments later he swung the bat towards Captain Yu, preparing to strike. But Captain Yu didn't stand idly by, and of course began to defend herself by striking back. The girl showed excellent martial arts skills and kicked him right in the face, throwing him back a couple of meters. The rest of the thugs, as soon as they saw this force, decided not to hesitate and to attack them with the whole crowd. A moment later, the young lad rushed forward to show these bastards their place. Captain Yu is not going to refuse help, because she completely forgot that there are 10 of these scumbags, and there are only 2 of them. The hooligans were confident, because the main character is completely out of their weight class. It seems they have no doubts about their victory. The young lad was not at all afraid of such a huge crowd of hooligans, but on the contrary, was already ready to take a swing. The protagonist hits one of the thugs hard in the neck, causing him to cough up blood. After that, he immediately moves on to the next one. The fight continues, but our hero seems completely relaxed and calm. He is able to deftly dodge and strike back. After some time, the young boy finished the fight. All his opponents were lying on the ground without strength. After that, Xiaofei went to help Captain Yu, but she seemed to have already handled everything herself. She didn't need help. The young girl praised the leader for mastering the Wing Chun style well. The girl watched his strikes. The young man sees a lot of bent rebar on the ground, and it was all Captain Yu's doing. Compared to her, Xiaofei's strikes are nothing. Captain Yu said that the main character would pay for the dinner, and the guy immediately agreed, remembering her strength. The girl has already notified her police colleagues, and the boy will have to return with him to the police station to give a statement. These guys are guards for the city's largest security company, Dragon Security, and they want to cause him trouble. This security company is actually a criminal group. They put on a legal label just to avoid being smeared. This company takes orders worth at least 200,000 yuan. Perhaps the protagonist has offended someone recently. The young boy immediately realizes that it is none other than Wang Feng, since Xiaofei recently crossed this scoundrel's path. The corners of Captain Yu's lips lifted, creating a soft and sly grin. She realized that it was because of the protagonist that disgusting policeman named Chen Daiyong was fired. The guy says he didn't do anything, because yesterday they even confiscated his phone, and he couldn't do anything with the video. It's very suspicious that yesterday a guy was framed for hitting an old man, but suddenly he has video footage from the cameras, and today's footage is inexplicably missing a very important piece of evidence, when Lily was hit in the face. The girl is clearly not stupid, but our hero is interested in the question of whether someone can learn about the system without using it. The green-haired girl interrupted the guy's thoughts and said that now he knew all the advantages of the system. The main character begins to push the girl away, saying that it is none of her business and he will sort everything out himself. The young boy is absolutely calm, because he understands that Captain Yu cannot detain him without solid evidence. Unfortunately, everything Xiaofei just said is true. The girl can't just detain him without any evidence. She reminds our hero that Dragon Security is very dangerous and it is better not to mess with them. They are not so stupid as to strike in front of everyone, but you have to be careful. The girl still suspects the boy of manipulating the surveillance cameras. She is determined to catch him. The protagonist left the police station and fell into thought. He realized that the girl seemed to be becoming suspicious. The young boy was walking calmly and nothing foreshadowed trouble, when suddenly a male voice called him by name. When the young man looks up, he sees Li Young-chan, who is already swinging his leg, directing it towards the boy. The black-haired boy quickly moves his leg towards Xiaofei, showing off his taekwondo skills. Will our hero have time to react and dodge? The black-haired boy is determined to avenge his girlfriend and himself. And now, just a moment later, the black-haired boy's fist almost reaches our hero's face, but he sharply asks him to stop. If he hits him now, he will go to the police station. Xiaofei suggests that they hold the match in a month at the university. Li Young-chan thinks for a second. Does the protagonist really think that he can prepare and defeat such an experienced taekwondo fighter in a month? When a fight takes place in the ring, the police can't do anything, even if the guy hurts him. If he's not a coward, he'll agree. The protagonist couldn't believe it if he spent a whole month trying to defeat him and still hadn't learned any new martial arts skills. Some time passed and night fell, but the lights were still on in the multi-story building. Voltaire was very surprised when he saw something on the monitor screen. Voltaire saw the news on the school website that Xiaofei will be fighting against Li Young-chan. Now the whole university is talking about it. Voltaire is worried that his friend won't be able to defeat the black-haired guy, but Xiaofei can definitely do it with the guy's support. The odds on our hero winning are 1 to 3. The young man freaks out and asks his friends to bet his 100,000 yuan on him. He will definitely win. The guys are in huge shock and stupor when they hear such a huge amount of money. Where does a simple student get it from? Our hero calmly explains that he makes money by buying and selling antiques. The money is in safe hands. The boys were instantly inspired when they heard about this. They admired their friend and began asking him about everything. Friends had seen the guy use Wing Chun before, so it was perfectly normal for him to sell antiques. The main character moves away from his friends and heads towards a large window, after which he opens it. The young man opens the window wide and turns his gaze to the sky, carefully studying the crescent moon. The young boy plays in his head the words of Nana's father that he should earn 1 billion in 2 years. And just remembering this sent shivers down my spine, because earning 1 billion in 2 years, and even for a student, is very difficult. A moment later, the young man remembers that same obsidian bowl. He is very interested in how much it will sell for. At this time, the guy received a call from Miss Shu, who said that they had put the obsidian bowl up for auction, with a starting price of 5 million yuan. The main character was offered to attend the auction in person. and he agreed without any hesitation. The girl tells him to come at 7:30 the day after tomorrow. They agree to meet at the doors of the auction house. The young lad is very happy. When they finish talking, the young man hangs up. The student was filled with emotions because he could not believe that he would soon become a millionaire. Meanwhile, the lights are out in the Wang family's house. A dissatisfied woman sits on the couch and listens to apologies. In front of the woman sits a mustachioed man. His name is Blue Haolong. He is Wang Feng's uncle. He is very sorry that his people ruined everything. The woman doesn't understand where Xiao Fei got his police girlfriend from, because when she made inquiries, she saw that his girlfriend was the daughter of the Huo family. The mustachioed man continues to stand his ground. He sincerely thinks that the policewoman is Xiao Fei's girlfriend, because they even had dinner together. The woman doesn't blame Blue for anything. She dreams of telling this bastard that he was lucky because her son had no protection. The mustachioed man objects. He apologizes again and adds that it will be very bad if Xiao Fei continues to cause trouble. But the dissatisfied woman just yells at Blue Haolong and doesn't let him get a word in. She's too disappointed. She reminds the man that if her husband had not saved him then, he would be nobody now. The man does not want to remember this and touch on this topic. It seems that he is very uncomfortable. The woman is about to leave, but before that, she instructs Blue to continue to monitor the scumbag Xiao Fei and kill him at the first opportunity. And if the mustachioed man does complete the task, he will no longer be in debt to the Wang family. Hearing such a lucrative offer, the man immediately agrees. He will do everything possible to get rid of the boy. Meanwhile, the street is still in a dark, impenetrable night. It is all covered in secrets and darkness. Our hero tries to walk as stealthily as possible, trying to find the auction house. He doesn't want to be seen by the terrifying gang that is now targeting him. At this time, the main character was already at the bus stop. All this time he was being followed by this gang of bandits. The hooligans are ready to act because the boss has given them permission to do so. Now the fun begins. They giggle and head towards him. Our hero is hanging out on his phone, but he is distracted by a crowd of guys who look like thugs. The young man immediately notices these hooligans and decides to stay away from them so that people don't think that he is one of them. The protagonist notices that it is crowded in the evening. He stands and waits for his turn to get on the bus. The boy notices that the girls often look in the mirror and looks there too. In the reflection behind him, he sees these hooligans who have knives. The main character immediately turns around, and at that moment he notices one of the thugs heading towards him. Our hero deftly dodges at the last second. If he had had just a few more seconds, the knife would have pierced his body. The young boy is not going to run away. He decides to fight bravely and immediately strikes back at the enemy. Xiao Fei feels like a fish in water as he continues to strike his nose, throat, and chest. It's like he's dancing. Seeing that nothing worked, one of the hooligans called Mr. Blue to inform him that the mission had failed. At this time, passers-by called the police. And just a few minutes later, a car with flashing lights arrived at the scene to do its job. As soon as the police got out of the car, they immediately tied up the thugs and put handcuffs on them. The young man met Captain Yu again. The girl had previously asked him not to get into trouble, but it seemed he was not doing a good job of it. The policewoman sighs heavily because Xiao Fei is a real problem. She is ready to give our hero a lift to where he is going. She tells him to call when he's done. The girl will come and pick him up. Xiao Fei agrees to let Captain Yu give him a ride to the auction block at the antique market. There will be a lot of foreigners there today. The policewoman couldn't understand what the main character would be doing there, since rich people usually gather there. A young boy proudly announces that his obsidian bowl has been put up for auction on his behalf. But Captain Yu doesn't seem to believe his words and doesn't take them seriously. The girl doesn't believe his words, so she continues this joke and says that, in that case, this cup was sent to auction by his husband. The boy picks up on her joke and says that when the obsidian bowl is sold, they will make love and celebrate. The policewoman was not going to tolerate such jokes. So a moment later, there was a huge black eye under the boy's eye. In fact, the girl hates guys who use women for their own purposes and benefits. This cup really belongs to Xiao Fei. Moreover, she herself said that this is her husband's cup. But even despite this, the policewoman continues to distrust the main character. It sounds too suspicious. Since Captain Yu doesn't believe his words, then why does she hit him? How can he show himself in front of people with such a huge bruise? Because the black side and the white side are very asymmetrical, so it looks ugly. The girl wants to help him fix it. And just a moment later, Captain Yu pounces on the main character, and everything in the car is noisy and rattling. A few seconds later, our hero has exactly the same bruise, but on the other eye. She cheekily says that it looks good. The young boy is very upset about what happened to his face. He realizes that it looks ugly. After some time, the guys arrived at the place. The traffic light was green, and the car stopped at the side of the road. At this time, The same guy who was one of Mr. Blue's bullies was clearly agitated and called his boss. The young boy informed the mustachioed man that their target, Xiao Fei, had been detained. Upon hearing this news, the mustachioed man ordered the young man not to take any action and let him rest for now. Finally, the guys arrived at the very auction house where the main character was already expected. Captain Yu stopped the car near the building and told the young boy to get out. He thanked the girl. The girl looked around the area and noticed that there were quite a lot of people here, and there were even police officers on patrol. The girl asked our hero to call her right after he finished his business. She would come and pick him up. The boy got out of the car and said goodbye to Captain Yu rudely. He was still showing his temper, and the girl noticed that he was quite funny. The protagonist entered the auction building and was shocked to see so many people there. Xiao Fei walked a little further and saw many people crowded around the obsidian bowl, all of them looking at it carefully and discussing it. It was hard to believe that all these people had gathered here for antiques. It made us smile and fueled our interest. The boy was already dreaming about his future wealth, because with so many buyers, the bowl would definitely be sold at a huge price. While no one was looking, the protagonist turned to the system and asked it to rid him of those terrible dark circles under his eyes. And a moment later, the system fulfilled his request. Now the boy looked fresh and presentable. A moment later, the guards noticed him. The men were angry when they saw Xiao Fei, because they thought that a homeless person had broken into the building. Xiao Fei didn't understand what their problem was, but the guards continued to be aggressive. They ordered the young man to get away before things got worse. Could the guards really afford such rude words? The men justified themselves by saying that they were supposed to protect visitors, not poor homeless people like Xiao Fei. The room was filled with chatter and conversation. The young man became furious and said that as soon as Manager Shu came here, they would be fired. Naturally, the guards did not believe this and thought that these were empty promises. They only laughed and joked. The plump security guard said that if Manager Shu really fired them, they were willing to apologize. Another guard added that they would apologize on their knees and call the main character Daddy. All the guests present had already noticed the altercation between the guards and our hero. They thought the guy was just showing off. Some people thought that the young man was simply lying brazenly while Manager Shu was away, because he felt he could get away with it. After some time, Manager Shu finally came to the auction house. The girl looked gorgeous in that emerald dress. Xiao Fei wanted to greet the girl, but the guards interrupted him. They started saying that he was blocking the passage and making the manager look bad. The guards quickly reported everything to the manager. They complained that the guy had threatened to fire them. He was poor. Then, Manager Zhu turned her gaze to the guy she had been complaining about so much. She saw a familiar face. It was Xiao Fei. The guard laughed at our hero. Manager Zhu immediately stood up for him and told the two clowns to pack their things and get lost. The guards were stunned and clearly taken aback by the fact that everything the student had said earlier turned out to be the absolute truth. Manager Shu immediately began to apologize to the protagonist for causing him inconvenience. Our hero is very embarrassed by such a beautiful view. He says that everything is fine, and he will not take it all to heart. Everyone around is shocked that this poor kid with dirty clothes actually turned out to be someone important. The guards got what they deserved. The protagonist followed Manager Shu. At this time, all eyes were focused only on him. The guy successfully pretended to be hit in the face, and the system gave him 100 points for that. The total is 726 points. The protagonist smiles widely. He knows that it won't take long to get his glasses back. A few minutes passed, and the guys used the elevator to get to the 204th floor. They arrived at a luxurious room, where everything sparkled so much that it blinded the eyes. He had never seen such luxury. Our hero's cup is the final item of the auction, but in the meantime he can look at other antiques that are currently up for sale. The main character immediately collapsed into a soft chair. No wonder everyone wants to earn a lot of money. A moment later, the young boy noticed that Manager Shu had still not left the room. Did she have something to say? Manager Shu didn't answer. She walked closer to the protagonist and sat down on the sofa next to him. The young lady sits closer to Xiao Fei and starts talking, her eyes playfully running over the young boy. Our hero doesn't understand what she wants from him. Depraved thoughts about the girl starting to pester him are creeping into his head. But after a moment, the young guy begins to shake his head, trying to throw such terrible thoughts out of his head. Xiao Fei immediately tells the manager that he already has a girlfriend and he can't cheat on her. Manager Shu was shocked when she heard these words. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the young man in bewilderment. A moment later, the boy begins to unbutton his shirt, saying that he can overcome himself if the girl leaves him alone after that. And right after our hero said this, he received a strong and resounding slap in the face from Manager Shu. The girl was very confused by the guy's lecherous thoughts. She just wanted to know where he found this obsidian cup. The main character felt extremely awkward from such thoughts. A red mark from a woman's hand was visible on his cheek. The young lad sits down on the sofa again and awkwardly scratches the back of his head as he begins his story. A few minutes passed and the guy finished his story. She stood up and said that if he didn't want to tell the truth, he didn't have to. In fact, Manager Xu didn't believe the protagonist's story at all, because it sounded extremely ridiculous. But our hero swears that this story is completely true. The girl still does not take his words seriously and walks away. The female manager quickly leaves the room and immediately closes the door behind her. In fact, she wanted to ask Xiaofei to become an antique appraiser, but now she could forget about that. At this point, the auction is in full swing. Everyone in the room is shouting over each other and setting incredibly high prices. They are rising with each passing second. The hall is filled with rich people who are raising the price of antiques with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the main character sits at the table and eats. He eats a lot of meat, eating bread. Not only is it delicious, but it's also free. He doesn't mind eating for free. A moment later, there is nothing left on the plate, and the young boy asks the staff for more. The girl is outraged that our hero eats so much. Can poor people really hold so much food? The main character has nothing to do, so he looks around the room and notices some object covered with glass. Lot number 8, an ancient wooden inkstone from the Qin Qianlong dynasty. Bidding starts at 300 million yuan. The young boy continues to greedily bite off the meat, piece by piece. He realizes that the thing he sees is unusual. Xiaofei decides to test his guess, so he activates the antique appraisal. The young lad begins the appraisal and sees many notes and references made on this antique item. Our hero understands that this is a pretty good thing, worthy of a huge price. A moment later, our hero also starts bidding for this antique. He bids 350,000, but almost immediately his price is outbid. At this time, Manager Xu Lu is in his office with a mustachioed male appraiser. The girl wants to know if Lao Zhong has carefully examined the inkstone. The man answers positively. This is a Qing dynasty antique. The other party said the same thing. The girl doesn't understand why Xiaofei started betting so suddenly. The young boy is not going to give in so easily. He shouts out the price, 600,000 yuan. As soon as the young man shouted out such a huge bet, all eyes present turned and stared in his direction. Everyone in the room is outraged and considers our hero strange, because even for an ancient inkstone from the Qing dynasty, this is too high a price. But the main character doesn't care what others say about him. He who laughs last, laughs best. Moments later, the auctioneer announces that the ancient inkstone has been sold to Xiaofei. Now he will make a lot of money from it. Some time passed, and Manager Xu entered the young man's room with an appraiser. She had a stone in her hands. The girl congratulated the main character on purchasing this ancient inkstone. She wondered what had caused the guy to be so interested in this product. The protagonist takes the ancient inkstone from the manager's hands and wonders whether he should tell her about it. In fact, the young man doesn't need this ancient inkstone and wants to sell it to the manager for 2 million yuan. Does he really think the girl is a fool if he is going to sell her for 2 million what he just bought for 600,000? If Manager Xu trusts Xiaofei, he can buy this stone. But if not, he can watch silently from the side. These words make the girl think seriously. After a pause, soon she agrees to buy this stone at such a price. But the mustachioed man tells Xu not to do that, because the stone is a common antique from the Qing dynasty, and the guy is trying to trick her. The protagonist looks at the old man, remembering how he lost last time and was wrong. Doesn't life teach him anything? The mustachioed man shouts loudly and says that this time it will definitely not happen again, and this stone is not worth such a huge amount of money. A moment later, the young lad comes up with something to make sure he is right. The main character takes a knife with a sharp blade, which immediately attracts the attention of the mustachioed appraiser. And just a moment later, the boy, without regret, begins to cut up this ancient stone, throwing the pieces on the floor. Our hero begins to mercilessly cut into the ancient inkstone, removing layer after layer. The man feels sick when he sees a young boy mocking the stone. If you scrape off the ink from the outside, the stone will lose its value. But the mustachioed man resigned himself, because now this stone belongs to the main character, and he can do with it whatever he wants. The young boy continues to scrape off layer after layer without stopping, and the male appraiser warns him that he will cry afterwards. And then, just a moment after our hero continued scraping away layers of ink, something inside the stone began to shine brightly. The mustachioed man immediately became nervous when he saw such a bright shine. He stared at the ancient stone. The protagonist is determined to prove his case. He tells the appraiser to take a close look at what he is holding in his hands. The man is stunned, because he doesn't understand how this is even possible. He can't believe what he's seeing right now. This can't be happening. Something unknown inside the stone continues to shine brightly. The young man brings the stone closer to the appraiser and allows him to see what it is. A moment later, the mustachioed man realizes that this is nothing other than 1,000-year-old incense. Hidden in the wood is incense, in the form of an inkstone. This should definitely be worth 2 million. The mustachioed man was stunned by what he saw. This stone really was worth so much money. It was a pity he hadn't figured it out earlier. The young boy is happy and proud of himself. He feels incredible when he was able to prove his case again. The mustachioed man feels this terrible taste of defeat. He can't believe that he has already lost twice to this boy. Manager Shu agrees to pay 2,100,000 for the stone, but she asks him to forget about what happened. Having heard about such a lucrative offer, the main character naturally could not refuse. Very soon our hero's cup will be put up for auction, and this is the main event of the evening. This is the most expensive collection and the last lot. The auction host shows all the guests the last lot of the evening, that very obsidian bowl of our hero. The minimum price is 5 million, and the rate increase is no less than 200,000 at a time. Guests begin to raise prices by a couple of million, and a moment later, one of the guests is ready to pay 12 million for this obsidian bowl. The young lad is beside himself with surprise when he hears such a huge price, amounting to 12 million. Our hero is overjoyed, and all his positive emotions are spilling out. He has finally become rich. And then, a moment later, one of the guests raises the bet to 16 million. After such a high price was announced, the entire room fell into deathly silence. No one raised the bid. Obsidian bowl sold for 16 million. The protagonist's bowl was sold at a very high price. The young lad acts like a king. He is already dreaming about his future wealth. Manager Shu becomes very uncomfortable when she catches our hero in such a self-confident position. The young boy felt ashamed of what the manager had just seen and asked her to forget about it. The young lady asked the protagonist to follow her so that she could give him the money for the goods sold. Manager Shu asked the young man to go ahead when they arrived at the place. Everything around was shining with gold. It was very unexpected, but the young boy saw a man and a woman in front of him. They were Nana's parents. It seemed that the couple also did not expect to see the main character in such a place. An awkward pause ensued. Xiaofei explained that he came here for the auction, to which Nana's mother began to smile maliciously, thinking that he was here to make money. But the young boy was not going to waste his time on this evil woman and justify himself to her. He simply walked away. From such impudent behavior, the nasty woman only became even angrier, but her husband calmed her down. Xiaofei doesn't want to listen to this eternally dissatisfied woman, and a moment later he enters Manager Shu's office. The woman doesn't understand how some commoner from an auction house can so calmly enter Manager Shu's office. The woman assumes that the guy is there to get a job, but the girl objects, saying that he is also a client. Hearing this news, the couple is stunned. Does this student really have the money to be here and be a client? Manager Shu explains that the cup that was put up for auction today belonged to the protagonist. The man is in complete shock when he finds out that this is true. He still finds it hard to believe that the cup belonged to a student. Nana's father is completely perplexed. Where could an ordinary poor student get such an expensive antique bowl? The other day, Xiaofei came across a bowl seller at an antique market. The seller thought it was a fake, so he sold it for almost 600 yuan. But it's very hard for a man to believe this nonsense. Could it be that the guy was just taking a walk and accidentally managed to earn 16 million? The boy has no intention of making excuses to the man. The million yuan he used to buy a gift for Nana's parents was an advance from Manager Shu. And Manager Shu can even prove that he had a contract with Mr. Xiaofei and he received an advance payment of 1 million. The couple signed this contract and took the purchased goods. After calculating the fee and deducting taxes from his auction, the guy got a lot of money. To be precise, the young man received almost 15 million into his bank account. And if you add what they earned earlier, the total comes to 15 million. The main character was very inspired because now he was sure that he could earn 1 billion in 2 years. But then, suddenly, a worker ran into the room, urgently looking for Manager Shu. Something terrible had happened. Hearing this, Manager Shu immediately rushed into the hall to see what was going on. There she saw a man with a mustache. The girl saw Mr. Blue in the middle of the hall and immediately ran up to him to find out what he was doing there. The mustachioed man wants to take this obsidian bowl for the original price. The mustachioed man continues to stand his ground and demands that Nana's father back down. Xiaofei is clearly against this. Isn't he being too brazen? This is already going beyond all possible limits. The protagonist is not going to stand there with his arms folded and remain silent. He shouts across the room, addressing the man. Who does he think he is? The young boy begins to show aggression towards this impudent mustachioed man. The young man continues to shower this scoundrel with 3-story obscenities, and he clearly did not expect to hear this directed at him. Everyone present stood in deathly silence as they listened to such horrible insults directed at Mr. Blue. The mustachioed man wasn't going to just keep quiet. Does this little bastard know who he's crumbling his loaf of bread at? He's in trouble. Manager Shu can't let anything happen to Xiao Fei, because his ability to appreciate antiques is very important. The young girl immediately ran up to Blue Howling to at least try to protect our hero. Manager Shu tried to justify the protagonist by saying that he was not feeling well, so there was no point in being angry with him. The eternally dissatisfied woman called the young man stupid because he was already over 20, but he still had no brains. The young boy struggles to contain his emotions. He would have sent this nasty woman away long ago if she weren't Nana's mother. The mustachioed man didn't want to just let the impudent guy go, because if he did, he would lose his reputation. The protagonist realized that Blue Howlong was the man who intended to kill him. He had sent all the bandits to him earlier. That's why the young lad isn't going to back down. Today he's going to put the man in his place and meet him face to face. Everyone present held their breath and fell into a stupor, surprised by the coolness of this student. Everyone watched what was happening attentively. No one understood how this young boy could talk so boldly to Blue Howlong. Many began to admire him. Blue Howlong is the leader of a dark gang in Zhonghai City. Where does the protagonist get the courage to be so rude to him? The action was successful. Our hero was heard by 12 people, which means that 220 points were added to his piggy bank. The mustachioed man was stunned to hear such a pathetic student challenging him without a drop of fear. Zhou Xiaofei repeated these words once more. He was challenging the man, and if he was not a coward, he would accept it. The mustachioed man looked around carefully, assessing the situation. There were too many people here, and he couldn't take that risk. A moment later, a wicked grin appeared on his lips. He did not agree to the guy's challenge, but he remembered his words. Blue Howlong makes a deal. If Xiao Fei survives until the end of the month, the man will write his name backwards. Our hero is not afraid of this scoundrel at all and tells him that he will definitely receive retribution for his actions, but he only laughs. A moment later, the mustachioed man turns around and walks away, leaving the young boy behind him. Manager Shu was very worried about the incident that happened just now. Xiao Fei is too impulsive. If this guy doesn't apologize to Howlong, it will be bad for the Shu family's reputation. Xiao Fei won't apologize to him. He wanted to kill him. Nana's mother has a smug grin on her face as they exit the building, mocking our hero. Before leaving, she throws a few insults at Xiao Fei, but he is not going to remain silent and also responds with barbs. These words make the woman furious, but her husband calms her down, telling her not to pay attention to this pathetic child. Soon, the couple leaves, and the main character watches them go. Suddenly, someone puts a hand on the guy's shoulder. It was the same salesman from whom the protagonist received the cup. He demanded half the amount that Xiao Fei earned for the cup. Everyone is watching the situation closely and does not understand what is happening. Doesn't this cup belong to Xiao Fei? The audience seems to really enjoy watching this show, as they can't take their eyes off it. The red-haired bitch only adds fuel to the fire and says that the main character is a real liar. Manager Shu seems confused about what is happening. She does not understand who she should give the position of appraiser to. The salesman looks very pathetic as he begs the young lad to give him his share. He screams and cries, but our hero is not to blame here, because this stranger himself sold him the cup, so he should not share it with him. The guy objects, because if Xiao Fei had told him that this cup was genuine, he wouldn't have sold it for only 600 yuan. And then, just a moment later, the boy cannot contain his emotions and begins to cry and scream loudly. This money is his last hope. His mother is 80 years old, and he also has a 3-year-old child and a sick daughter-in-law. Everyone around starts to burst into laughter when they see how this boy begins to humiliate himself in front of the main character. A moment later, the crowd begins to discuss Nana's mother, saying what a disgusting and unpleasant woman she is. The woman is very angry with our hero because he is too lucky. The man gets tired of all this and decides to go home. After all, the main character is not heartless, so he gives the poor boy 200,000 yuan to help him. The young boy was incredibly grateful to Xiao Fei for taking pity on him. After just a moment, he quickly ran away. Manager Shu sees that our hero is quite smart, so he decides to make him the Shu family's antique appraiser. A girl approaches a young man and offers him to become an antique appraiser at their auction house. His salary will be quite high. This made the main character feel embarrassed and awkward. He could, of course, become their appraiser, but there was one small but. Manager Shu looks at the young boy carefully, waiting to hear what he is going to say next. The young boy's face is completely red. It is obvious that Xiao Feiyu is very embarrassed and ashamed, so he hesitates and does not immediately answer the question. Finally, he says he wants to open his own antique shop. Shu is not upset. It is late, and our hero has his girlfriend waiting for him. He doesn't understand which girl they are talking about, but when he turns around, he sees Captain Yu, who looks very beautiful. A moment later, the main character heads in her direction, but does not understand why she came here. It seemed that because of all the conversations with the beautiful women, Xiao Fei completely forgot that he had to call Captain Yu to pick him up. A moment later, the young man kindly bids farewell to Manager Shu and promises to return tomorrow afternoon. At this time, Captain Yu notices that the young man continues to stare at Manager Shu's chest even when he says goodbye, making him feel awkward. At this moment, the main character is very angry at the police girl, because he does not understand why she cares where his gaze is directed. The boy is very embarrassed because he feels awkward. So after a couple of seconds, he turns around and quickly heads to the car. They set out on their journey. Blue Haolong is very cruel to those who have offended him, and he will definitely not let it go. It is difficult to hide from him. Captain Yu no longer understands whether the main character is stupid or smart. He does too many reckless things. The young girl continued to scold the boy, saying that he was doing too risky things, but he didn't care. The protagonist couldn't help but notice Captain Yu's concern and assumed that she had fallen in love with him. This makes her even angrier. But right after the girl heard these words, she immediately gave the guy a powerful blow to the face. He did not understand why she cared about him so much if she did not love him. After a while, the young man calmed down and looked out the window. Suddenly, something began to shine sharply in his face. A moment later, Xiao Fei saw a huge truck rushing straight towards them, its headlights glaring. It seemed the driver had no intention of stopping. There's a man behind the wheel, and he's clearly intent on crashing into the car. It seems to be one of Blue Haolong's messengers. There are only a few seconds left before the collision between the truck and the car. The truck is getting closer and closer to the guys. Captain Yu tries to turn the steering wheel, but she won't have time to do it. The protagonist screams loudly and asks to stop. A moment later, the system freezes time for the young boy, allowing him to escape. Time stopped for 2 seconds for everyone except the main character. He must do something. The young boy has exactly 2 frozen seconds. The truck is still heading towards the car. Time is still frozen for everyone. With every moment, the truck is getting closer and closer. The truck is getting closer. The inevitable may happen very soon. And at the last moment, the red car quickly rushes forward and the guys manage to escape. Finally, time resumes its normal course. The man with the huge bald head thinks that he has hit the target and everything worked out. But in fact, everything happened exactly the opposite. The truck in which the bandit was sitting turned over, and the guys were able to escape. They immediately got out of the car to see what had happened to the stranger. He was injured and was under the wreckage of his car. The girl appeared before the villain, and Xiaofei thought that she wanted to help him, but instead, Captain Yu kicked him in the face and knocked out a tooth. Captain Yu is absolutely furious, and she's not going to let this go. She wants to know who's behind all of this. Xiaofei recalls how the girl taught him to follow the law when they first met. Now, it's the opposite, and she takes out her phone and starts filming the wounded man. Anything he says will be evidence of guilt. The man confesses that it was the head of Dragon Security. He gave him 100,000 yuan to carry out this order. The girl goes berserk. They are used to driving such big cars. If something happens to them, the insurance company will pay. No one will think it was on purpose. Captain Yu is determined to get rid of Blue Haolong, who is harassing the citizens of Zhonghai City. A moment later, the girl begins to beat the villain mercilessly. Our hero realized that it was better not to mess with her. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place in Blue Haolong's office. He mercilessly scolds his subordinates who are unable to carry out his orders. Now the mustachioed man is incredibly angry. He grabs a knife from the table and throws it to the side. In fact, he threw it at a photograph of the main character that was attached to the dartboard. Some time passed, and the main character was finally able to calmly return to the dorm, in which, it seemed, no one had slept yet. The young lad was very exhausted from today's eventful day. It was as if all the juices had been squeezed out of him. Therefore, immediately after the young man entered his room, he collapsed on the bed, wanting to relax. Our hero was replaying the events of the day in his head. If the system hadn't saved them, the guys would have died. The system is so powerful that perhaps in the future a young boy could become a god. This makes me smile widely. But the system says it didn't do it for free. Now our hero has exactly 0 points on his balance. This horrifies the young boy because he spent a long time collecting these glasses, and now he has to start all over again. She stopped the world for 2 seconds to save a guy and a policewoman. She already made a discount, taking less than 1,000 points for it. In this case, the student becomes interested in how many points are needed to stop time for 1 second under normal circumstances. The system smiles widely and proudly, and then begins to calculate the points that will be needed for this. As it turns out, this only requires 500 points per second. There is also a time rewind function that costs 1,000 points per second. The young boy is very surprised and admires this because it is really cool. The system is proud of itself. Since the system is so strong, our hero has another question. Is it capable of killing itself? But the system doesn't answer this question. It just cold-bloodedly hits the student on the head. How dare he ask such questions? This seemed to upset the system. Now the main character had a huge bump on his head, which the system had left behind. Thus the night passes, and the next student day begins. Now there was an English lesson, which was taught by a very beautiful woman. All the students present, especially the boys, listen attentively to the teacher, enjoying her attractive appearance and figure. Only Zhou Xiaofei doesn't care about the teacher's words. Right now his thoughts are only filled with how to quickly earn points. The teacher notices that the student is being inattentive, so she asks him to repeat her last words, but he says that he doesn't understand anything about English. As soon as the others heard such a bold answer from their classmate, the audience immediately burst into loud laughter. This only made the teacher more furious. She couldn't allow this kind of behavior in her lessons. And so, a moment later, a squabble began between the teacher and the student. The boy did not understand why they needed to learn English if they were Chinese. The young boy continued to object, not understanding why they needed to learn so much English if they were Chinese. The other students listened to this and laughed loudly. After a moment, the teacher could not stand it any longer and told the boy to leave the room. The main character didn't care, so he just took some of his notebooks and headed towards the exit without further ado. If the teacher is not going to mark him as absent and tell the rector about it, then he is not against leaving. But the blonde continues to shout after him. If the young man leaves now, he will not be able to pass his exams in the future. And before finally leaving the audience, the young lad boldly adds that she is not as beautiful as he thinks. These words make the teacher feel very awkward. It's as if she wants to fall into the ground. The teacher is obviously Chinese, but she has blonde hair and looks like a lion. All the students laugh at the guy's words. The blonde can't stand such public humiliation from her student, so she insults him and throws a book at him. But the young boy has very good reflexes, so he catches the book when it almost reaches his face. A moment later, the protagonist throws the book back, saying that the woman might still need it, and he needs to be careful. The book flies right past the teacher's head, raising the wind and fluttering her hair, and then lands on the teacher's desk. The teacher was incredibly angry and refused to teach a lesson with such a disgusting student in the group. Either he would sit down or she would leave. But, upon hearing this, the students began to rebel and say that they were no longer school children, and the teacher would not tell them what to do. Xiaofei was angry at the teacher because she had no right to threaten the students. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. It was Liang Xiaozhuan, who was the class monitor. She asked the boy to apologize to the teacher, but Xiaofei refused. In fact, our hero can recite Shakespeare's sonnets in English, but is the teacher capable of doing the same? The young man suggests making a bet. If the young man cannot read them, the teacher can punish him. But if the teacher loses, she will have to call him brother in front of everyone and admit that she was wrong. All the students present paused. The auditorium was deathly silent. And after a moment, everyone burst into loud laughter. They all laughed at the teacher. Xiaofei let her go well. The male students started rooting for the teacher and advised her to agree to make a bet because they had never even heard Xiaofei read English. There was no need to be afraid of him. All the boys in the group were rooting for and supporting their English teacher. They praised her because they loved her very much. Hearing such support, the blonde was inspired and agreed to make a bet. The woman is determined. The woman browses the websites and finds Sonnet 18. If Zhou Xiaofei can recite it, she will have accomplished what she must do. The protagonist is ready to read this without any problems, but first he needs a little time to prepare. A moment later, the young boy closes his eyes and falls into thought. A very important event is coming. The system says that in order to raise his English level to expert level, he needs 100 points, but he doesn't have them. Our hero begs to lend him these glasses and improve his English. All this is necessary for an incomparable show-off. Hearing this reason, the system decides to lend the guy these 100 points. The creators like this reason. And so, just a moment later, our hero's head was filled with a wealth of knowledge of the English language. Now Xiaofei's English level has reached the expert level. Sonnets have also been added to his consciousness. Some time passed, and the protagonist had already prepared himself, but was still silent. Since he couldn't, then let him admit his defeat. But after that, a young boy shouts loudly and tells them to shut up. The young man can do it, and he will. The blonde can't wait to hear what our hero has prepared. She is sure that he won't cope with this task. And now, a moment later, the young lad begins to read the 18th sonnet. Everyone listens, spellbound. All the guys start looking at each other because they don't understand what he's talking about. Did he really do it? Then one of the students looks at Teacher Wang and sees her expression change. The girl looks very nervous. A grimace of horror and shock has appeared on her face. The blonde doesn't understand how this is possible. This poem was written in English in the Middle Ages, so it's hard to read. But Xiaofei could. While our hero was telling this sonnet, the other students admired him and watched attentively, not wanting to miss a word. All the girls who were present in the audience were delighted with our hero and listened spellbound. The protagonist continues to read the sonnet, and soon he finishes and bows. Everyone around him starts clapping. After reading, especially female students start squealing with admiration, praising him and confessing their love. He thanks everyone for their support. Xiaofei turns to the teacher and says that she thinks she should come over and apologize to him. Everyone in the audience starts to cheer our hero on. They say that the teacher must keep her promise. The students shouted in unison that the woman should fulfill her promise and publicly apologize to the guy. A moment later, the blonde starts screaming loudly at the protagonist. She starts shaking, then loses her balance. And after a couple of seconds, the English teacher collapsed on the floor unconscious. Everyone started screaming and trying to bring her to her senses. The protagonist looks at the teacher with indifference. She was so angry about this that she even got a stomachache. The students immediately ran to the woman to help her. The headmistress was worried about the teacher's condition. The blonde is still angry at the protagonist, but the class leader asks her not to talk now and not to get angry. First, they need to go back to the dorm. The students began to help their teacher to walk calmly to the dormitory. They supported the woman by the shoulders. The system assessed our hero's actions and assigned them an average level. 50 people saw the teacher lose face. For this, he gets 510 points. The face-to-face performance gives them an additional effect that rewards him with another 50 points. But the system immediately takes away 100 points from our hero, as repayment of the previously borrowed 100 points. Now there are 460 points on the account. The young man received an additional 50 points if he stunned his interlocutor with his actions, 100 points if he made him bleed. After explaining the system, everything became clear to the young lad. In fact, it is not just a useless system. A lot can be achieved with the help of the system. It's still the same system. The worse the main character does to the opponent, the more points he gets. The young lad wondered how bad and bored the creator must have been to make such a system. The system immediately began to stare at our hero, trying to figure out what he was mumbling. It gave Xiaofei a hard slap. The protagonist grabbed his cheek, which was already all red from the blow. He began to justify himself by saying that he hadn't said anything. And so, soon the classes came to an end. The young guy left the university and was hailing a taxi on the road. A moment later, the car stopped. The guy needed to get to Shu's auction house. At this time, someone was following him. Blue Haolong sent his bandits after the guy and they were tailing him. The mustachioed man was determined to finish off Xiaofei tonight. The leader of the organization ordered his subjects to remain near the university. And when the young man returned, they were to kill him. Some time passed, and the young boy had already arrived at Mrs. Shu's auction house. A moment later, our hero entered the girl's office. Manager Shu was sitting on a chair and was already waiting for him. The guy couldn't help but notice her attractiveness. It was a real mystery to Manager Shu what was going on in our hero's head. First, he had to look at the store transfer agreement file. The young lad received 3 months' salary from her, which the girl gave him in advance. It's in a prime location in their antique market, so she decided to take care of it to buy it for Xiaofei. The young boy was very excited by this news. He sincerely thanked the girl for her help. And if the boy manages to find something good, he can sell it directly. She hopes for good cooperation. The annual Antiques Fair is coming up next month, and with his abilities, the protagonist could definitely make a fortune. The young lad immediately understood that the girl wanted to recruit him, and it seemed he didn't mind. But Manager Shu didn't even deny that she wanted it. They haven't had any good antiques in the last few years, so they're counting entirely on our hero. The young lad doesn't mind at all that the girl has relied on him. He will gladly help them. It's quite late and Manager Shu has a dinner appointment with a client, so she suggests going there together. Xiaofei is reluctant to go, but if he wants to do business, it is important to expand his network and connections. The girl hit him on the head, and after that the main character immediately agreed. The car is already waiting for them outside, so they need to go quickly so as not to keep the client waiting. The guys went outside. There was already a luxurious black car there. They got into the luxurious car. The girl driver said that they would be there in 5 minutes. And just a moment later, the car moved off. It felt like it was racing at the speed of light. Not much time passed, but the car had already arrived at the Tiandi Grand Hotel. Manager Zhu and Xiaofei entered the room, and there was a customer waiting for them. A man in a purple suit and a red-haired girl. Manager Zhu walks up into Mr. Chen and extends her hand to introduce herself. She is as friendly as possible. Soon the girl wants to remove her hand, but the man grabs it and covers it with his palm again. The man, with a beastly grin, noted that the girl was getting younger and younger each time. These words made the girl's secretary tense. A moment later, the protagonist steps forward. He pulls Manager Shu out of the man's grasp and extends his hand to him for introduction. And as soon as the young boy touched the client's hand, he felt intense pain from Xiaofei's power. A moment later, a loud scream from the client is heard. Our hero squeezes his hand hard. Everyone immediately became nervous when they heard Mr. Cheng scream. They began to fuss, trying to figure out what was going on. The male customer was shouting loudly that Xiao Fei was playing dirty. At this time, the guy grabbed the scoundrel's fingers tightly. As soon as the bald man saw this, he immediately took a swing at the main character. The bald man almost hit the young man in the face, but someone's hand grabbed him a second before the blow. The manager's secretary Shu intervened in their conflict and prevented the man from striking her. The girl felt very awkward watching all this. It seemed the situation had gotten out of control. She tried to change the subject, so she started praising Mr. Cheng. If they don't stop them now, it will cause trouble. Manager Zhu quickly ordered the young man to let go of Mr. Cheng's hand. Hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately let go of the guest's hand. The young man began to make excuses that he was too excited. The bastard man rubbed his arm nervously, trying to ease the pain. He pretended that everything was fine, but in reality he was angry at Xiao Fei. A moment later, when everything was back to normal, Mr. Cheng ordered his subordinate Abao to leave the office. There are a lot of different dishes on the table, which emit an incredibly pleasant aroma. Finally, they were able to meet properly. The man's name is Chen Lixiao, and he is the younger brother of the Chen family in Chenzhou City. The Chen family sounded very familiar, and the boy remembered that this was the same family that wanted to take his wife away. The man had had a little to drink and was already drunk. He said that our hero could contact him with any questions if he needed help. The young boy smiled in his face, although in reality he felt hatred for the fact that they wanted to take away his wife. A moment later, Mr. Chen turned to Ms. Xu and put his hand on her shoulder. He had previously proposed that she become his partner in opening an antique shop. The girl immediately moved away from the man and clung to Xiao Fei, saying that the guy was going to open an antique shop, and if Mr. Chen wants to make money, he can work with our hero. The man thinks that this student does not know how to do business. But either way, it's better than some old pervert with an ulterior motive. The guy defends himself. The man is shocked that our hero dared to answer him. If it weren't for Mrs. Xu, he would have thrown him out long ago. But the young boy doesn't believe it and says that if he wants, he can take a risk and do it. Manager Xu tries to calm the situation by shouting at Xiao Feiyu and ordering him to sit down. The young boy obeys the girl and obediently returns to his place, plunging into silence. She explained to Mr. Chen that young people were enthusiastic. If he didn't want to, she wouldn't work with him. She would punish herself for saying that by drinking 3 glasses. And now, just a moment later, the girl mercilessly pours a glass of very strong alcohol into herself. The perverted man was happy to see how the girl was getting drunker and drunker with every passing second. The man urged Mrs. Xu to drink even more, saying that after that, all her problems would be forgotten. Manager Zhu continued to gulp down the strong alcohol while Mr. Chen poured more. The perverted man wanted the defenseless girl to get even more drunk. Then he would personally take her home. The main character couldn't just watch this calmly, so he bought a bad luck card to put this freak in his place. And right after that, the system sold him a card for 100 points. It would be effective for 1 hour, so that the target would lose luck. A moment later, the bad luck card was already active and working. The man was in for trouble. The young lad was very happy that now this scumbag would get what he deserved for his actions. The pervert put a fried fish in his mouth and offered the girl to play a game with him. Only the fish tail was sticking out of his mouth. But Mrs. Zhu refused to play with him because he was so drunk, so she pushed him away with her hand in his face. This was very unfortunate, because a couple of seconds later the fish slid into the man's esophagus, and he didn't even have time to chew it. Mr. Chen began to cough violently, trying to spit out the fish, but all in vain. It was stuck in his throat. The others tried to help the man immediately, and one girl gave him vinegar, because she had heard that it softens the bones of fish. It didn't seem to help much. Manager Zhu said to bring the waiter more rice, because it might help. A moment later, the waiter brought a huge pot, which was completely filled with rice. Upon seeing the rice, the man immediately pounced on it and began to swallow it greedily, trying to help himself. Exactly 10 minutes passed, and all this time Mr. Chen was busy continuously devouring rice. But the red-haired girl said that this wouldn't work. The man had to be sent to the hospital immediately. Everyone was very scared and did not know how to help the unfortunate man. Our hero had one way, but it was very disgusting. Manager Xu asks not to delay and say what kind of method this is, even if it is vile and disgusting. The young boy becomes thoughtful and ponders whether he should talk about it. After a moment, the main character decides and begins to tell his story. Everyone listens to him attentively. You need to do an enema or feed the man some purgative and let him vomit. Then it will definitely work. When Manager Xu heard about this truly disgusting method, she was dumbfounded. Mr. Chen was horrified as soon as he heard about this. The man flatly refused to do it. The red-haired girl ordered the bald man to quickly take Mr. Chen to the restroom. Of course, the man immediately followed the order and grabbed the unfortunate man on his shoulder, after which he quickly ran to the toilet. A moment later, A terrible, unpleasant smell began to emanate from the restroom. When the boys smelled it, they immediately covered their noses, trying to breathe fresh and clean air. It's amazing that Mr. Chen actually did this. It stinks so much in here that our hero is going to puke. Exactly 5 minutes passed, and Mr. Chen came out of the toilet as if nothing had happened. He seemed to be feeling better. The man still smelled foul, but the plan worked nonetheless and the fishbone came out. The man looks at the young boy with anger. Xiaofei is completely shocked that this method actually worked. He had a friend who took a mouthful of purgan, but he didn't vomit. After these words, the man felt sick. The bald man gets angry when he realizes that this method might not have worked. The man was just lucky. But if our hero had not told about this method, then most likely Mr. Chen would have died. A moment later, he fainted. As he is being taken to the hospital, the boy asks them not to tell the doctor that he ate his own shit. When this strange company leaves, the girl gets irritated with loud laughter, calling our hero a bad guy. The main character looks closely at the girl, who continues to laugh. He feels very awkward. But Manager Shu won't be angry even if Xiaofei did it on purpose. The girl suggests having dinner somewhere else. Some time passed, and the guys went to another place, where they decided to get drunk to the point of bursting. The boys are having a good time. They are drinking and having fun, talking about nothing. They forget about all their problems. The main character told them a story about how he had to earn 1 billion in 2 years. The Ho family let the guy earn 1 billion to marry their daughter to him. But 1 billion in 2 years is too difficult. The young boy is already very drunk and can barely speak. A moment later, he collapses. The boy collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He was so drunk that he couldn't be taken back to the dorm. We had to find a hotel nearby. The secretary lifted Xiaofei up from the ground to support him, but he began to twitch and shout that he wanted to drink more, causing him to slip on a puddle. A moment later, the protagonist lost his balance and flew straight towards Madame Shu. And so, a couple of seconds later, the young man landed on something soft and pleasant. It was the girl's breast. She immediately jumped up. At this time, our hero complimented Manager Shu's chest. Hearing this, Madame Shu became embarrassed and pushed the boy away, telling him not to say such a thing. The young boy flew back a couple of meters from such a strong blow. At this time, the girl grumbled and was embarrassed. Some time passed and the car with the guys drove up to the hotel. Manager Shu sincerely sympathized with the guy, because earning 1 billion in 2 years is very difficult. Xiaofei had already fallen asleep in his room. At the same time, Blue Haolong and his subjects were still standing and waiting for our hero at the entrance to his university and dormitory. The night was quite cold, and the boys were already frozen. They do not understand why the main character has not returned yet. They all want to go home already, but they can't go because they have to watch over the young boy. He could come back at any moment. In this case, the guys decide to wait a little longer and then return home. Meanwhile, the young boy slowly opens his eyes and sees the ceiling above him. A moment later, Xiaofei stands up and looks around, because he doesn't understand where he is. He is very thirsty. Xiaofei turns on the desk lamp and looks around, trying to figure out where he is. This doesn't look like a dorm. The young man gets out of bed and grabs a bottle of water to quench his thirst. It seems that Mrs. Shu has taken care of him. The main character is about to take a sip of water, but suddenly hears someone start tugging at the door handle. And just a moment later, some attractive stranger with beautiful curves bursts into his room. The girl is very glad that the fool who lives here did not close the door. This saved her from a lot of trouble. But after just a couple of minutes, the girl falls into a stupor when she notices our hero, who is sitting on the bed and looking at her. The stranger falls into a stupor and does not know what to do or how to justify herself. She simply froze. The girl just stands there, frozen, until the guy asks who she called stupid. The stranger does not understand why the young man is not sleeping. He does not want to listen to her and decides to take her to the police. Just the mention of the police brings tears to the eyes of the mysterious stranger. The girl falls to her knees and begins to cry bitterly from hopelessness and despair. The stranger screams loudly and begs him to let her go because the guy is very smart and should understand her situation. But the main character doesn't even want to listen to her pathetic requests. Then, the girl takes other measures. A moment later, the mysterious stranger begins to pull the clothes off her shoulders. With each passing moment, she exposes more and more of her body parts, trying to seduce our hero. The young boy starts screaming loudly, but he can't take his eyes off it. He doesn't understand what the girl is doing. And then, just a moment later, the insidious stranger begins to scream loudly and call someone for help. Within a couple of seconds, many men ran into the young boy's room, responding to the call for help. They see a girl sitting in the middle of the room. They try to find out from her what the guy did to her. The wily stranger squeezes out tears and begins to fake stutter as she explains the situation. The girl screams loudly and tells the men that the main character wanted to rape her, even though it's not true. They all took the girl's word for it. Someone had already called the police, and the rest were preparing to teach him a lesson. The young boy began to shake his head and tried to justify himself, because this stranger was in fact a thief, but no one was even going to listen to him. The men pounced on the guy, and the girl, at that time, was going to run away, but crashed into someone. Someone was blocking her exit from the room, and this immediately made her indignant. It was Captain Yu and the rest of the police who had arrived on call. She ordered that this stranger be stopped. The main character was very happy when he saw a familiar girl. He was all beaten up by men. The policewoman couldn't understand why she kept running into our hero every time someone called the police. The young lad feels awkward and explains that he has been getting into a lot of trouble lately. The men notice that the policewoman seems to have seen this pervert before. It must not be the first time he has done this. Captain Yu is not going to let anyone go. She wants to take them all to the police station. The stranger does not understand why they want to arrest her. Then the girl asks our hero if everything that this stranger just said is true. Xiaofei is ready. He humiliated this treacherous stranger by saying that he wouldn't bother some minor who didn't even have breasts. For such showing off, the main character received 40 points, plus 100 points on top, because he has the same taste in women as the creators of the system. But the stranger is not going to just keep quiet when she is offended. She denies the fact that her breasts are small. The guy doesn't take her word for it, and if the stranger wants to prove it, she can undress and demonstrate it. After these words, the girl covers her chest and calls the main character a pervert. A moment later, the girl pounces on the young boy and they start a small squabble. Captain Yu feels that Xiaofei didn't do anything bad to this girl, otherwise she wouldn't look like that. The young man continues to provoke the insidious stranger and adds that Captain Yu is much more beautiful than her. Such terrible and offensive words make the girl furious and turn red with anger. She dreams of beating up the scoundrel. The policewoman got tired of watching this and ordered the rest of the staff to grab them to prevent a fight. A moment later, the boys were already immobilized and held by the police. Later, they would find out what happened here. She said the guy wanted to talk to her in person, and then he tried to use force. The young boy denies all these words that the girl said earlier. He did not molest her, and when he hears this nonsense, it only makes him laugh. Earlier, our hero had already explained that this girl had 2 small breasts and he didn't like them. Even if he wanted a woman for himself, he found another, a woman with different curves. Having said this, the young boy's gaze turned to Captain Yu. She saw this and became embarrassed, calling him a pervert. Xiaofei must provide evidence of his innocence, otherwise he will be put in a cell for 48 hours. The hotel's CCTV will prove that the little girl is a thief and entered his room herself. Only the stupid police believed her story. When our hero insults the police again, the girl loses her temper and shouts loudly at him. The boy almost went deaf from this. The captain turns around and heads towards the girl to interrogate her again, and the unfortunate student can only sit and wait for the girl to return with a verdict. He has to wait for a long time, so he falls asleep. He dreams of Captain Yu in a bathing suit that shows all her attractive forms. In his dream, the girl humbly apologizes to him for being wrong. A moment later, the boy woke up from the loud sound of books hitting the table. His sleep was interrupted by the real Captain Yu, who said that the boy was free and could go. The young boy was very happy with this news. He was a little upset that his dream was over. The girl couldn't understand how our hero could sleep peacefully in the hotel after he had offended Blue Haolong. Does he think his life is not in danger? The main character didn't know how to respond to this, so he just looked at the policewoman in silence. The student felt awkward and thanked the girl. Today was not an accident, but he promises that it will not happen again. The young man left the office and headed towards the exit, but suddenly heard a woman's screams. It was that stranger who was crying. She asked not to arrest her, because she was left an orphan with her sister, who is now sick with cancer and urgently needs money. Well, the young lad wasn't going to feel sorry for this treacherous girl. He needed to get back to the dorm. By the time the main character returned to the dorm, it was already early morning. There was a severe frost outside. Meanwhile, the bandits who were waiting for him near the hostel were sleeping soundly, leaning against the wall. But suddenly, one of the thugs woke up and saw the silhouette of a man who looked very similar to Xiaofei. The boys brushed off the idea, saying they hadn't seen anyone. They were too sleepy. Thus, several hours passed and it was noon. The guys gathered in their boss's office. All his subordinates were trembling with fear because they could not carry out the order. They were even afraid to raise their eyes. The mustachioed man began to shout loudly and take out his anger on his subjects, beginning to insult them. The boys were still too embarrassed to look up and at their boss, so all they could do was apologize. The mustachioed man was furious. At that moment, he was very angry with his subordinates who could not do anything. He gave the order to finish off our hero, and as a result, these bastards fell asleep. He drives them out of the office. And a moment later, a bunch of cowardly guys ran out of the room. They didn't want to experience the boss's wrath. The mustachioed man decides to find real professionals instead of hanging out with these scum. He goes to a website for hired killers. The identity was successfully verified and the man was able to access the site. Moments later, the man posts a murder proposal on the website. In the ad, he indicated all the parameters of our hero and said that he needed to be finished off. The deposit was successfully made. It cost 100,000 yuan. The expert will start working. The mission will be completed within 7 days. Some time has passed and a young boy is sitting in the classroom during a lesson. The girl asks for attention. The entire university is collecting donations after the next lesson and everyone who can contribute a little money. But all the students are outraged because they don't understand who needed donations again. The girl grumbled at them because of such terrible words. Duh. That a girl from the history department has leukemia. Her family has started a fundraising campaign. The family does not have enough money. The protagonist decides that he can donate a couple of tens of thousands for this. This way he will get points. A moment later, the boy stands up from his seat. He seems to have had an idea. The young man decides that it is very bad to show off like that, so he will simply transfer the money to her personally. The boys leave the classroom and walk down the corridor, trying to find the history department. When the student finds him, he enters the classroom and asks who among those present is Liu Wenzi. The girl comes out to him. The guy says that he wants to transfer money to her phone, because he is embarrassed to do it in front of everyone. The girl is very grateful. A moment later, the student hands him her QR code, with which the young man transfers money to her. Before he leaves, he asks her not to tell anyone that he donated the money. If she has any difficulties, she can contact him. And so, a few seconds later, money arrives for the girl. She decides to see how much she received. And then, just a moment later, the girl's face fills with silk when she sees such a large sum in her account. She doesn't understand where the guy got so much money from. The student transferred her 100,000 yuan. Some time passed and evening came. A lot of people gathered in the square near the university, and the director asked for silence. They all gathered here to make a donation to a student named Liu Wenzi. She has a great character and good academic performance. After this short introductory speech, the director puts his monthly salary into the donation box. When students see such an act from the director, they immediately begin to admire you and praise him. Everyone notes that this is a very noble act and they are proud of their director. Only the main character does not react to this in any way, because he knows what a hypocrite the director really is. The mustachioed man thanks everyone and smiles widely. He puts on a fake smile. A moment later, he notices Xiaofei in the crowd, who stands silently and does not react in any way. After that, his face immediately fills with anger. When young Master Wang returns, our hero will feel humiliated. Meanwhile, the blonde glances at the crowd of students and stumbles upon the very guy who donated her 100,000 yuan. The girl quietly asks the teacher the name of that mysterious guy and points at him. The woman replies that this idiot's name is Xiaofei, and he is not worth paying attention to. The blonde knows that our hero is a real good guy. 30 minutes pass, and the charity donation is coming to an end. Now the student who made the biggest donation, Mu Lily, will speak. This bitch girl immediately starts showing off and saying that 10,000 is just a trifle. But for needy students, those pennies are likely to be worth more. The blonde and the woman were shocked by her terrible behavior. They did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Everyone around was unhappy with the girl's behavior, because she acted too arrogantly and treated others like shit. This bitch is attracting hatred again. Obviously, but people like that don't change. A moment later, the girl begins to publicly humiliate Zhou Xiaofei, saying that he is a beggar, but still wants to date her rich cousin. And this bitch doesn't see anything wrong with despising a toad like our hero. After her insulting speech, silence fell on the square. The girl even thought that she had put everyone in their place. But it was not to be, because a second later, the students began to rebel and insult the girl for such an arrogant attitude. The sick girl said that if Lily thinks she has the right to insult people from the stage for 10,000, then she doesn't want to accept her money. It was a really good deed that deserved respect. The guys in the square supported the girl. The guys were inspired and said that they had only donated a little so far, but they could do more. The main character is very sorry that such a sweet girl developed leukemia. It would be better if it was that bitch Lily. The system is even capable of cursing someone. A simple illness costs 200 points, something more serious. 500 points, and for leukemia or cancer you need to pay 5,000 points. But our hero is not going to do this, because there is not such a big feud between him and this bitch. Mu director stood up for Mu Lily and asked Liu Wenzi to watch her words. Is she not grateful at all? The blonde replied that Zhou Xiaofei also donated money, but he asked her not to say who helped more. Mu Lily accepted the girl's refusal of her donations. She called her a real spoiled bitch. All the students rebelled against Mu Lily, saying that she was a real piece of trash, just like her family. The principal tries to calm down the angry crowd of students, trying to urge them to remain calm. Suddenly, a man came running and said that someone transferred 100,000 yuan via phone this morning. It says that it was Zhou Xiaofei who did it. Mu Lily is horrified when she hears the main character's name. He has a big bank account. The man says that this student is a super VIP in their bank and has a big bank account, so there can be no mistake. Mu Lily is stunned. She doesn't understand how this young bastard can be so rich. She is very humiliated. Since Zhou Xiaofei is the student who donated the most money, the principal wants to invite him to the stage. All the students present are surprised that our hero made such a huge donation. He is rich, handsome, and modest. And so soon, the young lad comes out on stage to thunderous applause from the other students. The student Liu Wenzi is very cute, and that's the only reason Xiaofei is willing to help her. The young man believes that no matter whether you donate 100,000 yuan or 100,000, it expresses love that cannot be measured by money. All the students present support him and shout praise. They think exactly the same. The young guys are sincerely delighted with the main character. It seems that he was able to easily win their hearts and respect. Mu Lily, who is listening to all this, is getting more and more heated with each word. How can love not be measured by money? This bitch is literally seething with anger. Everyone admires this loser, not her. After a moment, the system turns to the protagonist. It was really well said. This time the showing off looked not only natural, but also restrained. It was truly wonderful, simply incomparable. This kind of showing off is considered the most profitable. Showing off in front of 3,000 people brings the young man 15,000 points. But everything is not as simple as it seems. In fact, there is one but. There is an additional rule in the system that states that for one show-off you can add a maximum of 5,000 points. As a result, in total, our hero has 5,500 points on his account. It is very sad that he did not receive the deserved 15,000 points. But the system only transferred 500 points to him, which makes the young guy furious. The system says that the young man has now reduced his debt. He owes not 10,000 points, but only 5. Xiaofei falls to his knees in front of the system and begs for the 5,000 points back. He doesn't want to give them back right now. But the system is not going to make concessions, so it does not spare the boy and refuses him. The young man smiles broadly and sincerely thanks everyone present for their support. Some time passed and the ceremony finally came to an end. The guy was so overcome with emotion that he couldn't stop smiling from delight. A blonde woman approached our hero, who seemed to want something. She was grateful to Xiaofei from the bottom of her heart. The young man says that there is no need to apologize. He wanted to raise the girl from her bow but accidentally touched her chest. After this action, the blonde immediately turned away and got angry. She thought that Xiaofei was a pervert. The young guy clutched his head because he really didn't want to do anything bad or offend the student. The young boy didn't know how to fix the situation, so he frantically started apologizing, but the girl told him to stop doing that. The young man asked the girl not to be angry and, if she suddenly needed help, she could call him. But the student couldn't call the main character, because she doesn't have his number. Zhou Xiaofei had completely forgotten about it, and was very glad that the girl reminded him. Right after that, the guys exchanged phone numbers. After some time, our hero left the university and headed along a simple path through the park, quietly humming a song. Suddenly, the young man turned around sharply, as he felt someone's heavy gaze and presence on him. But when the young man turned around, he saw absolutely no one behind him. He was completely alone. Xiaofei consoled himself by saying that it must have been his imagination. But it was far from his imagination. The main character was heading to the cafeteria to have a snack after a hard day. After the snack, he wants to go to the dorm. But suddenly, just a moment later, someone's silhouette appeared behind him, and a heavy hand grabbed the defenseless boy by the neck. Luckily, it was Voltaire. Xiaofei had been gone for a long time, so the guy thought he was joking about selling antiques. In fact, the main character is genuinely happy to see his friend. They can't wait to go and have a bite. And so, a moment later, the boys enter the dining room. Immediately after that, all eyes turn to Zhou Xiaofei. One girl wonders if such a rich, handsome man has a girlfriend. But the student is immediately upset by being told that he already has a girlfriend. Nana Ho, a third-year student, is Mu Lily's cousin. Rumor has it that Nana's family sent the girl abroad to separate them. Voltaire offers to take the leftovers with them after they eat. Finally, the boys finished eating. They tried to hold the hot food as carefully as possible, but it didn't work, and one of the boys bumped into Xiaofei. Because the guy crashed into our hero, all the hot food flew onto his face and left severe burns. Voltaire and Xiaofei began to frantically apologize to the guy who suffered because of them. Voltaire wanted to help the unfortunate man but found a knife in his pants. A moment later, the stranger jumped to his feet, grabbing a knife. The guy is ready to strike. Voltaire tries to help his friend and close him, for which he gets a knife on the hand. Blood spurts out. The stranger intends to strike at our hero, but he successfully blocks it and remains unharmed. The assassin was shocked because the order did not say that the target knew Wing Chun. This caught him off guard. This scumbag dared to offend the protagonist's friend, and he will definitely pay for it. But the stranger does not want to be underestimated. The young man is determined to finish off Zhou Xiaofei. A moment later, the young boy uses a special skill to catch the knife blade with his bare hands, and he does it quite deftly. The assassin doesn't understand how this can happen. The main character won't die today, but Blue Haolong will definitely go to the next world. The young man begins to beat his offender, leaving countless bruises and wounds on his body. Voltaire tries to stop the main character, because he will have problems again because of the fight. A moment later, the police run up to the guys. And so, the young lad again finds himself in a familiar place, the police station. The guy Xiaofei beat up turned out to be the killer, so he can go. It was self-defense. From now on, the young man must be careful. After Xiaofei was released from the police station, he immediately went to the hospital to visit Voltaire. The tendons are very damaged, and the young man's situation is very difficult and serious. The chance of success is less than 10%. If Voltaire is unlucky, he will lose his arm. Hearing this, the boy feels a strong wave of panic. He is still too young, and he doesn't want to become disabled. Our hero heard about this while he was standing at the door. Out of rage and anger, he punched the concrete wall, leaving a dent. The protagonist feels very guilty about what happened to his friend. The system calms him down and says that it's just a small thing. A young boy hopefully asks the system if it can help his friend. This is a rather stupid question, because it is time to understand that the system is omnipotent. Now is not the time to joke. Xiaofei wants to help Voltaire. There is a wound healing function that will heal anything the guy touches with his hands. However, the effectiveness depends on the severity of the injury. One use of this function costs 10,000 points. The young boy is very happy about this news, and he wants to help his injured friend as soon as possible. But the system reminds that Xiaofei has only 500 points left, and there are no spare ones. He could die at any moment. The system is waiting to see what decision the protagonist will make. It seems to her that he will not agree. But the brave young man agrees without a doubt, because his friend saved his life, and he will heal him no matter what. The system agrees and takes away the main character's last points, and in return gives him a healing function. And now, just a moment later, the young boy receives the power of healing, thanks to which he can help his friend. Immediately after this, Zhou Xiaofei happily rushes into the room and approaches his friend, saying that everything will definitely be fine. As he says this, he touches Voltaire's injured hand, healing it. The doctor asked Xiao not to interfere, as his friend could lose his arm. Voltaire said that he was ready for this. After all, if he were in danger, Zhou would certainly have done the same. However, Fei insisted that there was nothing wrong with the arm, and the doctor had simply made a mistake. The doctor was outraged and began to claim the opposite, saying that their hospital was equipped with the best equipment and there could be no mistake. Suddenly, Voltaire tried to move the fingers on his injured hand and was surprised that he could move his hand without any problems. The guy enthusiastically declared that his hand was indeed fine. Xiao noted that there was a possibility of error even with the equipment. After some time, they safely left the hospital. Xiao asked Voltaire to go home, saying that he had a lot of things to do today. Naturally, Zhou rushed to visit Dragon Security, reaching Long's office, who hired a hitman to kill him. Fei brazenly burst into the building, where security guards tried to stop him. The protagonist earnestly asked them not to interfere with his intention to deal with Blue. Meanwhile, Haolong was in his office, where he learned that his plan had failed and the order amount had increased significantly. The head of the company was furious and could not understand why a professional killer could not cope with a pathetic student. Hao couldn't allow such a mistake and renewed the order, naively believing that Zhou would soon meet his end. Suddenly the phone rang and the guards informed Long that a young man named Xiao was in the lobby. A stunned Blue looked at the monitor where he saw his sworn enemy. The main character easily dealt with several bodyguards, after which he demonstratively looked into one of the video cameras and smiled. Haolong became furious, realizing that he had to act extremely quickly. At this moment, another brave man from the guards ran up to Xiaofei. As a result, the same fate befell him. Zhou easily beat up the bat-wielding bodyguard. He then headed towards Hao's office, where he intended to end their feud once and for all. However, the head himself came to him with several guards, declaring that no one dared to break into his territory. Xiao replied that Haolong had tried to kill him many times, but he was still alive and strong. In this regard, he should admit his defeat, because Blue can't even handle a student. To make him even more angry, the furious boss said that the guy would definitely die today, after which he ordered his thugs to immediately finish off the young upstart. Fei, in turn, began to run away from his armed pursuers. The main character literally mocked the guards who tirelessly ran after him. Eyewitnesses noted the unprecedented courage of the young man, enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, one of them called the police and reported what was happening. The guards continued to participate in Fei's marathon, but after a few minutes they began to breathe heavily and could no longer chase him. Finally, Zhou stopped, and the bodyguard noted that this was the end of Xiao's games. Xiaofei, smiling broadly, urged him to look back. The guard turned around and found that his colleagues were not around. Fei began to inflict painful blows on him. Blue's subordinate fell to the ground. Then the self-confident protagonist headed to Haolong's office, who in turn looked out the window in search of his guards. He naively believed that the bodyguards had beaten up the upstart. However, a few minutes later, Xiao stood at the door of Long's office and egged him on in every possible way. The head of the company was shocked to see that the guy was completely unharmed, while his beaten security guards were scattered throughout the office corridors. Blue stated that if it weren't for the conflict, he would have accepted him as his student. Zhou answered quite confidently that he was not worthy of being a teacher. The system hastened to reward the young man with 50 points for such showing off. At this time, Hao took off his shirt and called the guy to fight him. It must be admitted that he had a pumped-up body. Blue added that brave people like him die very quickly, after which he hurried to attack Xiaofei. The guy prepared for battle. However, he didn't expect Haolong to be so fast. As a result, he missed a powerful blow and fell to the floor with a crash. Blue was a martial artist, and with the Wing Chun style, Xiao had a hard time resisting him. Zhu said that if he killed him, the police would not let Hao go so easily. Blue replied that he didn't need to kill him, because he could break his limbs, which was worse than death. After which, Long tried to step on the protagonist's hand, intending to break it. However, Fei instantly healed himself with his system and took action. The young man stood up on his feet with lightning speed and grabbed the bat at the same time. Haolong couldn't understand how he had enough strength. Meanwhile, Xiao hit Blue's leg with a bat, and Blue fell to the floor. Zhao realized that this was perhaps his only chance, and began to beat Hao. At one point, Long caught the stick, declaring it was his turn. Haolong demonstratively bent the crowbar, looking into Xiaofei's eyes, after which he pounced on the guy, inflicting extremely painful blows on his stomach. The bloody Fei found himself horizontal again. But the main character was not afraid of him. On the contrary, he deliberately provoked Blue. Sensing victory, Hao decided to finish off the young man, declaring that he had made a mistake in coming to him despite warnings. Long grabbed Zhao and said that the police would do nothing to him even if he killed him. Zhou understood perfectly well that he was about to die and began to ask the system for help. But the program refused to help him, noting that he no longer had experience points. Just as Haolong tried to kill the guy, a sudden female voice called out to him. As it turned out, Yu arrived just in time. She called on Blue to stop, pointing a gun at him, after which she ordered him to raise his hands up. Long slowly rose up, looking at Shui. Hao claimed that she pointed the gun at the wrong person, as the young man wanted to kill him, and he was simply defending himself. Yu hurried to put handcuffs on him, saying that she would sort everything out, and he, in turn, was obliged to testify at the station. Blue added that video cameras could prove his innocence, because the guy himself provoked such actions. Haolong eventually agreed to go to the police station, but first he needed to go to the hospital. The main character ate, getting to his feet, and declared that he also needed to go to the hospital. However, Shui did not listen to Long and took him to the police station, and Fei actually had to be hospitalized. After some time, news about this incident spread across all channels, where it was said that a student named Xiao Fei broke into the Dragon Security Company and caused a stir there. News headlines were filled with footage of Zhou beating up a crowd of security guards. Everyone began to actively discuss what had happened, saying that the student had single-handedly broken the company president's leg. Meanwhile, Xiao was in the city hospital, under the supervision of doctors. Unexpectedly, Sister Shu visited him, and when Fei came to, he found himself covered in bandages. The girl asked about his health. The guy replied that he was fine, but he himself was experiencing severe pain throughout his body. At this moment, an angry Captain Shui burst into the room. Yu accused Zhou of deliberately causing the mass brawl, and they have evidence. After which she gave him a tablet with footage shot on the company's video cameras. Fei began to familiarize himself with them. Seeing himself as the instigator who had scattered all the bodyguards, the young man said that he would explain everything when he recovered. An angry Shui said that she would assign 2 police officers to him so that he would not dare to escape. Then she hurried out of the room, declaring that she would have to deal with all of this. Lu noticed that Captain Yu was extremely caring, and he should take a closer look at her. Xiao Fei disagreed with his sister's opinion, noting that he could only sympathize with her future husband, since she was a hurricane woman. At this moment, Shu's brother and father suddenly entered the room. The girl did not expect to see them here. The father said that he couldn't help but come, because their family would be drawn into this mess, and the brother urged his sister to stop communicating with Zhou. Having given her the choice of either leaving the family or ending her friendship with Fei, Lu understood that it was the old man's initiative. At this time, the grandfather came in and asked to make the right choice, starting to tell how he sees this situation. The old man said that this guy had insulted not only the Wang family, but also the Ho family, and this is tantamount to humiliating all the famous and great people in Zhonghai, adding that this student is not worth communicating with or doing any business with. Lu asked the family to give the boy one last chance, and within a year he would prove his worth. But the old man did not want to listen to anything and repeated his demands. Otherwise, he would pretend that he did not have a granddaughter. Zhou said that Sister Shu had done a lot for him, and he didn't want to make her life difficult, so he would leave on his own. The family tried in every way to win Lu over to their side, and her grandfather asked her to listen to him. Her father said that if she hadn't gotten involved with that student, everything would have been fine. However, the girl continued to stand her ground, stating that she would work with Xiao, especially since the auction house was returning to them. All the relatives were shocked by what was happening, not understanding what had come over her. The indignant father asked if she was really ready to leave her family for some ragamuffin. Lu noted that she had listened to them all her life and did not dare to contradict them, but now she would make her own decision. The main character, in turn, promised her to do everything possible not to let her down. After which he took her hand. Shu replied that she believed him and everything would be fine. The embittered old man said that he wanted to see the skills that made his granddaughter value Fei. Zhao replied that he should just pay attention to how he and his sister were running their business, and then he would realize his mistake. Suddenly the grandfather started coughing up blood, and the family was concerned about his health. At that moment, the system awarded Xiao 100 experience points for bringing his interlocutor to such a state. Lu also became nervous and asked how her grandfather was feeling, but the old man sternly declared that his granddaughter no longer existed for him. Then he turned to Zhou and said that he was extremely curious to see how he would do it. After which the relatives hurried to leave the room. Fei apologized to Shu for causing her trouble. Lu, in turn, stated that they had 20 million at their disposal, and if he didn't mind, she would become its co-owner. The guy was delighted with this idea. He assumed that in a couple of years they would surpass her family. Meanwhile, Yu visited the young man again. Shui urged him to tell her about the situation with Haolong. The protagonist told her a story about a killer whom Blue hired to get rid of him, and after the killer failed, he sent guards. The police captain said he was the one who beat Long's bodyguards. After all, the video camera recordings clearly show his actions towards the security guards. Fei very convincingly asked the system to change the video recording data in his favor, which cost him 50 points, and a moment later the program edited the materials. Zhou handed the tablet to Yu, asking her to look over the recordings again more carefully. Sui was shocked because she had previously seen a completely different picture of events with her own eyes. After which, she asked Xiao to wait for a while she looked at the original video footage from Hao's office cameras. After a certain amount of time, the captain showed the recordings to Blue, who stated that the video was clearly edited. Yu suggested that he view the original footage from the CCTV cameras. Long ordered his assistant to provide the materials to the captain. The boy asked Shui to go to the control room, where they all together saw shocking recordings that completely and entirely justified Fei. Yu didn't understand how Haolong had screwed up so badly, given his experience in such matters. After which, the captain stated that he would not be able to accuse Zhou of provocation, even though he had already filed a complaint against him in court. Blue was literally seething with anger, not understanding how this could have happened. Zhui realized that Xiao Fei was actually quite good at pretending. She asked if he would testify against the guy in court. Hao knew that there was no point in it anymore and he wouldn't win the case, so he naturally refused. Meanwhile, a suspicious nurse entered the main character's room with a syringe in her hand and announced that it was time for injections. Fei became suspicious and asked where the other nurse had gone. The girl tried to get out of the situation in an extremely awkward way. However, Zhou realized that she was not a real hospital employee and dealt her a sudden blow. The girl collapsed on the floor and indignantly declared that he had no right to treat her like that. At that moment, the police officers that Yu had assigned to Xiao's ward ran into the room. The guy said that she couldn't be allowed to escape. Realizing that she had been exposed, the unknown person immediately attacked law enforcement officers, after which she quickly and unhindered left the chamber. Fei did not intervene as he was already injured and hurried to call Captain Shui. Zhou told Yu that a woman dressed as a nurse had tried to kill him and then escaped. The young man described her appearance, and Shui, who was nearby, began to look for the suspect. The police captain ordered her subordinates to block all exits and wait for her signal. She herself began to carefully look out for the unknown person in the crowd of people. After a few minutes, she finally identified the suspect and headed in her direction. Yu walked past the potential killer without showing that she was following her. Then Shui moved quickly to strike the woman, but she managed to grab her hand, after which she took out a knife and tried to attack the police captain. However, Yu was quicker and managed to grab the gun and shoot the killer. The girl ordered the wounded suspect to be taken to the police station. As it turned out, this person was a repeat offender who killed at least 20 people. Shui reported this to the police chief, and Luo, in turn, noted that Fei turned out to be an extremely useful person, adding that Yu could pretend to be Zhou's girlfriend for a while to keep an eye on him. But the captain didn't like this idea, and she flatly refused the offer. News of the event spread across the internet, and Lu left her position as CEO of the auction house. Xu was also promoted to deputy director for capturing 2 murderers. An embittered Blue stated that he had failed to kill this student, and now his name was all over the news feeds. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Hao Long picked up the phone and asked who it was. The unknown person stated that the 2 killers he hired were his people, and as compensation, he would capture the student for free. Having asked for the guy's personal information, Long naturally told him everything he knew. Hao knew full well that he needed more competent people to deal with Fei. At this time, at the Ho family's house, Nana's parents heard the news about Blue and his company. They believed that this was Xiao Fei's doing, as there were various rumors circulating that Zhou beat up Hao Long, which they never expected, because in this way their plan was ruined. Her husband was furious that she had contacted Long to eliminate Xiao. Suddenly the phone rang. They couldn't understand who it could be at such a late hour. When they answered the call, they heard Blue's voice, praising them for the work they had done. The head of the Ho family couldn't understand what was being discussed and asked how. Long said their informants now work for his security firm, adding that he taught them a lesson so that they would know who not to mess with. Ho apologized for his wife and offered to pay 10 million yuan as compensation. But Blue refused, demanding an obsidian bowl to solve the problem. Naturally, they agreed to accept Hao Long's conditions, since they had no other choice. After he hung up, the angry Yuan asked his wife to take the cup to Hao tomorrow. Wang was also beside herself with anger over the current situation, blaming Xiao Fei in every way. Suddenly, the man slapped her, calling her to shut up immediately, saying that they now need to go to the antique market to get a gift for Master Chen, since the cup needs to be given to Blue. Besides, there is an antique fair in Chenzhou next month where you can try your luck. Meanwhile, the main character was finally discharged from the hospital, and a joyful Fei enjoyed his freedom. Suddenly, he received a message from Qin Ruo, who informed him of her arrival in Zhonghai and suggested that they meet. Arriving at the meeting place at the cafe, Zhou thought about how great it would be to earn more experience points. The system noticed that with the current state of things, he is at the level of a student and it is too early for him to think about it, because its creators divided the kingdom of showing off into 8 gradations. At the moment, Xiao is at the level of a disciple, followed by a teacher, king, emperor, god, saint, and reverend. Who could kill with just one look? Fei asked where her creators were now. The program replied that they had gone to God and were unlikely to return from there. At this time, his classmate Qin called out to him and greeted Zhou. Rua said that her cousin was getting married, so she had to come back to be a bridesmaid. After which she introduced Xiao to her classmate Xu Hongming, who unexpectedly called Fei trash. Min continued to insult the main character, for which he received a slap in the face. An outraged Hong said that if he hit him again, he would take extreme measures. Zhu couldn't resist slapping him again, and Xu decided to threaten him with the police. Xiao offered him 10,000 not to call the police, but Hongming started to raise the price. Then Fei offered 50,000 yuan, and Ming's eyes literally lit up. But he tried to keep a low profile and demanded 100,000 because Zhou had hit him twice. Qin asked him to stop this circus and urged the guy to simply apologize to Hong, but he did not do so. After asking Xu for his card number so he could transfer the money to him, Ming naturally agreed. At that very moment, the main character transferred 100,000 yuan to his account. A moment later, Hong Min received a message on his phone with a transfer of 100,000. The customers in the coffee shop were shocked and began asking him to beat them up for money. Ruo asked Xu to return the money to him immediately because it was unfair. However, the young man was extremely cunning and refused, starting to think about how he would spend this amount of money. Fei in turn rushed to call the police and report the extortion. Hong Min was furious and began to say that he paid him himself and no one blackmailed him, adding that the police wouldn't believe him anyway, since he beat him up. 5 minutes later, Yu arrived at the scene and asked what had happened. Xiao was confused because Shui had been promoted, and she shouldn't have been here. The law enforcement officer asked again who the complainant was and what exactly had happened. Fei said that it was he who called, while Ming tried to find a flaw in Zhou's version. After which Xiao began to explain the situation as a whole, that Hong insulted him and he got furious, and subsequently slapped him. Xu then asked him to hit him again, and since Fei always helped people, he gave him another slap. Ming confirmed the guy's words. After this, Hongming said that he would report it to the police. Zhou became scared and suggested that they settle the matter with money. The young man decided that 50,000 yuan would be enough, but Hong demanded 100. Xiao suggested that Xu return 90,000 and keep 10,000 for himself as moral damages. The embittered Hongmin was furious and declared that this was complete chaos because he had beaten him. However, the people present in the cafe confirmed that the main character was right, and Hong realized that things were bad. Moreover, Zhou continued to play the victim, saying that he had no choice but to pay the extortionist. Hong was literally boiling over from the unbearable situation, because Fei had set him up, and he couldn't do anything. Xiao asked Yu what the punishment was for beating a person. Shui replied that according to Article 43 of the Law on Disturbing Public Order, he was liable to a fine of 500 yuan. The guy offered Hong Min to take 10,000, or the matter would go to court. Suddenly, Shu clenched his fist. Fei rushed towards Yu, declaring that he wanted to kill him. But Min, in turn, made the right decision and transferred 90,000 to Zhou's account, after which, pushing people aside, he left the cafe. Visitors noted that the young man definitely amused them. Io noted that he should behave more restrainedly and not provoke others into conflict. Moreover, he has a girl with him, and in order not to expose her to danger, he must listen to the advice. Then she left. For such a performance, the system hastened to reward the ridiculous actor with 300 experience points. At this time, Qin stated that she might be offended by him for such behavior. Fei replied that she had deliberately invited him to the cafe so that Zhou could help her get rid of the annoying classmate. Ruo smiled and said that it was indeed so, and besides, she didn't have money to pay the bill. Qiao stated that she didn't need to worry about it, and now that he had driven him away, she could go home in peace. The girl was surprised that he was not going to spend the evening with her and asked if Xiaofei really wanted her to leave. Zhou said that if her dad found out, he would definitely cause trouble for his parents. Qin tried to convince him otherwise, saying that her father treated the boys who looked after her well. After the main character put her on the bus, Ruo noticed that he had not changed, and also stood up for her. The girl began to remember her school years, when Xiao stood up for her. However, she believed that she deserved a better life partner, and he must definitely be a celebrity. Fei also went home on a bus, where a thief tried to rob the girl, but one of the passengers shouted that there was a robber on board. Suddenly, the bandit took out a knife and threatened with it. All the people pretended that nothing was happening. The thief then grabbed the young brave man and dragged him towards the exit, Zhou watching from the side. The frightened young man could not resist the armed robber. As a result, they got off the bus, and the bandit's friends immediately came to them. The young man warned that if they tried to harm him, he would call the police. The girl who was initially attacked by the thief asked the driver to ignore what was happening and to leave quickly. Xiaofei noted that no one cared about her, but this guy stood up for her, and she decided to just run away. After which he decided to personally help the daredevil and got off the bus, heading towards the thugs. Upon seeing him, the robbers began to deal with the self-confident Zhou. The armed bandits immediately attacked Fei, saying that he had made a mistake by getting off the bus. However, the arrogant violators could not cope with the main character, who, in turn, quite skillfully dodged attacks while inflicting painful blows on them. The victim and the people got off the bus. Xiao asked if they would accuse the thief of theft. If they are afraid, they may not take the case to court, but next time they will most likely not be helped. After which the main character attacked the bandits again, scattering them to the sides. At this moment, the instigator tried to hit Zhou, but the guy managed to catch his hand. Eyewitnesses noted that the young man was quite strong. Fei squeezed his wrist, causing significant damage to him, and the robber claimed that he was protected by law. Xiu said that he would pay for the beating anyway, so he could beat them as much as he wanted. The guy called on everyone who wanted to also beat up the violators, and the system in turn rewarded the owner with experience points for this performance. The passengers were worried because the police could arrest them for this, especially since they had families. But Zhou assured them that the police would do nothing to them, since they would pretend that they had accidentally stepped on the thieves while getting off the bus. The bandits realized that this could end very badly and hurried to leave the location. However, people did not allow them to do this and literally walked over them. Then Fei urged everyone to wait for the police so that they could be arrested, and everyone readily agreed. A few minutes later, law enforcement officers arrived, led, of course, by Yu. The leader of the robbers began to play the victim, claiming that the guy had beaten him and broken his arm, after which he called on all the passengers on the bus to engage in physical violence. People, in turn, began to make extremely absurd excuses, as if they had accidentally stepped on them. Fei claimed it was self-defense because the gang of thugs were trying to beat him up, and everything was recorded on video cameras. The bandits understood that the situation was not in their favor and hurried away. But the angry people again prevented this, calling on the girl not to be afraid and to tell what really happened. The brave young man who stood up for the girl on the bus said that he was ready to testify against these robbers. At a certain point, the girl finally gained courage and said that one of them really was a thief who cut her purse with a knife. Shui listened to the people's complaints for a long time, then ordered the bandit to be arrested. At this time, the bus driver insistently asked to return to the vehicle. Just as everyone was about to continue their journey home, Yu suddenly stopped the young brave man and Fei. The police officer said they needed to stay. The protagonist understood that she was tired of dealing with him in such situations. Shui angrily asked why he was next to that boy. Zhou replied that he was just fighting crime. An enraged Yu shouted that she would deal with her brother herself, and that he should keep quiet. The young brother replied that he could not just stand and watch what was happening. Shui replied that it was the police's job, and besides, if something bad happened to him, she and her mother would be horrified. After which Yu let go of her brother, and the boy hurried back to the bus. Faye was outraged, and did not understand why she detained him, because her brother did it on his own initiative, and if he had not intervened, the bandits would have beaten him, which could have even affected his worldview in the future. Lan began to lecture her brother again, and Joe realized that it was better not to touch her now. In connection with this, I decided to quietly leave the scene of the incident. But Yu said that if he escaped, she would be forced to detain him for 48 hours. The enraged sister ordered her brother not to go outside and only to attend school. Naturally, the boy could not disobey her and agreed to return to school. She then turned to the main source of the problem and announced that she had some information. The 2 hitmen who tried to kill Xiao died on the way to prison, presumably at the hands of other killers. So she recommended that Faye accept 24-hour police protection. However, Joe refused because he could not afford to exploit the law enforcement officers. Then Yu offered to give him a ride home, and the guy of course agreed. Meanwhile, they were being watched by a girl who was a C-class killer named Medusa. She understood that this student was not as simple as he seemed, because he had defeated all the killers before her. Her mission was to eliminate 2 mercenaries who failed in their mission and to destroy this boy. After some time, Faye successfully reached his dorm. Suddenly, Medusa entered his room and asked if he was that same Xiao. The bewildered youth asked who she was and what she wanted from him. The girl unexpectedly approached him and, looking into Joe's eyes, hypnotized him. The system said that this woman is a master of hypnosis and he is on her hook. Xiao Fei asked the program if it had any information about the killer group. The system responded that if it is online, it can be found, and with the help of the program, hypnosis is not scary for him. However, it is impossible to expose her now, since she will simply kill Joe. After a couple of minutes, the system found the necessary information about this person. Her name was Medusa, and she was a C-class killer. She loved to torture and then kill her victim, and she also eliminated 2 killers. Faye immediately purchased a bad luck card from the program and used it on the killer. After Xiao pretended to be hypnotized, Medusa smelled the scent of victory. The mercenary said in a languid voice that she was his mistress and he needed to follow her. The young man agreed. Once outside, they set off in an unknown direction, Joe obediently following the girl. At that moment, a wire suddenly broke away from the pole and fell right at the killer's feet, causing her to be electrocuted. The main character, in turn, gloated and watched what was happening with a smile. While passing by a small transformer, he suddenly exploded. However, this time the woman managed to dodge and jump to the side. But a moment later she landed awkwardly on a watermelon rind and slipped. The killer later found herself in a trash bin, from where she quickly escaped. The card was valid for an hour, but only 10 minutes had passed, which means another 50 minutes of the show. Xiao Fei enjoyed what was happening and had a good laugh at the ridiculous girl. Every couple of minutes something happened to her. Suddenly someone poured slop on her. After walking a few meters, a tennis ball hit her head extremely painfully, after which an accident happened to her on the roadway. She was hit by a car. The wounded Medusa couldn't wait to mock Xiao. Finally, the unsuccessful killer caught a taxi and hurried to get into the car. However, a surprise awaited her here too. The bus crashed into the car at low speed. The drivers started arguing among themselves, trying to figure out who was right. Suddenly, Medusa decided to kill the guy now since she simply might not reach her destination. The main character understood her intentions and began to think about what to do. At that moment, the bus driver deliberately moved towards the taxi driver's car. The girl did not have time to get out of the car. As a result, she was rammed by a bus again, and the girl was in a deplorable state. Meanwhile, the drivers continued to sort things out while waiting for the police. The bloody Medusa understood that she couldn't let the police arrive, which meant she had to leave immediately. At this time, Faye approached her and asked where the young lady was going and why she did not invite him to her home. The killer was perplexed to realize that Xiao was not actually under her hypnosis. She assumed that the guy knew demonic magic, since the 2 killers were stronger, but still could not kill him. Without thinking twice, Medusa left the location and disappeared in an unknown direction. Already at home, she received a message with the characteristics of Xiao Fei, who had quite a few skills. Suddenly her phone ran out of battery and the girl went to find a charger. However, when she inserted the adapter into the socket, she was shocked again. Medusa was perplexed. Meanwhile, at Haolong's mansion, his accomplices were unhappy with Blue, who never got rid of the annoying Xiao Fei, because he had a lot of time to do so. The woman said that Hao shouldn't lead them on, especially since her husband was dead. Long replied that he could not be killed directly, and that there were other ways to do so. Zhou and Lu are planning to open an antique shop. as he was lucky enough to earn about 10 million before. In this regard, it is necessary to appoint several people who will scare away potential clients. The relatives approved of Halong's plan and asked him to start implementing it quickly. Approaching the educational institution, the main character noticed the crowd of people. Fei came over to see what was going on. He saw a car and a motorcycle next to it. Xiao asked what happened. People told him about how Teacher Wu accidentally drove into a guy's car, and he demands to pay him. But the problem is that the young man wants to be paid 100,000, and that is too much. At that moment, the guy hit the teacher and his glasses flew off. This behavior did not please the crowd of people, and they began to threaten him. However, the impudent man declared that he was the director's son, Yao Yiyu Leong, and that his father was Yao Xingguo, after which he began to provoke everyone to risk harming him. Teacher Wu asked not to fall for his tricks and to help find his glasses. The girl found the teacher's glasses and hurried to pick them up from the ground. But the embittered Leon did not let her do this and stepped on her hand, thereby crushing the glasses. Crazy EU continued to squeeze the girl's hand until it bled. The situation was getting tense. The students could barely control themselves and were about to beat up the impudent fellow. Everyone immediately rushed to help the injured student, asking about her health. At this point, the protagonist asked everyone to calm down, stating that he would personally deal with Yao. Among the crowd of people was Brother Shui. He also recognized Fei. The arrogant Lun asked who he was, noting that he would not dare to hit him. Zhu gave his name and hurried to solve the problem. Xiao suggested him a peaceful way to resolve the conflict situation. First, Lun is required to apologize to Professor Wu and compensate for medical expenses and moral damages. Secondly, he would apologize to his classmate Xiao Zhuan and also compensate for the harm he had caused her. Because students always act wisely, he should adopt this trait. Enraged, Yu declared that he would personally give him some brains, after which he tried to hit the main character, but the guy managed to dodge. Then he immediately slapped the overconfident Lun. Yao was at a loss, and Zhou noticed that he was the first to start waving his arms. However, Yu tried to attack Xiaofei again, and before he could do anything, he was slapped again. The students present began to laugh at the principal's son. Yao, in turn, immediately called his father and snitched on him, saying that one of the students had hit him. After which, with a satisfied and flushed face, he looked at Fei, declaring that he was finished. The students realized that the guy was really going to get into trouble with the principal. But Xiao said confidently enough that Xingguo wouldn't lay a finger on him. A moment later, the angry director intervened in the conflict and asked who dared to hit his son. The once brave Lun literally turned into a child and threw himself under the protection of his father. Seeing Xiaofei smiling, Xingguo was horrified, as he knew that he couldn't help in this situation. The director asked his son if it was Fei who beat him up, and Yiyu confirmed that it was Fei who hit him. Yao turned to Zhou and declared that he could not get out of this now. Imagine Lun's surprise when his father urged him not to touch the boy and just forget about what happened. Yu did not understand his father's reaction and urged him to punish this student. But Xingguo was unwavering in his decision. However, this was not enough for Xiaofei, and he said that they could not leave so easily. After all, Yao didn't even deign to understand the situation and doesn't know what his son did. The director replied that he had already beaten Lion and did not understand what else he needed. Zhou stated that Yu had hit Teacher Wu and almost broken Liang's arm, so at the very least they should apologize. And if they don't do this, then what kind of director will he show himself to be? Xingguo understood that his son was wrong. In connection with this, he asked Lion again whether Xiao was telling the truth, and the impudent fellow confirmed the young man's words without any remorse. The director, in turn, could not stand such boorish behavior from his son and slapped him, after which he demanded that he apologize to the teacher and Xiao Zhuan. Xingguo hurried to personally ask for forgiveness from Teacher Wu and Lian. Following him, his offspring also apologized, gritting his teeth. Out of politeness, the teacher said that nothing terrible had happened. The protagonist noticed that Director Yao is indeed a good person. Then the enraged father pulled Lun along with him, and all the students started laughing. At that very moment, they wondered who Xiaofei really was if even the director was afraid of him. The teacher and his classmate Lian thanked Zhou for his help, after which Fei recommended taking Xiaozhuan to the medical room to treat her wounds. There turned out to be quite a lot of students willing to help the girl. At that moment, the system reported that he had been assigned an intermediate link, and he subsequently earned more than 300 points. The program advised the owner to increase his level of showing off to the same level as physical violence against enemies. The guy noticed that getting used to a low level of posing was limiting his development, and suddenly he received a message, where Shu informed him about the opening of an antique shop and asked him to accompany her to this event. But Fei refused. Lu said he was the only appraiser she could take with her. Zhao realized that he would have to go after all and agreed to attend the store opening. After some time, the main character found himself at the grand opening of an antique store. Zhao immediately went to have a snack at the food court, and when he met Lu, he asked why he was inviting an appraiser. Xu replied that the shop belonged to a close relative of the family in Yanjin, and they wanted to put the appraisers to the test. Fei realized that she had called him in order to take advantage of the opportunity to humiliate them at the upcoming opening of their store. Smiling Lu noted that she was not mistaken about him because Zhou really was quite smart. The boy assured his sister that he would make the others show respect for them. At this moment, Jin appeared and pointed out that this young man was clearly more than a friend to her, which was why she was confused. The girl, in turn, reacted extremely hotly and asked what he was talking about. The arrogant, impudent man repeated his opinion about their relationship, for which he received a slap in the face from Sister Lu. Even Xiao did not expect this from her. Zhu said that instead of empty talk, he should concentrate on the matter to prove his superiority. The cousin noted that even if she left the family, he should not count on the further development of the relationship. At this moment, Fei suddenly took Lu's velvet hand and declared that this was exactly what he wanted, and the girl was shocked. After which he said quite confidently that it was none of his business, and they would decide for themselves what to do. Jin began to ridicule their pseudo-relationship, saying that she was no better than him. Lu stated that if Jin was doing better than her, then it should be proven. The guy urged her to wait a little to make sure of it. The protagonist gave the self-confident young man a disdainful look and asked Shu what was going on. The girl insistently asked him to let go of her hand, saying that she was intentionally angry with him, adding that he probably took her hand on purpose to irritate him. Lu said their rivalry began when the auction house's head position became vacant, but he was removed. Zhu said their joint antique shop would surpass their own. Shu, in turn, smiled and replied that this was precisely why she contacted him. Meanwhile, the store owner Yan Yunqing came onto the stage and greeted everyone present. Because peers in business are enemies, she caused a lot of trouble for everyone. After which she showed 3 antiques, which she said were genuine, hidden in bags. Yun then proposed to identify these 3 valuable items and evaluate them, and whoever could do so would take possession of them. Yan pulled out something that looked like gold ore from the first bag and announced the start of the competition. People understood that it was quite difficult to identify and evaluate these antiques, because no one would just throw money away. Others noted that Qing was overly arrogant in wanting to mock Zhonghai's antiques industry. Exu noted that the Yan family was quite rich and that their shops were not comparable to their counters. And if there is a person in the city who is capable of handling this task, it is Fei. Meanwhile, experts began to unravel the mystery of the incomprehensible stone, wondering what it could be. People looked at it with a magnifying glass, but still did not understand what it was, and asked if they could come closer. Yunqing naturally allowed everyone to come up one by one and carefully examine the item and even touch it, adding that she was counting on them joining the Yanji alliance even if they didn't recognize the antiques, which in turn alarmed everyone, noting the extremely ambitious attitude of the girl. Yan egged on the evaluators, saying that no one could handle such a simple task. Seeing Jin in the crowd of people, she guessed that the famous Shu family auction house must have the best appraiser. By pushing her to try her luck and solve the mystery of the antiques, the guy understood that she deliberately wanted to disgrace him. Lu pointed out that if Fei ever cooperated with this person, he should be careful, since Yunqing was a business genius. The main character himself understood that this woman was quite insidious and self-confident, and anything can be expected from such individuals. At this time, an idea came into Jin's head, which he quickly realized. The young man said that the greatest appraiser of all of Zhonghai was Xiao Fei and pointed to Zhou. People began to discuss the boy's appearance among themselves, knowing that it was he who had recently put Haolong in his place. Others were confused by the fact that Xiao could be the best of the best at such a young age. After all, his cousin chose to leave the family in order to collaborate with him. Jin thus gave the people a reason to discuss and ridicule Zhou. However, Fei decided to play along with him, and stated that he really was the best appraiser in the whole city. After which, the young man asked Miss Yan whether he could take the precious antiques back after identifying them. Yun believed that the boy would not be able to handle this task and confirmed her words. Xiao continued to inflate his own value, while simultaneously humiliating others, saying that no one else could do it. As soon as he angered the people, they eagerly awaited the guy's assessment, which is what they started shouting about. Jin doubted his competence, but his uncle noted that Lu had a keen eye for recruiting personnel, so anything was possible. Yunqing couldn't believe that this boy was really as good as Qin said. The girl smiled slyly and urged the main character to begin identifying the object. Xiao Fei walked over into the table with the antiques lying on the plate and threw the stone aside, after which he took the saucer in his hands and declared that this 1,000-year-old tea tray made of agar wood now belonged to him. Everyone present was surprised and understood why the guy behaved so confidently, because he really turned out to be a professional. However, Yun noted that according to the rules, he was also required to appraise the antiques. Zhou confidently said that its price at auction would be around 20 million yuan. Then he sarcastically asked if he had answered correctly and if he could take the tray back. The embittered girl answered through clenched teeth that the antique belonged to him. Yunking said she recognized his experience and skills in the field. She added that she would take the other 2 precious items with her so that the young man would not take them away. The girl was really impressed, as she thought he was just an ordinary antique dealer like the others. The guy again noted that he shouldn't be compared to others, since he is on a completely different level. People were angry but recognized his professionalism. The system in turn hastened to generously reward the owner, and awarded him more than 1,000 points. Xiao turned to Shu and said that they had already made money before opening their own store. Lu was delighted with Fei's result, saying she had always believed in him, adding that Yun was trying to make him the object of indignation for antique dealers throughout the city. Zhao reassured Shu that they would have hated him anyway, and besides, it would be good publicity before the store opened. After all of Zhonghai now knows about them. At this moment, Yunqing approached Xiaofei. The girl offered him a highly paid job in her company. Upon hearing this offer, the antique dealers realized how lucky the guy was. Yun was well aware that few would refuse such a temptation. However, the young man surprised her by answering that if she had any more unidentified objects, he was ready to help. Lu said that Fei was just joking, and that she shouldn't take it so seriously. But if she really needs his help as an antique dealer, then Zhou will definitely help. Yan noted that if the young man changes his mind, the doors to her family are always open for him. Xiao thanked Qing for his hospitality and said that they could have tea together sometime. A sad Lu asked if he was so impressed by Yun's proposal that he wanted to have dinner with her. The main character replied that he rejected her invitation and mentioned tea just as a side note. Meanwhile, in the Shu family, Grandpa was talking about bringing his granddaughter back home, because she really has a sense and Fei will follow her. The old man ordered Jin to ask his cousin for forgiveness, and if she returned, the auction house would become a dowry for him and Zhou. Grandfather didn't want to accept Xiaofei into the family, but since business came first, there was no other way. At this time, the young man asked for leave from the university and got into Lu's car. He asked where they were going. Zhu replied that her family wanted to make peace, and the grandfather is ready to give her the auction house. The guy realized that they found out how valuable the specimen was to them. A few minutes later, Xiaolu's cousin Qin called him on the phone and asked when they would arrive. Lu replied that they were currently on Tiandi Street and would soon arrive at the hotel. The girl noticed that he had become much more polite, and apparently his grandfather had scolded him. Zhou found all this suspicious. After some time, they drove up to the hotel and got out of the car. At that moment, an unknown car was rushing at high speed straight towards them. The guy noticed it. In connection with this, Fei immediately asked the system to stop time for a second. After which he rushed to save his sister. Xiao grabbed her and jumped to the side with her. So they fell onto the side of the road and the car drove past. Lu didn't understand anything and said that she was in pain. The young man hurried to help her get up. But Sister Shu twisted her ankle and couldn't get up, saying that Zhou had pushed her too hard. The main character began to apologize and asked to let him look at his injured leg. At that moment, the driver of the car ran up to them, intending to hit them. He said that he had mixed up the pedals. Naturally, Fei didn't believe him, because he saw the satisfied expression on his face at the moment of the attack. After which he helped Xiaolu get up from the ground. The girl was standing rather unsteadily. Lu noticed the broken phone and said that she needed to buy a new one. Xiao took his phone out of his pocket and found that it was also broken, so he asked the driver to borrow his cell phone. The guy agreed and gave him his mobile phone. And at that very second, he realized that he had made a mistake. The young man began to demand that his gadget be returned, but Fei realized that he was not just getting nervous. The driver rushed to take the phone away. Zhou immediately hit him, and a puzzled Lu asked why he did it. Xiao handed her his cell phone and urged her to look at the number that was in the driver's phone book. The little sister was shocked when she realized that this was her cousin Jin's number. Xiaolu immediately called him. Shu asked if the guy had finished the job, but the girl answered instead. The cousin immediately hung up. Lu asked Fei to call the police, as they had a recording of the call. Zhou bandaged the girl's injured leg while waiting for law enforcement officers. A few days later, Yu returned to the victim with the results of the trial. Xu asked her how the trial went, naively believing that the culprits had been punished. However, Zhui said that the taxi driver convinced everyone that Lu had bribed them, and denied the version about running them over and colluding with Jin. The girl was furious and asked about the audio recording of the phone conversation. Yu replied that it did not help in the case, because according to Jin, he was waiting for a call from his friend and thought he was talking to him, so he mistakenly asked about the matter. Moreover, the cousin accused Lu and Xiao Fei of intending to frame him, and the sister was furious. Although upset, Xiaolu still thanked Shui for the work she had done. Zhou decided to see Yu off, smiling sweetly at her, but the girl ignored the young man's efforts. After which, Zhu needed hospitalization because her leg would not heal. Suddenly, all the family members, led by her grandfather, entered her room. The old man suggested that she return home, forgetting all the grievances, and called Jin to him. The guy started saying that he shouldn't have put her in an awkward position, even if she was wrong. An angry Lu asked her grandfather if he really believed that she had set this all up. The old man replied that if Jin was really guilty, he would be expelled from the family. Xiaolu said that he could boldly drive out this scum, and in that case she would return home with Zhou. All family members were shocked by this statement from their sister. The guy started to play the victim, and the grandfather urged his granddaughter to compromise. Lu stated that there could be no compromise, because he wanted to kill her, and if it weren't for Xiao Fei, they would already be dead. The brother could not stand it, and began to accuse and even insult his sister. But the old man quickly shut him up, after which he said that since she did not want to return to her family, he would not insist, but the doors of their home were always open for her. Then the bizarre family hurried out of the room. Jin was the last to leave and turned to her and said that she was just lucky. The main character could not believe what had happened, because his cousin's lie was obvious. A tearful Lu said that Jin had always been his grandfather's favorite grandson, which is why he did this. Zhou noted that it would be better for her not to return to such a crazy family, and she would still meet many good people. And even if she gets married, they will still remain business partners. The girl was surprised by such a statement. Xiaolu smiled and asked him to pinky swear that they would always promote their business together. Fei readily agreed, even though it was childish, but they held each other's little fingers and smiled at each other. Shu, who had already become more cheerful, made fun of Xiao, saying that he would have to work with her for the rest of his life. Returning home in the evening, the main character noticed the guys who were practicing taekwondo. Their teacher encouraged them to work much harder to achieve results. Zhu knew that if he had a lot more points, he would have beaten that upstart Li a long time ago. Chan began to explain to his student that in taekwondo, one would have to suffer, because it was not some kind of Chinese martial art. This ignorance angered Fei, and he spoke out against Yen's arrogance, saying that taekwondo was no better than Chinese martial arts. In response, the coach suggested that he organize a fight to show how strong he was. Xiao naturally agreed, as he wanted to defend the honor of Chinese culture. Master Li pointed out that he was a black belt, and Zhou urged him to take back his words if he lost. The teacher replied that if he lost, he would learn taekwondo from him, and the young man accepted his conditions, after which they designated the time of the fight, which would take place in the morning in the school gym. Adding that he would send him to the hospital, Chan responded in kind. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered and began to discuss the upcoming duel between the two masters. Fei understood that the more viewers there were, the higher the reward from the system would be. After which, Zhou spent 1,000 experience points to reach the intermediate level in Wing Chun. The main character immediately began to study martial arts. Xiao turned to the crowd of onlookers and declared that he would defend the honor of Chinese martial arts with dignity. Also, the fight itself will be held earlier than the original date. Fei encouraged everyone to come and watch the event, and the teenagers happily agreed. A few days later, the fight took place. The gym was packed. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the battle of styles. There were quite a lot of spectators supporting both masters. The participants of the fight hurried to enter the ring. They looked menacingly at each other. Student Council President Lin called on participants to show respect for each other, and during the fight they are obliged, at the very least, to be merciful to the opponent. Zhu said that he would just beat up Yen, and Chang, in turn, called on him to take action, not just talk. Xiaofei took a stance, demonstrating his Wing Chun skills. The girls who supported Li began to say that he had no chance against Yon. Chan decided to mention once again his third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The young girls literally went crazy, fiercely rooting for their master. A moment later, Yusi announced the start of the fight, and Li immediately attacked the main character. The overconfident Chan launched his lightning-fast kicks, but Fei easily dodged them. Spectators noticed that Yen did not give Xiao the opportunity to make even one strike. The Taekwondo master, in turn, wasted his energy, but was still unable to hit Zhou. After several dozen attacks through the air, Li was breathing heavily, not understanding how this guy could always dodge his attacks. After swinging his legs for a couple more minutes, Chan finally ran out of strength and stopped. While recovering his strength, Yen was furious that he couldn't harm Xiao Fei in any way. Some girls began to demand that the young man not run away from the master but fight fairly. But Zhou continued to wear down the ridiculous Chang, as if he was mocking him, after which he sarcastically asked him why Li had suddenly stopped, adding with a smile on his face that it was a truly amazing show, and urged Xiao not to dodge and stand still. Fei was at a loss and said if he were in his place, he would not have acted, adding that he had expected a strong opponent, but instead he got a weakling. But Zhou still agreed to take Chang's blow. Li doubted that the guy would really not move, but the protagonist convinced him otherwise. Viewers really enjoyed Xiao Fei's show, saying that he was acting too arrogantly. At this moment, Yen rushed to deliver another kick. Zhou actually stood still as he promised, but he kicked Li in the leg. The naive girls believed that their idol would still defeat the arrogant guy. They urge Fei to surrender in every possible way as they believe he is no match for Master Chang. The taekwondo coach, in turn, could not tolerate Xiao's painful blow. As a result, he fell into the ring, writhing in wild pain in his leg. The audience was divided into two camps. Some thought he was pretending, while others were perfectly aware of what was happening. Yen was furious and accused the youth of cheating, suggesting that he had something in his hand, since such a force of impact could not exist. Zhou demonstratively spread his arms out to the sides, showing that he had nothing. But Li didn't believe him, saying that he probably had some object hidden under his clothes, so Fei stripped down to his underwear. Having shown that he was actually fighting a completely fair fight, the audience was not thrilled with such a show. The protagonist stated that no one dares to underestimate Chinese martial arts, after which he turned to the audience and said that anyone who followed Chan's example would be severely beaten by him. Young Xiao's support group was delighted and began to shout his name. The system hastened to reward the owner with 5,000 points, because he showed off to a large audience of people. Zhou asked the program not to take the points to pay off the debt, saying that he would pay them back later, and the system agreed to make concessions. Returning home, Fei fell onto his bed and began to think about how he could spend more than 5,000 points. After all, he can acquire even more skills, become rich and marry Nana. At that moment, he received a message on his phone saying that 100,000 yuan had been transferred to his account. The main character did not understand what was happening. A few seconds later, Wenzi wrote to him, who returned his money to him, since the doctor assured her that she had about 2 weeks to live, and the operation did not help. Liu thanked the guy for his help and wished him all the best. Zhou felt sorry for her. After all, she was only 20 years old and, in fact, her life had not even begun before it was already ending. Xiaofei jumped up and immediately went to see her at the hospital. The girl, in turn, could not understand why Xiao did not respond to her message. After some time, she heard the door creak and assumed it was a thief, because the nurse could not come at such a late hour. Wenzi made a rather strange decision to pretend to be asleep. Fei walked into the room and looked at Liu with pity. He couldn't accept the fact that such a young girl would soon meet death. The guy sat down next to her on the couch. The girl herself did not understand why she was still pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, Zhou noticed a notebook on the dresser, assuming that it was her diary. He picked up the notebook and began to read. As it turned out, Wenzi wrote about him, how he stood up for a teacher and a classmate, beating up the principal's son in the process, and how she hoped that the operation would help her, and that she would soon be able to become Fei's friend. She was truly sorry that she wouldn't be able to see young Xiao anymore. Liu knew he had a girlfriend, but friendship was also important to her. Zhou couldn't believe that he had become a moral support for the poor girl. He sincerely wanted to help her with experience points. However, the system was against this course of events. It tried in every way to dissuade the guy. Besides, if he spends everything on saving her, then when he encounters real danger, he himself may find himself in a dire situation. But Soyafei made a decision because he doesn't want to spend the rest of his life reproaching himself for not having done so when he had the opportunity to help. The system assumed that he actually liked Liu, especially since the contents of her diary couldn't help but touch him. Zhou asked to free him from excessive morality and help Wenzi quickly. The program said that these are his glasses, and it is up to him to decide, so it will do its best. However, there is one nuance. They should not only touch each other, but also kiss. The protagonist was furious and said that she was clearly deceiving him because this type of treatment does not exist. But the program noticed that contact was necessary for healing, just like with his friend whose arm was damaged, so he took him by the wrist. Xiaofei, in turn, insisted on a different way to solve the problem. The system said that he might not like another method. Zhou asked to just tell him, and he would decide for himself. It is worth noting that any other method was indeed unacceptable in this case. In this regard, Fei chose the first option and asked how long it would take. The program responded that this needed to be done within a minute and that he should hurry, since leukemia could kill the girl at any moment. Xiao began to tell the supposedly sleeping Liu that he needed to kiss her and that she should understand him correctly. The system noticed that Wenzi was sleeping and there was no point in talking to her. Zhou earnestly asked the program not to rush him and give him a chance to tune in. The girl could not understand what was happening and how it would help overcome the disease. It was extremely bitter for her to realize that Fei had simply decided to take advantage of the moment. Meanwhile, the main character gently took her hands and leaned towards her face. At this moment, Wenzi suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao saw her puzzled look, and he began to mentally ask her not to bother him for a minute. A moment later, the young man kissed Liu. She didn't know how to react. She was overcome by an incomprehensible feeling. Besides, it was her first kiss. The girl blushed from embarrassment. The system hastened to inform the owner that 5,000 points had been successfully withdrawn from his account. After which Xiaofei asked if a minute had passed. The program replied that 2 had passed. At this moment, Wenzi suddenly woke up. Zhou didn't know what to do. Liu thanked Fei and said that he shouldn't console her in this way. Xiao asked her to understand these actions correctly. He added that from tomorrow she would be completely healthy, after which he hurried away. The happy girl went to bed in a good mood, hoping that she would dream of Zhou. The next day, Wenxi, who had had a good night's sleep, greeted the nurse. The hospital employee was perplexed, because the girl looked quite well. Lu was shocked as she realized that Xiao Fei had actually cured her. The girl immediately demanded that she be examined by a doctor immediately. After some time, the doctor examined the girl and was stunned by the results. He stuttered that the initial diagnosis they had made had been wrong. Wenxi's father was furious and began to accuse him of incompetence. Lu reassured him, assuring him that the most important thing was her health, since the illness had receded. The doctor once again asked for forgiveness, and hastened to compensate for the losses caused by the incorrect diagnosis. And only the girl understood that the diagnosis was correct, but Fei miraculously cured her. Inspired and joyful, Wenxi ran out into the street, enjoying every moment. Liu hastened to please and also thank her savior Xiao. The girl wrote him a message, at which time Zhou received a notification on his phone. Xiao Fei read the news that Z was completely fine, and leaving the hospital, the guy smiled and congratulated her. Wen wrote that from now on and forever they are good friends. Seeing the young man take out his phone, Shu assumed that it was his girlfriend and asked. At that moment, Fei, who had become sad, replied that they had not contacted Nana for a long time, and he did not even know where or how she was. Xiaolu sympathized with the guy. Zhou said that he was already used to it. Naturally, he missed her and hoped to meet his beloved soon. Finally, they arrived at a restaurant called Feng. Xiao noticed that the second son of the Chen family, Lixiao, was well informed. Since they arrived just after his call, Shu said that Chenzhou was their territory, and she didn't expect an invitation from him because Lu mentioned that she would go with Fei. Xiao believed that he had already thought of how to take revenge on him, because Lixiao was exactly that kind of person. Having reached the second floor, they were met by a security guard who asked them to go inside, where Yun King, Lixiao, and an unknown young man were sitting at a fancy table. For some unknown reason, the main character did not like the young man, even though he had not met him before. Chen politely asked them to sit down at the table, and then began introducing them to the guests. For some reason, Yan pretended not to know them, and Fei and Lu found this strange. Then Lixiao introduced them to his brother's eldest son, Xinryu. Xiao realized that this was the guy who wanted to marry Nana with a dowry of 1 billion yuan. The impudent man only greeted Madame Shu, but he ignored Zhou and did not shake his hand. As the event began to heat up, Xiaolu and Fei did not like the young man's behavior. Lixiao quickly reassured them, saying that Rui wasn't very good with people, so they shouldn't pay attention to such a trifle. However, the main character already wanted to kill Xin, especially since he was a direct competitor for his girlfriend. But since Xiao didn't have enough experience points, he couldn't purchase a bad luck card for him. Fei decided to eat everything on such a luxurious table to somehow compensate for his anger. Rui in turn commented on Zhou's behavior at the table, calling him a poor man. Xiao Fei didn't make him wait long for an answer, and stated that Xinyu was apparently no stranger to eating excrement. Lixiao literally shocked those present, and urged him not to swear at the table. The smiling guy said that the young man was the first to start being sarcastic, and he just responded in kind. At that moment, a security guard ran up to them and said that the guests who had arrived from Zhonghai would like to propose a toast. Chen ordered them to be let in immediately, and a moment later, the Huo and Wang family entered the hall. Seeing Xiao Fei at the table, they became furious and asked what he was doing there. The protagonist noticed that Van's nose was as ugly as it was before the operation. The boy became angry, but his mother urged him to calm down, asking Chen if he knew who Xiao Fei really was. She said that Ryu's bride ran away because of Zhou and hid in the rice country. Xin was shocked by this news. Miss Wang did not hide that she wanted to take revenge on Xiao for her son. The guy turned towards Nana's parents and asked if it was true. After all, they said that his fiancée went to Japan to study and would return in a couple of years, after finishing her studies. Wang looked at Wang's satisfied face, realizing that she had deliberately created a conflict situation. Yuan, in turn, stated that Nana and Xiao Fei were indeed friends, so she left to sort out her feelings. Rui began to insult Zhou and say that he wanted to steal his future wife from him. The protagonist responded in kind, noting that Jin does everything for his own benefit. The situation began to escalate, and those present realized that Fei was asking for trouble. However, Yan liked the young man more and more because of his temperament. At this time, Chen called his leopard guard to beat Xiao. As soon as the humble servant tried to follow his master's orders, Lu came to Zhou's defense, saying that Lixiao had to influence what was happening. The uncle urged his nephew to calm down. Ryu noted that if they were on the street, the guy would have had a hard time, and since he continues to provoke him, the situation took a different turn, after which he again ordered the bodyguard to throw Fei out. Zhu stood up for Xiao again, but Zhou asked her not to interfere, assuring her that everything was fine. At this moment, Yan King took the young man's side and asked him not to touch him. Rui wondered what kind of relationship they could have with this scum. Miss Wang, in turn, began to puzzle over how Zhou was connected to Qing. Yoon replied that Fei was the best appraiser she had ever met, and therefore she wanted to invite him to work for her. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. They could not understand how a pathetic student ended up with the giants of the antiques industry. Xiao noted that he could have taken money from Shin for this incident, but since he lives off his family, he would not do so. Ho called him crazy for allowing himself to say such things. The guests were sure that after such a loud statement, Zhou would definitely pay. Rui said that he was forced to deal with this impudent man, urging Yan not to be angry with him for the current situation, after which he ordered his giant to break the limbs of the young upstart. The protagonist hastened to reassure Shu, stating that he would be fine, which the arrogant Shin strongly doubted, saying that he would not leave this room on his own 2 feet. Van was in anticipation, like everyone else, that the boy would now be taught a lesson for his foul language. Meanwhile, the guard approached him from behind, and the guy noticed that he was moving too slowly. Since combat requires sharpness and reaction, he then neutralized the bodyguard with just 1 blow. Those present were shocked by the youth's martial arts skills. Xiaofei then headed towards the confident Shin Rui, who in turn became nervous and asked if he would dare to hit him. Lu urged Zhou not to do anything stupid, but the boy replied that he knew his limits and would not overdo it. But Chen began to make the situation worse and said that he should kneel before him, and when he had played enough with Nana, he would give her to him. And Ryu would not stop grinning. Naturally, the main character did not tolerate this and struck with lightning speed. The guests were stunned by Zhou's cruel behavior. The bloodied Jin began to demand that they leave him alone and said that Fei had no right to do this. Xiao replied that less than a minute ago he intended to break his arms and legs, so he had the right to defend himself. Rui pointed out that he was the youngest and richest of the Chen family, while Fei was just cheap. Zhou again began to discipline such a spoiled boy and slapped him. However, instead of apologizing, Shin continued to provoke him in every possible way. Moreover, Chen began to threaten Xiaofei, saying that he would destroy his entire family. Fei began to beat this stupid youth again, and at a certain point, Ryu fell silent, and now the main character began to egg him on, urging him to repeat his words, after which he let Shin go, noting that he should behave appropriately, adding that even if he reports it to the police or tells his family and they take revenge on him, nothing will come of it. The Wang family, like the rest, could not believe their eyes. Feng began to ask his mother to leave this place immediately. Even Uncle Shin Ryuya didn't stand up for his brainless nephew. Meanwhile, the system rewarded the owner with experience points for the spectacular performance. Zhou suddenly agreed to become an appraiser at Yan's company, but only as a small part-time job. Lixiao understood perfectly well that the young man was clearly following some kind of plan, and it was better not to mess with him. Miss Wang was literally seething with anger, naively believing that the Chen family would soon take revenge on him. However, Yunqing agreed to Fei's conditions and accepted him into her family. This agreement shocked those present, and Shin suddenly felt ill. The Wang family quickly took their leave, saying that they had a lot of things to do. The Ho family left after them, which came as a surprise to Chen. The main character, in turn, suggested that Yan and Lu have a normal meal somewhere else. The girls happily agreed and hurried to leave the location, while Lixiao was trying to revive his extremely slow nephew. As she headed towards the exit, Wang noted that the Chen family would not let Yuan go this time. Wang said it had nothing to do with them, as Zhou was the culprit. Ho added that if she hadn't stirred up a conflict between them, Fei wouldn't have beaten Ryu, and the situation wouldn't have escalated. Wang thought about his words, realizing that they needed to find a way to cleanse themselves in front of the Chen family. Wang asked Yuan why the Chen family should take revenge on them if it was Xiao who had behaved inappropriately. The man said that it started from the moment they hid the fact that Nana had a boyfriend, and now they can't get off so easily. The worried wife asked what they should do in this situation. Yuan urged her not to sound the alarm and to think it over calmly at home. Meanwhile, in the cafe where Zhou, Lu, and Yunqing came, the guy began to eat. Xu asked him if he hadn't eaten enough at the restaurant. Fei replied that beating people was too tiring, so he needed to replenish his strength. Yan asked the protagonist if he knew anything about foreign antiques. Xiao replied that not a single antique would pass by his eyes, and this statement satisfied the girl. Qing noted that Lu was extremely lucky to have a business partner, and Xu stated that they had also become business partners. Suddenly, a message came on Yunqing's phone and the girl began to read it. After which she suggested that the newly minted employees go to a karaoke bar since a special client invited them there, but Fei refused. Lu urged him to go anyway, because meeting clients would help their business, and Zhou realized that he couldn't get out of it. At this time, Shinru was hospitalized and was in serious condition. His father Li Zhong was furious about what happened and intended to take revenge on Xiao. Lixiao apologized to his brother for not keeping an eye on him. Chen said that it wasn't his fault, since his job was simply to introduce them to Yan. He added that he would personally handle Xiao Fei and Xu Lu, and Lixiao would send a message to the other families on his behalf. It was also necessary to figure out who started all this, so Wang had to hand over a third of her property to resolve the issue. And the Ho family is obliged to marry Nana to Shinryu within a week. Otherwise, there will be irreversible consequences. Lixiao said that he would personally take care of it. Li Zhong at this time called a certain Tong and offered him a little business. Sometime later, Qing, Lu, and Zhou arrived at a nightclub called Luna, where they were met by the kind Shu Tonghai. He greeted the guests and asked them to make themselves at home. Once inside, the servants, in the form of waiters, treated them as special guests, which couldn't help but bribe. Lu in turn urged Fei not to keep the client waiting and to follow her. Sitting down at a luxurious table in a separate room, Xiao's eyes ran wild from the abundance of various delicacies. Zhou understood that rich and wealthy people understood luxury and knew how to enjoy it. After which the waitress approached them and informed them that their order was ready, then bowed low. Xiao Fei felt awkward because he was not such an important customer, so he said that there was no need to bow. But the girl continued to remain in that position, as if she had not heard him. At this moment, Tonghai quite pathetically took out the money and gave it to the girl. The waitress thanked Mr. Shu and hurried away. Fei realized that she was expecting a tip and would stand there until she got it. Ton noted that the club's employees do not receive a salary here. At the same time, they had to find the means to purchase such exquisite outfits in order to maintain the club's reputation. A few minutes later, another girl approached them and offered them wine, which they could try absolutely free of charge. Xu agreed, and the smiling waitress kindly filled his glass. Tonghai immediately tried the drink and noted that the wine was indeed very tasty. Then the young lady suggested that Fei try it too, but the guy understood that he should refuse. However, he could not resist and still agreed, and the waitress hurried to pour him some wine. After taking a couple of sips, the main character felt unwell and realized that the wine was actually poisoned. Zhou literally began to choke. Hai and Xiaolu did not understand what was happening. Yunqing was also perplexed by the current situation and suddenly jumped up. The waitress said it was none of her business and hurried away, but Shu urged her to stay. Meanwhile, the club's security guards arrived and asked with surprised faces what had happened. Fei called on the system to help him. The program immediately removed 300 experience points and healed its owner. A worried Lu asked him how he was feeling, and Zhou knew he needed to be more vigilant. Xiao suspected that the guards also played a role in what was happening. The protagonist urged Shu to immediately call the police, as they were trying to poison him, which is what the young lady began to do. But the guards didn't like it. They in turn tried to prevent this and reached out to Lu. Fei dealt a lightning strike to one of them, after which he beat up the rest of the bodyguards. No one could understand what was happening. Tonghai claimed that he had also drunk the wine and was fine, but Yun knew that it was a setup. Lu got nervous and said she would call the police right away. At this time, unknown people approached them and asked them not to do this. Shuhai recognized one of them as Boss Tong, and Yun, puzzled, asked who he was. Tong replied that he is the owner of almost all the nightclubs in the city. The scarred man said that if they called the police, the waitress would end up in jail. Zhu said that he would decide for himself how to act in this situation. Tong's guard tried to hit Xiao, but the boss stopped him. The arrogant bandit replied that the guy should calm down, but Fei urged Shu to call the police anyway. Since Tong tried to poison him with cyanide, everyone was shocked by this turn of events. A self-confident Shan looked at the waitress and said that she knew what to do next, after which the submissive girl unexpectedly bit her finger, thereby receiving a dose of potassium cyanide. A moment later, she collapsed unconscious on the floor. Fei was furious and threatened Tong. Shan stated that everyone who threatened him was dead, but he was alive and completely healthy. Yunqing pointed out that there was no point in calling the police, since the girl had taken the blame and committed suicide, and Tong would have nothing to do with it. Xiao stated that Shang would soon receive his punishment for killing people, and he could only wait for that moment. After which he called on Shu and Yan to immediately leave the establishment. The system, in turn, rewarded the eloquent gentleman with several hundred experience points. Tong was shocked that he failed to poison the boy. He ordered to find out more about the youth's past before acting, because he understood perfectly well that Zhou was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. After leaving the club, Shu Tonghai caught up with them and apologized. Because he didn't expect things to turn out exactly like this, Qing quickly reassured him. The girl said that it was not his fault that what happened, because no one could have imagined how it would all end, adding, most importantly, that they remained alive and unharmed, after which they said goodbye to Shu. Lu couldn't figure out whether Fei was actually poisoned or not, so she asked him. Xiao replied. The waitress put cyanide on his nail polish and he smelled the almond scent, then pretended to drink it. Initially, the guy was not sure, so he pretended, because he did not expect that the girl would poison him. Xiao Fei naturally lied because he couldn't tell them about the system. Xu noted that she would try to stay in crowded places for the next 2 days after the stock market closed. After a while they went home, wishing each other good night. Returning home, the main character collapsed on the bed from fatigue, because the day was really full of tiring events. Zhou knew that if it weren't for the extra points, he would have died today, and he should save as many points as possible for the future. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang and Fei picked it up, where Miss Ho started yelling at him, asking where he hid her daughter. Xiao did not understand what was going on, because she herself said that Nana was in Japan. Wang said that she originally went to the United States and was being looked after by her brother, but today Nana ran away, demanding that Fei tell her where her daughter was when she contacted him. Zhao realized that Nana hadn't actually called him because her parents had forbidden her to do so. Wang shouted menacingly that all this was happening because of him, and if it weren't for him, then her daughter would have become Ryu's wife, and this would not have happened. Xiao accused her of being overly materialistic, saying that if she didn't constantly think about money, everything would be fine. After which he hung up, wondering why Nana didn't call him when she ran away. The young man suspected something was wrong. After a while, his phone rang again and Fei reached for it. The number was secret. The main character hurried to pick up the phone. Hearing Nana's voice, Zhou asked where she was and if everything was okay with her. The girl replied that she was fine, asking why he was so worried. Xiu said her mother called him and asked him to find out where she was. Nana burst into tears and stated that her parents were forcing her to marry Shinryu because Zhou had beaten him and thus insulted the Chen family. And if she doesn't agree to this, then they will destroy her family, and that is why the girl ran away. The main character said that they were forcing him to kill this scoundrel. Nana said that she would not marry him and urged her lover not to do anything stupid. After she hung up, the young man understood that this was revenge for Ryu, and the only way to make them change their minds is for Jin to die suddenly. Fei needed a clear and well-thought-out plan of action to get rid of Chen once and for all. Meanwhile, in the hospital where Ryu was lying, the guy naively believed that he would be able to get Nana soon. At that moment, a nurse came in and said that it was time for injections. Unsuspectingly, Shin rolled up his sleeve. The girl calmly drew an unknown liquid into a syringe and injected it into the young man. Suddenly, Chen screamed in pain and accused her of being careless, and the nurse remarked that it would soon pass. Before he could say anything properly, Ryu collapsed unconscious onto the bed. The girl took off her mask and said that this was for her sister, whom he had driven to suicide, after which the young lady grabbed a scalpel and slashed him in the intimate area. Then, in a hysterical state, she fell to the floor and began to cry. While she was saying out loud that she had finally taken revenge on that bastard for her sister, at that moment, Shin's guards ran into the room. Meanwhile, in the Tiandi Hotel where the main character was, the guy was thinking about how to pull this all off. Xiao Fei asked the system if it had the ability to make a person inferior. The program replied that it didn't do such things, and Zhou reminded it of the incident with Wenzi. The system said that he took advantage of the opportunity himself and that it had nothing to do with it. At this time, a notification with a link to some juicy news arrived on Fei's phone. Xiao opened the internet and saw a flashy headline that Shinryu had been castrated while hospitalized. The overall situation was also described, about the revenge of the girl's sister, who committed suicide because of Ryu's bullying. At the hospital, Li Zhang came to his mutilated son and declared that he had killed the nurse and the stupid guards who had allowed this to happen. Enraged, Shin said that he would personally take revenge on Xiao Fei, and after Nana returns from abroad, he will make it clear to everyone that he cannot be mocked. After some time, a call came from Chen to the Ho family's house, where Yuan promised to do everything within 2 days. Worried, Wang asked what happened. Her husband replied, Shin refused to marry Nana, but he wants 300 million. The wife was shocked, noting that this was a third of their fortune, and it's better to marry off your daughter than to lose such a huge sum of money. However, Yuan categorically disagreed with her and stated that he would collect the required 300,000. Wang knew she couldn't allow Fei to marry her daughter. At this time, Zhou arrived at an antique fair where he was horrified by the price tags, because he thought that 50 million would be enough for him. Xiao was amazed at the rich people who were willing to spend so much money just to admire these things. Suddenly, Yunqing grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying that she had found a rather interesting antique. Yan asked the protagonist to immediately evaluate the authenticity of this item. The lotus lamp cost 200 million? The guy was shocked, but Qing urged him to ignore the price tag. After all, the main thing is to find out if it is real. Zhou began to look closely at the object. At this moment, Wang asked Yun where she found this young charlatan. Fei turned around and replied, why don't he tell the truth whether it is a genuine lamp or not? Master Wang became nervous. Yan immediately tried to calm the men down, saying that they, as noble people from her family, should not spoil the relationship. Wang called Xiao to come over and personally check the lamp for authenticity, which is what the guy eventually did, after which he advised Yun to buy the thing since it could fetch 300 million. Without thinking twice, the girl bought an antique called 7 Treasures. Those present were perplexed, because the young man determined the authenticity of the lamp with just one glance, after which the smiling seller hurried to pack the item. The merchant turned away from the visitors and asked them to wait a little. After placing the antiques in the box, the man said that they had made a good choice. However, Xiao Fei noticed the substitution of goods and said that he was not so stupid as to fall for this trick. The angry seller replied that if the guy didn't have money, then there was no need to bother him. Buyers began to say that it was impolite to go back on his word if he had made a mistake in his assessment. Adding that Zhou had now tarnished the Yan family's reputation, Qing asked Xiao what he should understand by this. Fei replied that the merchant had packaged fake antiques instead of real ones, and this was often done in the market. People began to refute the young man's version, accusing him of lying. The merchant was about to call the police while those around him demanded evidence from the guy. Zhu said that evidence was difficult to obtain in this case, but the genuine antiques were under the counter. Then the main character jumped over the counter. The seller tried to prevent it, but he failed to do so, after which he took out a real lamp from under the table and asked if it was a fake. The people immediately took Fei's side and intended to beat up the impudent charlatan. The merchant asked not to do this, saying that the genuine lamp was worth 300 million and the fake 200. In the end, Xiao took the real antique and declared that the deceiver would go to jail. People literally surrounded the young genius, wondering how he managed to identify the fake in a few seconds. Antique dealers tried in every way to lure such a talented appraiser into their families. People were offering crazy amounts of money for his services, and Yan realized that she had to act. Yunqing grabbed Zhou's hand and declared that he was only her family's appraiser. Naturally, everyone was upset by this news and envied the girl. However, Qing still doubted the authenticity of the lamp and asked Fei to back up his conclusions with evidence. The guy said that he personally identifies antiques, and everyone immediately rushed to watch this process. As it turned out, Li Zhong was watching Xiao. He didn't expect such skills from the young man. A few minutes later, everyone entered the exhibition hall to see the work of a genius. People literally filled the entire room. The main character asked to turn off the lights. The lamp in turn shone brightly throughout the room, and people admired this work of art and Zhou's work. After which Xiao Fei asked to turn on the light, since even an inexperienced specialist could see that the antique was genuine. People were eager to buy the lamp from Yan, offering impressive sums of money that exceeded its original price. But Qing replied that she would take the antiques to her grandfather's home, and therefore could not sell the item. The antique dealers kept saying that she had a rich future ahead of her with a professional like Fei. One of them approached Xiao and offered a higher payment than what the Yan family had offered him. However, Zhou stood his ground and said that he was obligated to her family, and therefore could not accept his proposal, adding that money doesn't really mean anything to him and he doesn't chase big sums. The billionaires were shocked because the young man was the first to tell them that he did not need money, given that with his abilities he could become rich at the snap of a finger. At that moment, the system rewarded its eternal show-off master by promoting him to the average level. In addition, he managed to earn more than 1,000 experience points, which was a pretty good result. Meanwhile, Shu was carrying the antiques she had successfully bargained for and was talking about how lucky they were with Fei. The assistant who was driving noted that the guy was indeed talented, but overly cocky. In his defense, Lu said that he never takes initiative unless the situation demands it. It was obvious that the girl was extremely impressed with the young man. At that moment, a car stopped right in front of them and Mel stopped the car abruptly, after which she started honking, but the car stood still. A minute later, an unknown guy got out of the car and headed towards them. Xu urged the assistant to stay in the car and call the police. The impudent man said that if she didn't want to die here, then there was no need to call law enforcement, because his brothers will not like this turn of events, and they will be forced to take action. Lu turned around and saw 4 young men getting out of the car, and a whole crowd gathered behind them, and the bandit called on her to come with them, adding that she was in no danger since they were not hunting her. Shu realized that they wanted to kidnap her to lure out Xiao. At this time, Zhou was drinking and socializing with the elite of the antique business in a restaurant, along with Yan. One asked him to identify the item, while the other was already proposing to marry him to his daughter. Yunqing felt out of place as all the attention was focused on Fei. At that moment, his phone rang and he saw that it was Sister Shu. A joyful Zhou picked up the phone and asked if she had arrived at the restaurant, but he heard a strange male voice, which demanded that he come to the mill within an hour, and then Lu would remain alive. And if he goes to the police, he will never see Shu again. The main character was furious and shouted loudly into the phone that he would kill them. Those present were perplexed, noting the sudden change in the guy's mood. Concerned, Yoon asked what happened. Fei replied that someone had kidnapped Sister Lu. Qing asked him to leave the matter to her, but Zhou refused, not wanting to risk Shu's life. Yen was well aware that the Chen family was clearly involved in this. She couldn't allow anything bad to happen to the guy. Otherwise, the Chen family would face revenge. Xiaofei realized that they had planned everything in advance so that he would have no choice. The young man took a taxi to the designated place. Zhou asked the system if there was any way to help Lu, but the program urged him to act on his own. Approaching the building, the guy asked the system to hack the network to see what was going on inside. A moment later, he examined all the rooms in the mill, which were full of bandits. One of them tortured Sister Shu's assistant, but she didn't say a word. The girls were tied up and could not resist such a number of armed criminals. This only angered the main character, who began to go inside. King ordered his goons to be ready because Zhou would be here soon. The accomplices asked what they should do if the young man didn't come, and the leader urged them to take care of the girls. At that moment, strange sounds appeared in the room. Zhao ordered his dogs to see who was there. Seeing a stranger, the bandits demanded that he leave the place immediately. Xiaofei apologized and said that he was leaving and did not want to disturb them. The thugs reported that they had chased away some guy who was playing on his phone. Qin Yu found this rather strange. At this time, Zhou opened the door wide and directed his menacing gaze at him. Chu urged him to leave immediately, but Fei said that he would not go anywhere without them. The gang leader, in turn, ordered his dog to act, and the bandit took out a knife. After which he put it to Lu's neck and demanded that the guy not make any unnecessary movements. King said that he would rather let himself be beaten, or the girls would die before his eyes. Suddenly Xiao shouted loudly. No one understood what happened. However, 2 of the gang members stabbed Zhao and the one who threatened Shu in the back with knives. As it turned out, few minutes before entering the mill territory, Fei used a hypnosis card on the thugs. The protagonist ordered them to cut the ropes to free the girls, which the hypnotized girls did. Xiao then called on Mel and Shu to run away from here immediately, and he would deal with the bandits. The wounded king ordered the others to kill them all, and under no circumstances allow them to escape. The assistant asked her sister to stay behind her so that she would not be hurt. The girl herself grabbed a knife and began to fight off the thugs quite bravely. Fei also used his abilities and began to beat them one after another. Meanwhile, Qin somehow bandaged his wound and headed towards Zhou, saying that they couldn't escape, even though the guy's skills impressed him. At that moment, he took out a crossbow and shot at Shu. It seemed that she could not be saved. However, Xiao managed to catch the arrow, thereby preventing it from reaching its target. The gang leader was shocked by the young man's reaction and said that it was impossible. The main character demonstratively broke the arrow and threw it away, looking menacingly at King. Xiaofei once again ordered the girls to leave, and he would finish this matter himself. The bandit smiled slyly and said that his target was him, not the girls, paying tribute to the young man's skills. Zhou knew perfectly well that this guy was extremely dangerous, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Zhao said that after he killed Xiao, he would leave the criminal world. Then he rushed to attack, wielding the knife quite skillfully. Fei could barely hold back his blows. The bandit was even able to injure the youth. The hypnosis card in turn was useless in this case. After a short period of time, Xiaofei hit a wall and realized that he had cornered him. The gang leader smelled victory and began to push even harder to finish off the guy. Zhou asked the system to stop time for a second, which the program did. At this moment, Xiao rushed to strike King's neck. There were milliseconds left, but Fei still managed to inflict significant damage on the overconfident thug. However, the leader also cut Zhou's shoulder, which the boy did not expect. Qin grabbed his throat and said in a choked voice that this shouldn't have happened. After which he collapsed to the ground. This confrontation cost Xiao more than 1,000 points. The main character sighed with relief, realizing that everything was finally over. Shu and his assistant rushed to the wounded and exhausted Fei. Lu's assistant said he was fine and had just lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Chen family residence, Li Zhang and Tong were drinking tea. He asked Shan for forgiveness for dragging him into this difficult matter. Tong poured a cup of tea on the table and said it was in memory of Zhao Qing, who was killed by Fei. Lu Shang noted that he had clearly underestimated this student, and Shang agreed with him. The embittered bandits said that they had to get rid of Xiao by any means necessary. Chen in turn supported his friend, saying that he would not spare money for this. Zhao was in the hospital at the time, and Shu asked how he was feeling. Xiaofei replied that he was fine and that it was just minor injuries. Lu noted that he needed to rest more because he had lost too much blood. The main character asked his sister for forgiveness for causing her so many problems. Sue said that they shouldn't talk about this topic and that he was not guilty of anything. After which, the sister said that he needed to get some sleep and that it was time for her to go, and left the room. Fei, in turn, was left alone with his thoughts. First they tried to poison him, and now they almost harmed Shu. Xiao was filled with the thirst for revenge and knew that he needed to deal with them as soon as possible. At that moment, the door to the ward opened and Yu suddenly appeared on the threshold. Shui looked at the young man and noticed that he was in fairly good condition. Zhu inquired about the purpose of the venerable defender of law and order's visit. The girl replied that due to his frequent squabbles, the boss sent her to protect Faye, but in fact, she came up with it herself. Naturally, the guy doubted this and asked her again. Yu couldn't understand how he realized that she was lying. And she said that if he didn't believe her, then she would go and not interfere with him. Joe immediately apologized to her, adding that he actually really needs the protection of a strong woman like her. Yue sat down more comfortably and said rather pompously that with her he was in no danger. At this time, the police chief called him. Yu said that she would return soon. Meanwhile, Faye turned on the TV, where they were broadcasting breaking news about the kidnapping of 12 businessmen with a ransom of 1 billion. The criminals gave the police an hour to find the money, and for every 10 minutes of delay, they would kill one hostage. Xiao realized that there were many more bandits than he thought, since in order to kidnap 12 people, everything had to be skillfully organized. At the hostage building where Yu was already located, she reported to Luo that Zhou was an excellent hacker. One of the police officers reported that the kidnappers cut the network cable, so it is not possible to view the cameras. Shui replied that ordinary experts might not be able to do this, but Faye was special. Lao agreed to use Zhou's services, but if he wasn't here in 20 minutes, they would have to act. Yu immediately informed Xiao about this, and the guy called a taxi. He asked the driver to get to the department store as soon as possible. The taxi driver said that his car was faster than an airplane, and would take him there at the speed of the wind. Meanwhile, there were 10 minutes left. Shui nervously waited for the young man to appear. A moment later, a taxi passed by her and the car braked sharply. The main character hurried out of the car and asked if he was late. Luo hurried to give him access to view the building. Faye said that he first needed to look around inside. With the system, Zhou could easily view the rooms, but it had to be done in a more entertaining way to get points. Xiao walked over to the table where something similar to virtual reality glasses lay. The guy put them on his head, and the policeman noted that without the internet he would not be able to inspect the building. However, the young hacker didn't need any network. He asked the program to start the show. Xiao Fei spent some time studying the situation in the department store and found out where the bandits and hostages were. The subordinate, in turn, tried to convince Luo that this youth was simply a swindler. But Zhou showed a masterclass, saying that 16 criminals with knives were with the hostages on the 5th floor, and 2 people were at the exits. He added that on the 5th floor in the east wing there is an open window where a squad can be launched. Yu understood that there were too many kidnappers and there was a huge risk that the hostages would be harmed. Faye noted that they needed to get to the switchboard on the 5th floor to turn off the lights, after which deal with the criminals, since they simply won't see them in the dark. The police chief agreed with this plan of action, praising Xiao and thanking him for his cooperation. Lao ordered the special forces to follow Shui and stick to the chosen strategy. At this time, one of the kidnappers asked the leader, Louis Hing-ho, whether the police would be able to fulfill their demands. The self-confident boss replied that they would do whatever he asked them to do, and there was no reason to worry. The guy noted that this was a great way to make money instantly. Louis ordered several people to stay with the hostages, while he himself went with a group of bandits to the main entrance. Faye saw their rearrangement and informed Shui of the change in situation, so there were 8 people guarding the door and 2 more on the stairs. Yu asked if they had been spotted. Xiao replied that they had not been seen, but that it was better for them to stay where they were. At this point, Lao called Hing Ho and said that he had better prepare the money and under no circumstances send his people to them. Luo replied that he was concerned about the safety of the foreign hostages and that the money would be there soon, and Luo believed him. The chief understood that if necessary, Shui would have to retreat with the special forces. Turning around, the police chief did not find Xiao Fei and became furious. Lao asked his subordinate where their hacker had gone. The guy said that he had gone towards the department store. Seeing the main character climbing up the windows of the building with a rope, the chief ordered him not to do this. But Zhou said he had an effective way to solve the problem. An enraged Luo ordered Harry to immediately contact Yu and tell her to retreat. Xiao noted that he would not be able to give her an order because he had taken control of the connection with her. Harry reported that he could not contact Shui. Lao urged Fei not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Zhou broke the glass and flew inside the room. A stunned Yu saw a bloody stain on his shirt and said that the stitches from his wound had come apart. The guy asked her to stay here with the special forces until his signal. The bandits on the stairs were discussing how they would soon become rich. At that moment, Fei appeared in front of them and used a hypnosis card on them. The young man then contacted Shui and said that he had taken care of the 2 bandits on the stairs and would now pretend to be a hostage. And they need to leave a person at the control panel, then surround the office from all sides and wait for his signal. At this time, 2 hypnotized criminals entered the office. Leading Xiao, Louis asked what was going on. The bandits explained that this guy was hiding and they caught him. And besides, he was very rich. The main character played the victim quite convincingly, saying that he had a family and they shouldn't kill him. Hing Ho ordered his giants to take the youth inside to the others, Entering the room, Fei examined the situation. There were 8 kidnappers in the room that needed to be eliminated. Zhou quietly contacted Xue, asking if they had arrived with the special forces. Yu replied that they were on combat alert. Xu said that they should not let anyone in from outside and turn off the lights, and he would deal with it inside the office. The girl immediately commanded Kong to pull the switch, and the special forces soldier instantly turned off the electricity. Louis didn't understand what was happening and why the lights suddenly went out. Meanwhile, the main rescuers began the operation to save the hostages and eliminate the criminals. Yu and the special forces suddenly burst into the room and shot the bandits while Fei dealt with the rest in hand-to-hand combat. The leader of the kidnappers was slowly dying, along with his brothers. Worried, Shui lost sight of Xiao and shouted his name loudly. The wounded Zhou declared that it was all over and they had succeeded. The police admired the guy's work, because he single-handedly dealt with a large number of criminals. The hostages, in turn, were rescued and none were hurt. Yu asked Xiaofei if he was okay, and the young man replied that he only had a few injuries. One of the freed captives pounced on him with gratitude. Zhu ordered the special forces to escort all people out of the building, after which the police chief entered the room. He understood that the kid had really done well. At this time, the wounded Louis suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaofei and said that he remembered him. Meanwhile, the boss nervously said that he would send Zhou to prison, and a puzzled Yu asked Luo what he was talking about. Lao responded. Fei took charge of the operation, and Shui thought that he came to their aid on his orders. But the girl protected Xiao because all the hostages were saved, and the bandits were killed. The chief noted that if it were different, he would have already arrested him. The guy was outraged and said that he would no longer help the police, because he was risking his life. But instead of gratitude, he received a reprimand, especially since he came only because he wanted to help you. The special forces were shocked by how this young man dared to speak. At that moment, the system awarded the owner with experience points. However, the program strongly advised him not to show off in front of the police, as there could be consequences. The main character stated that sometimes he can afford such behavior. Suddenly, Lao's phone rang and the boss hurried to pick it up, where Louis was on the other end of the line. Lo called him by name in surprise. Fei realized that Hing Ho was actually alive, but how remained a mystery. Zhu immediately rushed to check the corpses of the bandits and reported this to her boss. Louis asked the boss to convey a message to Xiao Fei that he would come for him soon. A moment later, a stunned Yu reported that Hing Ho had most likely faked his death and escaped. The girl apologized to Fei because she called him by name in front of Louis. Xiao noted that he is not afraid of murderers and will exterminate them all. Those present understood that the guy was not really dangerous, since 10 minutes ago he had single-handedly destroyed a gang of criminals. The system once again rewarded the gentleman with experience points for yet another show-off, noting that he would feel the consequences of his showiness in front of the police later. Lao, in turn, asked Yu to take Zhou to the hotel and make sure he was safe, after which he asked Wu what he thought of Xiao Fei, whether he had the right to join the Swift Wolf Squad, adding that last night he beat up more than 20 people and saved 2 women. Moreover, this guy killed Zhao Qin, one of Shan's wards. Wu was surprised. Understanding how strong Zhou was, he said that in that case, this young man could join the Swift Wolf Squad. Although you wouldn't know from his appearance that this guy is so cunning. Luo pointed out that if Xiao did not agree to join their ranks, he would disappoint him, and at the very least, he would be indebted to him. In that case, Fei would definitely not be able to refuse him a favor. Wu noted the boss's excessive cunning. Meanwhile, Yu and Zhou arrived at the hotel. The girl told him to undress. The young man noted that she should not thank him. Yu said that he needed to urgently treat his wounds. The main character quickly exposed his torso, and the girl began to heal his injuries. Yu advised him not to be so overconfident, since catching criminals is the job of the police. Xiaofei replied rather pompously that he simply wanted to help her. After Shui bandaged Fei's wounds, at that moment Shu knocked on his room door. Zhou hurried to open the door for her, but Yu suddenly stopped him, throwing a clean shirt at him so Lu wouldn't think anything bad. Then the young man finally opened the door to his sister. Seeing Shui in the room, Shu asked how she ended up there. Yu said that she came to visit him, and then she hurried to leave the room. Lu asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine. The girl told him a story about her boyfriend, who returned from abroad and invited her for a cup of tea in Mingxiang. And since Mel is resting from her injuries, she invited Fei to join her. Zhou agreed to be her bodyguard and go to the Mingxiang tea house. After a certain amount of time, they arrived at the place, and Shu asked him to wait in the car. Xiao urged her not to keep him waiting for long. Lu promised that she would return soon. Fei understood that if a woman spoke, everything would be fast. Time should be multiplied by at least 3, and began to play on the phone. A few minutes later, Shu entered the private room where Zihui was waiting for her. Lu asked how the guy spent his time abroad and why he returned. The young man replied that he thought about her every day, so he did not have a very good time in a foreign country. The girl asked why he was in a hurry to leave then. Zihui said that his parents forced him to. He added that he had trained to be a doctor and invited Shu to go abroad with him. However, the sister flatly refused, saying that she would not be able to go with him. Because they are people from different worlds, moreover, they will not meet again. After which she overturned a cup of tea, drinking it to the bottom. The guy immediately smiled. Zihui said that if she agreed to a date, she wouldn't refuse to go for a walk either. At that moment, she felt ill. Shu asked what he put in her tea. The young man replied that he had slipped her some drugs to make her happy. After complimenting Lu a few times, Zihui asked her if she had a man. An angry Shu asked him why he became such a person, because the guy was not like that before. The impudent man approached her from behind and declared that he had long dreamed of a relationship with her, but she did not give him a chance. The girl quietly put her hand in her purse and called Xiaofei while Zihui was writing out more compliments to her. Lu urged him not to approach her, or she would call the police, but the young rascal said she shouldn't do that. Sister Shu sincerely hoped that Zhou saw her challenge and would help her soon. Meanwhile, Fei noticed Xiao Lu's call and she immediately hung up. The protagonist realized that she was in trouble and asked the system to check her location. At this time, the little sister was waiting for her savior while Zihui continued to pester her. A moment later, the door opened and Xiao burst in. The guy didn't understand who it was. Zhou grabbed the scoundrel and began to beat him, after which he noticed Lu's strange condition and decided to take her to the hospital. Fei believed that her boyfriend had drugged her and carried her to the car. He placed his little sister in the back seat and urged her to rest, but Shu suddenly reached out to him. The girl said that she was very hot. Xiao realized that it was an aphrodisiac and not a sleeping pill. Zhou asked the system to intervene in the situation and neutralize the effect of the drug. The cunning program replied that to do this he needed to put his hands on her shoulders, or the old-fashioned way, as it was with Wenzi, just kiss the girl. Which is what ultimately happened, however, not on the initiative of the young man. A couple of minutes later, Shu seemed to wake up and pushed the guy away from her, asking him for forgiveness for this incident. After which she asked him to get into the car. The system was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. Lu explained that things hadn't worked out with Zihui before because their parents had disagreed, and then he left the country. Fei noted that it was her personal business, but people who use such dirty tricks could not be forgiven. She replied that she was going to leave him and never expected such meanness from him. The sister asked what kind of person she needed then, hinting to Zhou in every possible way, but Xiao said that he had a girlfriend. After a while in a room, Lu reflected that she was no longer young, and Fei had saved her again. Xu couldn't figure out if he was a loyal guy, or if he just didn't like her. The sad girl believed that her time had passed, and therefore everyone treated her like an older sister. The main character also sank into thoughts about what had happened, because he still had to work with her, and such things could not be allowed. The system surprised him with its worldview, saying that it was absolutely normal for a man to have several concubines. Zhu said that she couldn't figure it out because she didn't even have a body. Fei asked her why she was concerned about this aspect. The program replied that its creators have a lot of women, and this is normal. The guy was interested and asked who its creators really were. The system said that they were masters from all over the world, who are strong in science, medicine, music, and martial arts, in general, in all areas of interest to people. Xiao couldn't understand and asked why they created it in that case. The program said that they wanted to invent a system that would be able to make a person stronger. Zhou concluded that this elite had created an extremely ridiculous product, and it was no wonder that they loved to show off so much. The system noted that he should think about how to make himself famous throughout Asia, because at the moment he is too weak. Fei replied that he originally wanted to earn money so he could marry Nana, and then went to bed. The next day at the auction, Lu was curious if the Chen family would cause them trouble. Yan reassured her that they would not do that. Xiao stated that they had nothing to fear since Yu was with them. Shui noted that she was there to keep Zhou from getting into trouble. The main character replied that he never provokes anyone first. Xu also asked the young man not to create problems that would lead to trouble. Smiling Yunqing assured her sister that nothing would happen and hurried her to the auction. At this moment, Lu saw Zihui in the company of a fat woman. The guy also paid attention to her. The huge lady immediately pounced on Shu, claiming that she had flirted with her husband the previous night. The people around recognized the large person as a member of the Zhang family, and Zihui said that Lu was constantly stalking him. Then he pressed himself against his life preserver, and said that he loved only her and would never look in the direction of another. Xu wondered if when he said he was going abroad, he actually married this woman. The sister understood that it was all about money. The guy tried to refute this version, saying that he simply loved her. The girl continued to heat up the situation, noting that he apparently lacked motherly love since he was with her. Zhang couldn't take it anymore and ordered her bodyguards to beat Lu and then throw him out of the auction. Yan, in turn, called on her guards to protect her little sister and destroy anyone who dared to harm her. At this point, a police officer intervened and asked them not to make things difficult for them and not to create problems. The enraged pig-like person could not calm down and declared that if the police did not want to work, then they should get out of here. Meanwhile, Faye decided to play with her a little. He purchased a voice change card from the system and applied it to the woman. The arrogant Zhang continued to insult everyone, and at a certain moment, instead of speaking, she suddenly grunted like a pig. People around her started to laugh at her, because it really was funny. Her young husband was perplexed and asked what had happened to her, but in response he heard only a pig's squeal. Zihui hurried to take her to the hospital while the people burst into laughter. Shu, Yunking and Yu agreed that it was the protagonist who did this. Ignoring the slacker, the girls headed to the auction in a private box. Xiaofei wondered if they had exposed him and realized that he was involved in what happened, after which the young man went after his young ladies. But at that moment an unknown voice called out to him. A puzzled Zhou asked if he knew him. Chen replied that he was Shinryu's father. Fei began to speak very aggressively, believing that he would not let him pass, but Li Zhong was polite and let the youth pass. However, Xiao understood perfectly well that this bandit was clearly up to something and he needed to be on guard. Random witnesses of Chen's dialogue with the guy noted that he behaved extremely insolently with Mr. Li Zhong. Also witnessed were Yuan and Wang, who hated the boy, because they lost a third of their fortune because of him, after which they rushed to the auction to buy some good antiques for Chen's birthday. Meanwhile, the auction had begun, as the young lady announced, hurrying to introduce everyone to the first lot. Xu asked Zhou's opinion about this antique. The guy replied that it was trash. As with the next few lots that Lu offered, Fei rejected them all. But the next lot turned out to be a real treasure. Xiao urged his sister to definitely buy the coins. The girl did not understand what was special about the minted coins of the Qin dynasty. But the young man insisted on buying them, and she agreed. Antique dealers began to outbid each other, and the final price was 6.5 million. At this time, Zhu raised the stakes, setting the price at 6,600,000. The auctioneer rapped her hammer a couple of times, and Lu naively assumed that the coins were in her pocket. However, at the very last moment, Li Zhong intervened and raised the price by 100,000 yuan. Fei knew that he was deliberately trying to irritate them, and Shu and Chen began to play catch-up, constantly raising the price. When the amount reached 8 million, the protagonist shouted 20. Smiling, Li Zhong thought he had succeeded, as the guy lost more than 10 million in 1 minute of anger. Lu was furious and urged him not to do it, but the auctioneer banged the hammer 3 times, and Xiao bought the coins accordingly. Everyone present also believed that the young man had made a mistake by buying the coins for such an exorbitant amount of money. A grinning Chen pointed out that those who buy such cheap antiques for such a sum are fools. However, the main character had a completely different opinion. The guy happily declared that they were rich, but Lu did not think so. Zhu said that they had lost a lot of money, as evidenced by the expression on her sister's face. Zhu said that he was the best antique appraiser in the world, and could not waste that kind of money. Fei, as a friend, offered Yan to buy these coins from him for 80 million. Xu said nervously that he had no right to deceive Miss Yunqing so brazenly. Then the young man began to tell the story of the origin of these coins. One day a meteorite fell from the sky on which was written, "When the emperor died, the earth would be crushed. Qin was suppressed and destroyed, and the coins were believed to save from heavenly punishment." Xiao added that these coins were cast from meteorite alloy metal, and this is the only batch in the world, so it is up to her to decide. Yan believed him and said that she would transfer the money to him soon. Xu asked if he was lying. Fei replied that he had never lied to her, and that it was indeed the truth. Yu couldn't figure out when the guy had become a master of antique appraisal, which made him increasingly difficult to read. Yunqing inquired about the next lot, a jade Buddha, the starting price of which was 20 million. The main character noticed that Nana's father raised the price to 25 million. He decided to help him. Zhu called Yuan and said that the antique had internal damage and was not worth the money. Wang asked him who called him, and her husband replied that it was Xiaofei. The young man said that this Buddha was defective and not worth buying, but Yuan's wife convinced him not to believe this scoundrel. Wang then snatched the sign from her husband and raised the amount to 30 million. Lu noticed that Fei's future relatives did not trust him. Xiao said sadly. He tried to help them, and his conscience is clear. As a result, the Ho family purchased the jade Buddha for 30 million. A pleased Wang said that the antique would be a good gift for Mr. Chen. He added that Zhou had clearly lied to them, but Yuan insisted on taking the item for examination. The wife agreed only so that after the appraiser's results, she could spit in the student's face. At this time, the auctioneer presented the last copy, called the Golden Knight Lance, which was supposedly used by Joan of Arc. Yan asked the opinion of the appraisal genius. Fei said that it was a fake and could only be bought because of the metal, but the price should still be raised, and the surprised Qing asked why bargain if they weren't going to buy it. At this moment, Lixiao turned to them. He also wanted to raise the price so that the guy would pay a large sum of money for the fake. Yoon realized that the young man intended to put the Chen family in their place in this way. The starting price for this lot was 80 million, and the rich people began to raise it. When the price tag exceeded 150 million, Faye encouraged Yan to play along a little. The girl immediately raised the price, shouting 200 million yuan, and people understood that no one could compete with her family. However, Lixiao took it upon himself to raise the bar to 210. People noted that the Chen family was now at war with the Yan family. Qing played her role well, and supposedly became angry. Yoon raised 20 million. Wealthy people thought that the girl was in a difficult situation. Lixiao continued to play and raised the price by another 10 million. Qing immediately shouted out 300. Chen raised again by 10. After which Yan smiled and said that from now on this antique was his. The young man was furious. Li Zong hastened to reassure him, saying that they would sell the spear for much more. But suddenly he received a call informing him that the lot was a fake, and now the Chen family was in a dire situation. Rung remembered that he had once seen this original weapon in the French museum. A pleased Yunqing asked Xiao if he was a good actress, and Zhou replied that she had done a great job. She was pleased that the Chen family would pay a large sum of money for a fake. Lixiao knew that Yan actually knew about the fake spear and lured him into a trap. Li Zhong pointed out that she had nothing to do with it and that it was all Xiaofei's idea. Chen realized how influential the guy was, and he needed to be killed. At this point, the auction ended, and everyone hurried to the exit. The next one was to take place in a year. Qing suddenly grabbed the protagonist and dragged him along to evaluate the coins. Zhou said that he did not lie to her about them. Yun knew he was lying to her, and just wanted to know their real value. Where Nana's parents were already standing in line, Wang asked Yuan if he really believed Fei's words. Ho replied that he simply wanted to dispel doubts, since it was still a gift, and his wife agreed with him. Meanwhile, Yan and Xiao had joined the end of the line, and Wang asked the specialist to evaluate the Jade Buddha. The appraiser said that it was a real antique, and the woman was already overjoyed. And she even managed to accuse Zhou of lying, but the man added that there was damage inside the object. Concluding that the item was defective and had cracks, Wang was horrified. Yuan sadly noted that the young man really wanted to help them. Fei pretended to hear someone call him the best appraiser in the world. Yunqing told him that his future mother-in-law tried to yell at him. Xiao replied that he had long been accustomed to such treatment and hurried to evaluate the coins. Having brought them up and asked the specialist to check their authenticity, Lixiao, who was standing behind them, said that they were worth no more than 8 million. Adding to her sarcastic remark, she, as an experienced antique dealer, should not have spent so much money. Fei noted that he himself had recently spent more than 300 million on a trinket. After which, Lixiao and the main character began to insult each other for a long time. People began to actively discuss their squabble, naively believing that the coins really weren't worth that much money. However, a moment later, the appraiser declared that the coins were cast from a meteorite alloy, and everyone was shocked. The rich realized that each coin could be worth around 20 million. The enraged Li Zhong also realized that the young man had calculated everything and would earn a fortune. Wang was furious when she learned how much the coins were worth, and Yuan pointed out that they had clearly underestimated Fei. Yunqing couldn't help but vent her emotions on Zhou by kissing him on the cheek, after which Yan declared that she was not good enough for a genius like him. At that moment, an unknown man approached her and asked her to sell him these coins. Having smelled the money, the girl was going to sell him 8 coins for 200 million. He agreed. Qing asked him to transfer the money to her bank account. The stranger reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and suddenly pulled out a knife. Yun was scared and thought she was finished, but Xiao stopped time for a second with the system and rushed to her aid. A moment later, the main character covered the girl with his body, thereby exposing himself to attack. The killer ended up wounding him and didn't understand how he could have missed, since he was a Class A killer. After which he tried to attack again and pounced on Xiao Fei and Yan. But at that moment, Yu knocked the knife out of his hand, which became stuck in the wall. Turning around, the killer saw a cute girl. He could not even imagine that she had martial arts skills. The killer realized that his mission had failed, and therefore hurried to escape. However, Zhou didn't give him that opportunity by tripping him. Then Shui tried her best, attacking him from behind, and the man fell to the floor. Afterwards, having neutralized the criminal, Yu handcuffed him. Fei understood that she was quite a cunning woman. At that moment, a policeman ran up and asked what was the matter. Zhui showed her badge and said that this killer was extremely dangerous, so they needed to call the city bureau. The law enforcement officer said he would definitely contact his boss. Meanwhile, Shu and Yunqing ran up to Zhou and inquired about his health. Xiao replied that he was fine. Yu began to make fun of him in every possible way, saying that the guy had really grown up and matured. He added that in such a short period of time, no one would have had time to react. Zhou started bragging again, saying that he had improved and trained a lot. Naturally, Fei couldn't tell Shui about the system that could stop time. Yunqing, in turn, said that he needed to go to the hospital because he was bleeding. The deputy chief left the criminal in the hands of the police officer, noting that she would come to the station later. Li Hong was watching everything that was happening. He understood that the young man was extremely dangerous and very fast, and he needed to be careful with someone like him. Besides, Xiao would definitely take revenge on him, so it was necessary to contact Tong. Sometime later, at the police station where Yu and Zhou arrived, the chief praised the guy for the help he had provided. After all, he helped catch a high-class hired killer who committed at least 40 murders in Central Asia. Lao noted that he had really annoyed the bandits and they would take revenge on him, so he offered to join a special squad. Xiao replied that he would protect himself. He understood that there could be no one better than the system. Zhu asked why he refused prematurely, without even knowing where he was being invited. Zhou asked her in return why she was so worried and nervous about him. The offended Yu said that he would now tell her not to interfere in his affairs. The guy said that she had misunderstood everything. Lao suggested another option to Fei, to serve the police as a hacking instructor. But Xiao refused him again, because he didn't have time, and he himself understood that he was deceiving them with the help of his system. However, Luo said he would only need half a day a week of distance learning. The main character realized that his arguments were not working, and that the boss was good at manipulating people. Zhou could not withstand such pressure and agreed, asking to postpone the work for a month to collect his thoughts. The chief immediately congratulated him on joining the police force as a hacking specialist. The problem was that the young man now needed to earn 500 points to buy hacking knowledge from the system. Lao added that the first month will be a probationary period for him, and he will also be given a certificate. The guy's eyes lit up and he asked if this was the card that would allow him to beat people up without consequences. The boss noted that Xiao Fei had clearly become addicted to beating people. Zhou himself understood that this was a necessary artifact for him to restore justice, and if he had known from the beginning that he would have such advantages, he would have agreed immediately. While Luo was wondering whether the boy would use his official position to harm others, Lao urged Xiao not to rejoice too soon, because if he did not teach people well, he would not pass the probationary period. After which Fei hastened to say goodbye to the boss, who already considered the young man his colleague. Meanwhile, in the Dark World organization, a meeting of mercenaries took place. They studied the video materials from the auction. The president asked his colleagues if they had seen Zhou's movements during the assassination. One of them noted that such a reaction is typical only of a martial arts master. They began to discuss how the young man dealt with the no less dangerous Medusa, which gave a correct assessment of Fei, but she did not take into account some details. The leader urged to avoid meeting with Xiao, despite the fact that he is a priority for their organization. And in order to complete this task, you can sacrifice your life, but you don't need to make senseless sacrifices. At this time, Zhou returned to the hotel where Lu, Yan, and Yu were waiting for him. They asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. The protagonist asked Yunqing why they hired a hitman to kill her. Qing assumed that her family was involved because they felt she was mismanaging her business. Xiao compared it to Shu's situation, which the family also tried to get rid of. Fei recommended that Yun recruit more bodyguards to avoid such situations in the future. The girl in turn thanked him and Yu for saving her life. Zhu said that he would not let her get into trouble, since they were business partners. As soon as they were about to return to their room, a pig-like woman with security approached them. Pointing her finger at Lu, Zhu called on her thugs to strip her naked and throw her out into the street. Zhu said that she can't stand people who bully others. In connection with this, Yu and Fei hurried to confront the crowd of bandits. Zhao was the first to attack the ugly woman's hapless minions. Zhou pointed out that the Zhang family had brought trouble upon themselves, and then urged Shu and Yan to hide. After a certain amount of time, Shui and Xiao Fei scattered the gang of thugs. The boy then walked towards the fat woman. Yu urged him not to do anything illegal. The young man said that she was the one who started causing chaos and that she needed to be taught a lesson. The deputy chief noted that in this case he would be like bandits who spit on law and order. Fei replied that he could not allow this woman to bully others, so such people needed to be taught. Moreover, the best way to do this is to play by their own rules. Zhu demanded that the young man not approach her. Xiao advised Yu not to get involved in this because she was a police officer and might get into trouble. Approaching the pig-like woman, Zhou said that she was too fat. Zhang suddenly swung her hand. This is exactly what Fei was waiting for. He deliberately provoked her so that she would strike first. Having dodged her blow, the guy pretended that she had hit him after all and grabbed his face. The young man began to accuse her of causing physical harm. Zhu, in turn, stated that she had not even hit him. But Xiao couldn't be stopped. He began to slap her face less hard. In response, Zhu stated that she was a member of one of 4 high-ranking families. There was a commotion. People said that this was an excessively cruel act on his part, adding that he doesn't know who he's dealing with since she's from the Zhang family. One of them urged Zhu to leave immediately while they dealt with this scoundrel. The angry minions of the pig-like creature began to threaten Fei with physical violence. But Xiao said he was not afraid of any of the 4 families in Chenzhou province. Moreover, he can absolutely calmly allow himself to insult Chen, and Zhang even more so, which literally shocked everyone. One of them shouted that he was a suicide bomber because he dared to offend a lady on her territory. The system, in turn, rewarded the eloquent showman with experience points. However, Zhou continued his mockery without fear of consequences. Those around him thought that he was not quite right in the head, because he was again provoking conflict. The program again awarded points for his successful show-off, and the young man understood that he shouldn't stop there. At that moment, police officers approached them and asked what was going on. Zhu screamed as if she was being cut, saying that this young man had beaten her. The police officer immediately accused Fei of assault with intent to cause harm, and asked him to come with them. But the protagonist claimed that he was just defending himself, and she hit him first. And they can ask her about this, after which he asked her who was the instigator in this situation. Zhang began to mumble incoherently. Zhou said that they could also look at the video cameras. One of the law enforcement officers whispered in the elder's ear that the guy was telling the truth. Fei noted that the woman was trying to influence their colleagues using her family's status. And he literally quoted Zhu that if the police don't want to work, then they should get out of here. One of them recognized her as the person who had caused a stir at the auction, and after that her voice turned into a pig's squeal. The senior stated that they were ordinary workers, and due to her status, the boss would handle this matter. In response, Zhu said that she would do everything to get them fired, because her family spends a lot of money on taxes, and accordingly on their salaries. The policeman corrected himself, saying that even the chief would not be able to help in this matter, and therefore it was necessary to invite the head of the department. But since they don't have his contacts, they can't help her in any way, after which the law enforcement officers quickly left. The onlookers began to mock her again, calling her a pig who deserved such treatment. Zhang frantically took out her phone and declared that she had other connections. Zhu then called Uncle Wu and tearfully complained to him about Fei, saying that he had beaten her and the police had done nothing. However, the main character was not afraid of her connections, because he also had his own people there. The guy immediately called Lao. After some time, Wu and Luo arrived at the hotel. They met at the entrance and realized that they had been called on the same matter. Walking into the lobby, the boss saw Xiaofei, who always caused him trouble. The tearful Zhu immediately ran to Uncle Wu and complained to him about Zhou, demanding that he take some action. Those around her were shocked, because she actually called the head of the department. People thought that the young man would have a hard time now. After listening to Zhu's inadequacy, Wu demanded an explanation from Zhou. The young man partially admitted his guilt, but with some nuances. Lao noted Xiao's excessive calmness. The guy said that everyone present saw how she hit him first, adding that they can view CCTV footage. Wu already realized that Fei was telling the truth, but he provoked this conflict. The department head called on Zhou to pay for Zhu's medical expenses and ask her for forgiveness. But the distraught Zhang was not satisfied with this solution to the problem. She said that her uncle should put him in prison. Then the pig threw out a wad of money and said that her family had plenty of money, with which they would hire the best lawyer. People thought that Wu would put the boy in jail because he didn't want any problems in the future. Another eyewitness said that if the case goes to court, she should be the one who is put in jail. However, if Zhu continues to cause trouble, the department head may no longer stand up for her. The man noted that this would not happen because Wu was afraid of the wrath of the Zhang family. The boss himself understood that she was an extremely stupid woman who was making a mountain out of a molehill. The chief was already inclined to actually arrest the boy. At this time, Chief Luo intervened and whispered in Wu's ear that Fei was actually his employee. After which Lao winked at Xiao, and the boss himself called out to Zhu. The director told her that she shouldn't create problems out of thin air and hurried away. Zhang, like everyone else, was deeply perplexed. Wu added that if she was not happy with this turn of events, she had the right to tell her father about it. Then the head of the police department approached the main character and urged him to work harder. As he passed by Zhou, Lao glared at him and ordered him not to drag him into such situations. People were at a loss as to who Xiaofei really was, since the director took pity on him, assuming that the young man is also a police officer. Yan, who stood to the side, said that she understood why the leader let him go. Xu became curious and asked her. Yunqing stated that he was Wu's illegitimate son. At that moment, a joyful Fei called out to the girls and called them to follow him. Qing, in turn, pestered Xiao with the question of whether he really was the director's son, since his last words spoke precisely about this. Shui took it upon herself to reveal that Zhou was actually working for the police as a hacking instructor. Yan was extremely surprised to understand why he acted so unceremoniously towards Zhang. The protagonist stated that he would behave this way with anyone who dared to contact him, after which Yu hurried everyone to finally go home, and they got into the car. Meanwhile, a young guy was watching them from afar. He turned out to be Zhao Qing's brother, whom Xiao killed, and naturally the young man wanted to take revenge on him. Faye noted that Ching now had 3 guard cars, and that was correct. Yan said that this was all because Zhou had made enemies for himself and, accordingly, for her. The boy asked Shui if the Chen family was preparing a big truck to ram them. Yu urged him to shut up immediately, as he might jinx it. A moment later, a truck actually drove towards them. Faye saw another car off to the side and reported that he was not alone. Lu and Yunqing grabbed onto each other, and Yu, in turn, understood that she wouldn't have time to steer out. At this moment, the main character asked the system to stop time for 2 seconds, after which he called on Shui to immediately steer out of the way to get out from under the wheels of the truck. There were only milliseconds left before the collision, and it seemed there was no chance of salvation. But they still survived. The guard asked if Yan was okay. The girl replied that she was fine and asked him to check on the others. Seeing that the 3rd car had flown into a ditch and that there were numerous traces of blood on the asphalt, they were horrified. Faye couldn't forgive himself because they were chasing him, so he dragged them into this. Yoon urged him to calm down immediately and not blame himself. At that moment, Zhou swore that he would destroy the Chen and Shan families. Shui also tried to calm down the enraged Xiao, telling him not to be so impulsive. The guy asked the system to show him all the people nearby. But the program said that this area was not well visible, and that it was necessary to connect to the satellite. And for this he needed another 100 points, the young man agreed, and the system gave him a card. After some time, Faye examined the entire perimeter and found an unknown man with binoculars on the roof. Seeing that he was talking to someone on the phone, Xiao asked the program to record the conversation. Yujie told his patron that his attempt to kill Zhou had failed, and the boss ordered him to leave the area. The guy ordered the guard Yan to watch the girls, and he himself went to meet with Zhu. Zhu advised him not to be so hot-tempered and followed him. Qing asked what Faye was planning. Lu replied that judging by his expression, he intended to kill someone. Greedily searching the crowd of people for Yu, Xiao finally found the scoundrel and shouted out his name, after which he began to beat him brutally. Zhu could not understand how he recognized him. With each blow, the protagonist seemed to only get angrier and continued to inflict painful blows on him. Yu watched what was happening in horror. She couldn't even imagine that Faye would be so cruel in anger. The beaten Yu didn't understand how he could be weaker than Xiao, since he was one of Tongshan's 12 wards. Zhu in turn could not stop and literally created a bloody mess. Suddenly Shu grabbed his hand and called for him to stop, as he could kill the guy. At this time, the police arrived and ordered Faye not to move, pointing a gun at him. Xiao raised his hands and said that he was one of them. After some time, he found himself in the chief's office. Luo said that Zhu had been taken to the hospital in serious condition. Lao asked if he had any evidence of Yu's guilt, and Zhou asked what would happen to him if he found evidence. The boss promised to put him behind bars for life if the young man really had evidence. Faye played him a recording of the conversation. Meanwhile, Tong was making a fuss at the police station, and Luo came out to him and asked what was going on. Shan said that he would not leave it like this, because his people were being beaten without any reason. Entering the chief's office, he asked why he had been called in as a suspect and why Xiao was there. Lao replied that Zhou was a police officer and that there had been an assassination attempt on him and that the organizer had been arrested. Tong demanded proof, not just empty talk. The main character got up from his chair and played him a recording of Zhu's conversation with him, where the guy talked about the unsuccessful murder attempt. Shan replied that this couldn't be true and they had simply faked the audio recording. Luo assured him that they would check its authenticity. The boss said that Qing and Zhu were brothers, and naturally Yu wanted to avenge his death, and he tried to dissuade the young man. Faye noticed that Tong was skillful in his dirty deeds, as he always came out of it dry, adding that Shan really had better kill him quickly, otherwise he would kill Tong. The boss became noticeably nervous but tried not to show it. After which Lao accused him of colluding with Zhui and attempting to murder a police officer, so he was detained. Shan replied that since he did not trust him, he agreed to stay a little longer. The boss called his subordinate and ordered him to take Mr. Tong with him to have a cup of tea with him. Faye noted the boss's calmness, which meant that he didn't care whether Yu survived or not. Xiao asked the boss if he had strengthened Zhu's security. Luo said he sent his people to the hospital to look after him. Zhou knew that Shan was not the type to wait for someone to die, so he had to be on his guard. Suddenly the boss received a call that Zhu had escaped from the hospital, and he was terrified. The main character asked the system to show him a satellite image of the hospital. But the program refused to do this because the distance was too great and he didn't have enough points. Zhou asked for a loan, assuring her that he would quickly repay the debt. However, the system stated that influential people never ask anyone for help. Luo ordered his men to find Yu immediately, threatening them with punishment. Meanwhile, the mutilated Zhu woke up in an unfamiliar place. At that moment, Li Zhang came into his room and asked how he was feeling. He added that his personal doctor would be able to treat the injuries, but the situation with his face was more complicated. Chen asked Yu not to go outside, promising to kill Xiao Fei. Yu was extremely grateful to Li Zhong for his help and thanked him. Chen needed to step away for a while and asked the guy to call him if he needed anything. Yu slowly and extremely painfully got out of bed and looked in the mirror. The young man was terrified. He wanted to kill the entire Zhou family. At this time, at the police station, Luo asked the protagonist to go home and rest, but to be on guard. Xiao asked his boss for a favor to ensure the safety of his parents. The chief replied that he had already sent a detachment of his guys who would guard his relatives around the clock. Fei thanked Lao and noted that if he needed help from a hacker, he could count on him. Luo understood that Zhou was in his debt, and that at the right moment he would take advantage of the boy. Meanwhile, the main character returned to the hostel, where he was met by friends. Voltaire thought that he had left for the province forever. He was immediately bombarded with questions about why she was so tired, since upon entering the room, the guy collapsed onto the bed. Another asked what places Fei had visited and what interesting things he had seen. An exhausted Zhou said that he almost visited the underworld. Xiao noticed that his bed was made and wondered who had done it. One of his friends replied that it was a girl from the history department who came every day to wash his clothes and tidy up a bit. The young man realized that it was Liu, and immediately indicated that they were just friends. A friend noted that usually strong relationships between a man and a woman begin with such words. Fei went outside for a walk and thought about Wenzi, not understanding why she hadn't given up yet. The system stated that it would be good for him to have a goal in life and strive to achieve it. At this moment, Xiao saw the crowd and Miao and Liu arguing. He decided to find out what was going on. Lily accused Wenzi of stealing his young man from him. Zhou couldn't understand when he became her boyfriend, because Miao never showed any interest in him. At this time, a fair-haired young man came up and said that he loved Liu. The main character realized that it was not about him at all, but about this guy. Lily was outraged and wondered how Wen was better than her, since she wasn't that beautiful. Z stated that she was not interested in Hong Tao. Miao immediately drew Bai's attention to Liu's statement. The self-confident youth suddenly took Wenzi's hand and said that he liked her very much. The girls standing to the side were literally going crazy over Hong Tao, dreaming of being in Liu's place. Fei knew that this was a trick that all the guys used, and he was clearly deceiving Wen. Z said that she didn't like Bai and that she already had someone who liked her. The enraged girls began to say that Hong Tao could not be compared to Xiao Fei. Miao continued to escalate the situation by claiming that Liu had done something bad for the 100,000 yuan. Wenzi replied that she had no right to insult Zhou. The irrepressible Lily told Bai and everyone that Wen sold herself for 100,000 xiao. After all, she naively believed that he was rich, but in fact he turned out to be a poor man, and her cousin wiped her feet on him. Hong Tao immediately began offering Liu millions of yuan, but Z refused him, adding that for Lily the most important thing is not what kind of person he is, but that he has money. And in fact she feels that she is not as good as Wen, so she is nervous. Those around him noticed that this was most likely true, as Miao's expression instantly changed. At this moment the embittered Lily once again insulted Z, after which she couldn't stand it any longer and swung her arm to hit Liu. But Fei arrived in time and grabbed her hand. The protagonist stated that she insulted him and called him trash. Miao, in turn, repeated the insults and accused him of trying to deceive her cousin. A moment later, Zhou gave her a light slap and the girl was shocked, just like the others. Lily insulted him, but she didn't even bother to think about what happened last time. People began to laugh at the girl, but she was seething with anger. At this time, a joyful Wensi ran up to her savior and hugged him, because she was truly happy to see him. Juntao literally incinerated the couple with his gaze, because a competitor appeared on the horizon. Bai said that this guy has absolutely no manners, because he even beats girls. Fei accused him of not taking action when Miao wanted to hit Liu. Enraged, Bai said that it was not for him to tell people how to behave. Xiao replied that a true gentleman would not allow himself to do such a thing and asked who he was anyway. Hong Tao proudly stated his name and said that his family was one of the 4 main families in Yanjin. Zhou noted that in that case he should have been in Oxford at the very least, not here. The people supported Fei's version, because the rich would be the last ones to go to their university. An angry Bai threatened Xiao, who replied that he already had many enemies, so he should get in line. Those present acknowledged Zhou's latest victory and hurried to disperse. Wenzi apologized to Fei because she was causing him trouble again. The young man replied that everything was fine, because Lily really was rude and always provoked everyone into conflict. After which he suggested that Liu go for a walk, and the girl naturally agreed. While crossing the road, they were noticed by another of Xiao's ill-wisher. Wen asked Fei how his trip to Chenzhou was, and he replied that it was fun. Zhou began to tell her about his adventures, how he offended 2 noble families and dealt with bandits. Suddenly, an unknown man with a gun in his hands called out to the main character, saying that he had tolerated him for a long time and now it was time for payback. Xiao turned around and the guy shot him.